Sup, my fellas. Don't forget to leave feedback, and enjoy the story. Thunderclouds gathered above the floating gardens of the Tabor's night tower. Strong gusts of wind lashed out at the man. Circles of fire appeared beneath his feet. Lightning struck the ground, destroying it. Bullets sparkled on the stranger's belt. The man ran forward, holding pistols in his hands. A winged silhouette was visible far ahead. Cumulonimbus sat on a black cloud. The guardian of the garden waved her index finger. The adventurer continued to run, dodging bright lightning. The shooter opened fire on the target. The girl destroyed the bullets with a wave of her hand. She waved her hand again, and a giant lightning bolt fell from the sky. The cowboy jumped into the air and appeared behind the enemy. While in flight, the stranger fired several shots. The woman gritted her teeth and looked back. Numerous circles of fire appeared on the ground. The man's eyes widened and he realized that the enemy was going to use a hail of lightning in an area. The clouds in the sky turned into a whirlwind. The witch raised her hand and wished for her enemy to burn to ashes. Hundreds of lightning bolts fell upon the garden at once. They struck from huge clusters of clouds in the sky. A moment later, dust rose from the ground. A wide-brimmed hat fell to the grass. Cumulonimbus grinned maliciously and laughed. Suddenly, her brows furrowed tensely when someone asked if something good had happened. The adventurer approached her and pointed his pistol at her. The barrel glowed. The shooter said goodbye to his enemy. Lightning flashed before his eyes. A powerful explosion sounded on the battlefield. The cowboy had to jump back to avoid being hit. He frowned and was surprised that his opponent could emit lightning from his body. The guardian of the garden rose to her feet and brushed her hair. The stranger looked back when someone asked if the wanderer needed help. The warrior handed him his fallen hat. A menacing shadow loomed over the ground. The man refused help and said he was ready to give even his life. His comrade said he could not sit idle. The adventurer adjusted his hat and explained that ignorance was a blessing. The swordsman looked at him suspiciously. The girl rose into the air above them. The fighter frowned and promised to help his friend with this. The gunslinger reminded him that he asked him not to interfere. The woman summoned a huge flash above her head and asked if they could dodge her roaring storm dragon. The accumulated energy turned into two giant monsters. Holding the hat, the cowboy asked what it was. The warrior replied that it was her ultimate ability and suggested that they split up. Opening his mouth wide, the stranger shouted that he would deal with them himself and asked his comrade to stay away. The swordsman furrowed his brows and said that he would take on the black dragon. The fighter ran away as the monsters approached them. The man turned around and called his friend crazy. The moment the monster got close to him, the world froze. The fighter's leg hung in the air. The woman raised her hands and froze in place. Golden gears began to spin. They appeared under the adventurer's feet. His eyes turned bloodshot. The gears sparkled with bright light. Golden fetters bound the shooter's body. The cowboy opened his mouth in fear and screamed that no one helped him and that he did not ask his comrade to do this. The warrior froze in mid-run. The stranger explained that he asked him to stop, but they did not listen. Standing in front of the dragon's mouth, the man asked someone to get rid of him and said that it was not his fault at all. Two barriers appeared in the air. The earth began to disintegrate into light particles. Suddenly, parts of the floating garden came together again as the adventurer asked for another chance. The world began to take on color again. The swordsman jumped up and ran forward. He smiled, happy that they came here together, and said that without him, this fight would have been a disaster. The white dragon flew past him, swallowing his comrade. The fighter's mouth opened in shock. The warrior ran up to the fallen gunslinger and asked him to stand up. The wounded cowboy's eyes rolled up. The world in front of him swam, the man upset that everything ended so stupidly. The adventurer's eyes widened in madness and said that he had put so much effort into getting here, and his friend had ruined everything. Lying on the ground, the gunslinger insulted him. Jisung's mouth opened in confusion. Suddenly, the image became pixelated. The guy frowned in confusion and asked why the wanderer blamed him for what happened, when he himself could not avoid the attack. People were walking down a busy street. In the online action game Dungeon Fighter, the action took place on the continent of Arad, whose explorers risked their lives. Golden armor sparkled. These people risked everything to improve their characteristics. The man was counting money. Someone even managed to make money on the game. The player looked at the bodybuilder in a rabbit costume with fear. The young man looked back when he was called out. The adventurer extended his hand and asked for help. Because Arad was on the verge of destruction, this man was considered the most unique because he risked his life for the sake of roleplay. The shooter raised his hands and explained that they must defeat the awakened Isis. The protagonist asked if he really needed to be taken there. Closing his eyes, the cowboy asked to tell about the dangers that could await him on the way, and explained that his destiny was to fight alone, like a wolf, until his last breath. The characters of the game stood opposite each other. Looking at the monitor, Jisung concluded that this man was serious about his role-playing and found it funny that he wanted to defeat Isis instead of defeating the boss. Sitting in the computer chair, the boy realized that this wanderer was talking as if he were an NPC, and thought that he did not understand the fun of role-playing at all. A live broadcast appeared on the screen. The young man was the one risking his life for views. The player smiled widely. At 29 years old, he was a veteran of the dungeon brawler online. The streamer looked away and assumed that the wanderer specifically found him because of his tutorials. Many mocking comments appeared in the chat. Sitting in front of the computer, the protagonist asked if this stranger really wanted to participate in his broadcast, and agreed to help him for the sake of Arad's well-being. Remembering the scenes from their fight with the garden guard, Jisung realized that sometimes the shooter said truly crazy things, and assumed that he just wanted the attention of people on the stream. In the game chat, the cowboy wrote that his assistant ruined everything and left the group. The guy jumped up from the table and asked what it meant. The young man accidentally pulled the cord out of the socket. He leaned over and said that he would have nothing to upload to YouTube if the recording was lost. The screensaver appeared on the screen. In the memory, the wanderer's eyes were bloodshot. Frowning, the player thought about how this adventurer could just use coins to revive himself, and was outraged that such people just wanted attention. The cursor pointed to a file called My Life. The streamer noticed that the shooter's last words sounded like he was going to die for real. The protagonist double-clicked on the game icon. Suddenly, sparks poured out of it. Jisung's eyes widened in surprise and he asked what was going on. The world around him shattered. Cracks in space swallowed up his computer desk. The guy fell to the floor and screamed in horror. The young man covered his face with his hand and asked what was happening to his room. The shards reflected parts of his bedroom. The winged angel spread his arms. The shocked player stood on her palm. The stranger imagined the cowboy's face breaking and explained that the user had come into contact with the blade and broken it. The streamer, covered in cold sweat, asked what they were talking about and wondered what kind of place this was. The girl poked him with her finger and asked him to take responsibility for his own mistakes. The main character's eyes widened in fear. His body fell through space. A beam of bright light fell from the sky onto the fantasy world. At the moment of impact, a cloud of dust rose above the ground. A huge trace of the fall appeared in the forest. Jisung reached out for the sword and asked what was going on here. The boy opened his mouth and began to breathe heavily. He stretched out his arms in front of him and wondered what had happened to them. Suddenly, a powerful explosion was heard in front of him. The boy fell on his back, and a huge fire started in the forest. The monsters came forward. The red eyes of the bloodthirsty goblins lit up. Someone was floating in the air in front of them. Frowning angrily, the harpy asked who dared to do this to her precious forest and declared that he would beg for death. Raising his hand, the player apologized for his mistake and explained that her flames were causing even more damage. The monsters rushed forward as the girl promised to make the villain pay for this. The streamer got to his feet and started to run. Moving through the burning forest, the main character tried to understand what was happening. Suddenly, he accidentally tripped over a stone. Zising fell into a puddle. The boy got up on all fours. The young man looked at his reflection in horror and wondered what it all meant. There were footprints on the ground. Monsters were patrolling the forest, and a woman shouted that the enemy couldn't have gone far. The player hid behind a tree and realized that these were monsters from Dungeon Brawler Online. An image of a goblin, fiery Binoche, and Tao appeared in his head. The streamer looked at his hand and realized that his appearance was exactly like the Dark Knight, a class from the game. Standing in the middle of the forest, the adventurer assumed that he was inside Dungeon Brawler. The protagonist remembered how he clicked on the game icon because he wanted to play for a while. Jisung's eyes widened and he wondered how he could return to the real world. The guy looked back when he heard a loud sound. Blood gushed out from the wound on Tao's back. Fiery Binoche turned around. The young man frowned tensely. The bloody ghost knight stepped on the bull and grinned. The heroes stepped forward. The player watched them from the side. The harpy asked how the wanderers got here. The man leaned on his sword. The streamer realized that this was also one of the classes in the game. Syria put her hand to her chest. The adventurer remembered that this was one of the NPCs in the Dungeon Brawler. Raising her eyebrows, the girl asked why the monsters had started this fire and promised to help them. Hiding behind a tree, the protagonist assumed that this was one of the first quests, since they were talking about a forest fire. Zisung imagined the equal sign between a character and a person and realized that if an event dialogue began here, then the Ghost Knight was a real person who was currently completing a quest. The name of the class appeared above the swordsman's head. He raised his weapon in front of him. The warrior dashed forward. He managed to wound the monster. The fiery Binoche grinned maliciously. She shot several fireballs forward. The fighter easily dodged them. The stranger jumped high into the air. The ghostly knight pointed his blade at the enemy and rushed down. A loud explosion was heard on the battlefield. The harpy jumped back. Fire energy accumulated in her hand. At that moment, the warrior approached her closely. The monster opened her mouth in fear. The fighter cut her body with his sword and rushed forward. The guy looked out from behind the tree. His eyes sparkled. The young man called this man strong and noted that on the screen everything looked completely different. The monster fell to the ground. The player decided that this was a rather cruel death, and that in real life everything was completely different. Fiery Binoche raised her head and said that Shayuta allowed them to come here for a reason. The adventurer was surprised that she was still alive. The monster stood up and told about what happened here 10 years ago. The protagonist could not believe that the boss was going to finish his sentence, coughing up blood. Syria approached her companion. Jisung realized that now was not the time to stand aside, and suggested that this man could help him. The guy opened his mouth wide and called out to the wanderer. Suddenly, golden gears appeared in front of him. They shackled the young man, not allowing him to intervene. The monster said that it could not pacify this flame. The gear closed the player's mouth. 2 more gears shackled his hands. The streamer realized that he could neither speak nor move. The adventurer turned around. Fiery Binoche pointed her hand at the passage and suggested that the heroes go further if they were ready to say goodbye to life. The protagonist realized that this remark meant that the man would soon move to the next dungeon. The heroes walked away. Syria thanked the harpy at the end. The boys disappeared from the burning forest. The 2 halves of the land came together again. The gear that covered Jisung's mouth was gone. Rushing after the wanderers, the boy was angry that they had left and wondered if that strange eye had deliberately prevented him from interacting with the ghostly knight. The young man grimaced in displeasure. Opening his mouth wide, the player shouted that he did not know why an unknown force was trying to stop him, and declared that he would never give up. The streamer lowered his hands and realized that he could not cope with this. Leaning against a tree, the adventurer noticed that it was dark, damp and scary here and wondered if the dark Thunderlands had always been so frightening. The protagonist determinedly frowned and remembered that this was the starting dungeon, the closing of which takes less than 10 minutes. Jisung punched himself in the chest and realized that he had to hurry because the ghost knight might clear this dungeon in time, and then it would disappear. The guy turned around, feeling a piercing gaze on him. The living dead with red eyes came out of the forest. The zombies were slowly approaching the prey. The young man pressed himself against the tree in fear and shouted that he had a weapon. He dodged when the ghoul tried to hit him. The monster ran its claws along the tree. The monster opened its mouth wide and stuck out its tongue. The player started to run and realized that this was completely different from the game. The living dead grinned maliciously. The streamer decided that in the game they were ordinary mobs. But now everything was different. Suddenly, a flash flashed to the side. Someone's scream was heard. The adventurer looked there tensely and recognized the voice of Syria. The protagonist ran towards the sound and assumed that the ghost knight was there too. A wanderer appeared ahead. Zaisung ran out onto the ice clearing and shouted that he had finally found him. The NPC was trapped in ice. The monster bared its fangs. Gulgish turned around and declared that he had found his enemy. The guy opened his mouth in surprise. Putting his hand on the man's shoulder, the young man concluded that he was fighting the boss and asked if they could talk. The monster swung its staff. The player looked at the wanderer in amazement, who did not react to him in any way. A strong blow summoned a giant wave of ice. The streamer jumped to the side to avoid getting hit by it. The ghost knight's body was trapped in ice. The living dead appeared on the battlefield. The boss asked the stranger not to interfere. The adventurer hit the block with his fists and asked it to get out of there. The zombies were slowly heading towards him. The protagonist realized that the swordsman was now AFK. The ghoul tried to hit him with its claws. A cut appeared on Saisung's chest. The boy opened his mouth in horror and screamed. The monster swung its paw again. The boy held out his sword in front of him to protect himself. With tears in his eyes, the player felt intense pain and wondered if he was going to die here. The monster opened its empty eyes wide. Grinning, the streamer thought that he did not want to die and urged the enemy to leave him alone. The adventurer cut the enemy's body in half. The dark knight narrowed his eyes intently. The head of the living dead flew off his shoulders. Gulgish raised his staff and let out a battle cry. The zombies pounced on the protagonist. He smirked when he realized something. Zaisung destroyed the ghouls with one swing of his sword. The monster's head was cut in half. The boy realized that he had seen these skills day after day for 10 years. The young man cut the monster's spine and thought that these abilities were literally ingrained in his memory. An image of the icons of various skills appeared in his head. The player broke through the crowd of enemies and decided that his body did everything on its own, as soon as he thought about the abilities. The streamer raised his sword in front of him and called the boss to start praying. Gulgish sent several ice arrows forward. The adventurer opened his eyes wide and used the uppercut skill. He managed to cut the ice blocks in midair. The living dead continued to attack him from afar. The protagonist frowned sternly. A sequence of a normal attack, a quick cut, and another quick attack appeared in his head. Zaisung got close to the enemy. The ghoul brought down a giant glacier on him. A block of ice rose high above the forest. The zombie smiled widely and laughed. Suddenly, a bright flash flashed in the darkness. The guy found himself behind the enemy. The young man swung his sword with all his might. The monster turned around in horror. The player destroyed it in one blow. The boss's head was cut lengthwise. After imagining his attacks, the streamer decided that using skills in sequence interrupts the animation of the previous attack and automatically switches to the animation of the next one, which can even teleport a short distance. A huge glacier was destroyed. The adventurer lowered his weapon and said that this was a time rift. The protagonist raised his hand and said that this was the main technique of the Dark Knight class. Gulgish's blood was everywhere. With his last breath, he uttered his script phrase that the magic circle must be restored. Zaisung delivered the final blow to the monster's head, killing it. The player wanted it to end faster. He had almost forgotten how stubborn ghosts are. The dying Gulgish breathed his last. Syria appeared behind the protagonist. Zaisung wondered what the dying monster's last words meant, and realized that it seemed that the Gulgish dungeon breakthrough had begun. He had accidentally cleared the Ghost Knight's quest. While Zaisung was lost in thought, the creature disappeared, and a strange card appeared in its place. The protagonist noticed it. He picked it up and asked what it was. But the card began to sparkle. The world around was falling apart again, and the goddess of wisdom Myre, whom the streamer still did not recognize, appeared before the player again. Because of this, Jisung got angry and thought that he did not want to experience this again. And Myre had already started her speech. She was impressed, because in front of her was a person summoned from another dimension. She said that Jisung took the first step towards becoming the guardian of fire. At that very moment, the streamer remembered Myre. He was sure that he had not been able to see her at the first meeting, but it was her. A deity, or in other words, enlightened, because Myre had the ability to travel between worlds. Then Jisung got even more angry. He shouted that Myre was not just a character, she was just part of the game. How could she summon him here from reality? The goddess told the truth to the player. All this time she was spying on the streamer, so she decided that he was the one who could become a sharpened blade capable of completing the mission. If Jisung dedicated his life to Arad, he could become a true blade of this world, but he couldn't stop there. Listening to this, Jisung didn't understand why goddess Myre ignored his question. And then the meaning of her words suddenly reached the streamer, and he remembered that in BPO, the blade represented an adventurer, that is, the people who controlled the adventurers were the users playing the game. Jisung thought, because it turned out that the goddess called him, the user, to do something else instead of becoming an adventurer? Just as Myre was about to continue her speech by calling Jisung, he pulled her back, shouting a sharp no. He realized that the goddess of wisdom was trying to force him to do something, but he refused to fulfill her request, because why would he help Myre, since the protagonist just wanted to go home? Myre said with all the severity of her voice that it was Jisung's responsibility. A small purple shard appeared in her hand. While Jisung continued to be indignant and shout what kind of nonsense the goddess was talking, the shard flew straight at the Dark Knight. It hit the protagonist's forehead and he froze in place. Memories began to flash before the guy's eyes, how he offered help to the wanderer, how he did not listen to him and insisted, and how the wanderer said his last words, which were addressed to Jisung, because he did not help him, he only ruined everything. Realizing all this, the Dark Knight froze, continued to hang in the air in front of the goddess of wisdom. Shards of the destroyed world continued to hover in the air. Time stopped for Jisung. The protagonist broke out in a cold sweat, sighed, he covered his mouth with his hand. But the next second he could not hold back the creeping nausea, bent right in the air and vomited. Myre voiced Jisung's guesses, confirming that the blade that the protagonist destroyed was a person from the same dimension as himself. The image of the wanderer appeared before his eyes again. The goddess continued this story, saying that because of his pride, the wanderer went against the fate of the blade, and the rulers of time appeared to pacify him. At the end of the story, the goddess voiced the streamer's verdict that all this would be on his conscience. Listening to her, the guy did not move, and tears appeared in his eyes. His body was covered in cold sweat with every minute. But the meaning of Myre's words came gradually. Jisung put everything on the shelves in his head. He did not fully understand whether that wanderer was really a living person, like him. Then this meant that Jisung really killed. A grin appeared on the face of the goddess of wisdom. She showed the protagonist that filth was spreading in Arad. Still not having come to his senses, Zaisung asked her again. Myre continued the story. She said that the filth interrupted the tests and led the blades on the wrong path, and the streamer had a picture in front of his eyes, where the blades turn off the path they needed and disappear, fall into the abyss. If this continues, Arad will come to a dark future. The goddess offered the guy to become her forging tongs and lead the blades to the true path. Myre looked expectantly at the Dark Knight hovering in front of her in the air. Zaisung did not believe in what was happening. He asked the goddess again about the true path. Before his eyes appeared a tool, forging tongs, probably not what Myre had in mind. He began to remember how he ended up here with the goddess of wisdom. He thought again about the bloody ghost knight he was following. While the player was fighting Gulgish, Syria was purifying the magic circle. This was the correct order. But since the ghost knight did not move, Syria also stood motionless. Although it was a coincidence, but if Zaisung was not there, Syria could have died. He decided to think out loud further. He realized that if Syria was not alive, then the next quest would not start. Even the story itself would not receive character development. and then the guy guessed that the filth was a bug, and the blacksmith tongs were the one who would stop the bug. Myre flapped her wings with pleasure so that several feathers flew out of them, so she confirmed that Zising's thoughts were correct. This is the work of tongs. Satisfied that the protagonist understood everything, the goddess said that it was time for him to go. She flapped her wings, hit the dark knight with them, and he flew away. The protagonist, not having time to come to his senses, tried to stop Myre, but she said that he should help the blades and cleanse the filth. Hurry up and find its source. The fragments of the world appeared around again. The dark knight grabbed one of them. He continued to shout why Myre was acting as if Zising had given his consent. He had not decided anything yet. The goddess did not listen to him. She only said that when he fulfilled his duty, Myre would return him to where he came from. The guy could not calm down. He wanted to deal with Myre, but she was already flying away in the opposite direction from the streamer. Holding on to a fragment of the world and flying down, the protagonist shouted after her. The streamer did not understand how he was supposed to do this with such low characteristics, asked to give him at least some ability. The goddess heard his request. Fragments lined up in front of the dark knight. Myre said that although she could not grant Jisung powers capable of splitting reality, she could give one item, recommended him to choose wisely. In the fragments that were in front of the guy were these items: a shield, a sword, and others. The protagonist looked as if enchanted, because these were rare avatars and epic equipment. He was even a master of mechanisms. But then it was as if he was hit on the head, because he remembered something. The guy looked at the goddess of wisdom and said that no, he did not need this. He remembered the royal contract in the game, told the goddess to forget about the rest and give him exactly that. One of the fragments suddenly descended from above in front of the dark knight. Myre was not against it, she said, as you wish. In the fragment, Zising saw a golden crown with a diamond in the middle. The fragment broke, and the crown glowed golden. Zising was blinded by this light. He covered his face with his hands. But he decided that he still wanted to see what was happening around him, and opened his eyes. He saw a golden glow around him, and it simply amazed him. The dark knight froze with his mouth open, and all he could say was just wow. The goddess was about to send Zising further, but he stopped her, clarified that she really would not give anything else. Maybe she would pump an infinite stamina at least. The goddess replied that there was no need for that. For blacksmith tongs like Jisung, she would free him from the need to tame his own raging mind and the subsequent stress. Saying this, Myre was practically laughing at the streamer and sending him lower and lower. The guy was surprised again, but not that. But the goddess interrupted him and asked him to listen. She said that she would no longer call on him, so in times of need he would have to find her himself, and although the protagonist would no longer be able to see her in the interdimensional corridor, he would meet a part of Myre. While she was saying all this, the world around the dark knight was transforming. Smiling at the end, Myre said that she would look forward to Jisung's accomplishments. The protagonist landed unsuccessfully. Due to the speed of the fall, even smoke came out of him. There was night all around. An ominous forest greeted Jiwen, who had already come to terms with such a landing, because it was not the first time. There was a noise from behind the knight. Someone was shouting, so the guy turned around. He saw the player making noise, and not far from him was Syria, asking if everything was okay with the adventurer. Jisung began to peek from behind the bushes to understand what was going on here. Could it really be that same ghost knight? Was he still clearing the event, all because of the lag, and that's why he couldn't move? Jisung thought that this was not the right time, and the ghost knight suddenly saw a magic circle. The protagonist decided that he would follow them and began to equip himself under a bush, putting a couple of branches in his hair and clothes. The forest no longer seemed so gloomy because the glow of the sun appeared in the distance. Jisung followed the couple, and found himself in a village where the rest of the blades were. Taking off his equipment, and peeking around the corner, the boy remembered that this place was called the Elven Guardian Village. A pixelated version of what the village looked like on the computer appeared before his eyes. The Dark Knight clenched his fists behind the Ghost Knight and Syria, thinking. He still didn't have the feeling that all of this was real, to think that he was actually in a game. His role as a blacksmith tongs, the existence of the filth, everything was so unreal. The protagonist closed his eyes. One thing was clear to him for sure. In front of him again was the image of the Wanderer's death, and he must prevent deaths. Zizong opened his eyes and there was confidence in them. He ran after the adventurer and Syria with the thought that he would become a blacksmith tongs here in Arad, since he was determined to get out of here alive. While the protagonist was collecting golden fruits, he thought about how the job of the Guardian that Myre spoke of was to help players with the storyline that had gone astray. So he first needed to go to the city where the quest was taking place. He frowned, deciding that he would check a few things on the way there. Jisung remembered that he had found something, so he decided to check the system. When the inventory window opened in front of him, he muttered in surprise that he had left the sword behind for practice. He began throwing fruits into the inventory, lamenting that it seemed cute for Myre to return the sword. He scrolled through the inventory and decided that he had everything ready. At first, Jisung wanted to open the status window, but at the last moment he changed his mind and clicked My Details. However, the window didn't seem to change, proving that he didn't have a minimap and he had to make do with these 2 windows. But even so, these windows looked more simplified than in the game itself. He looked closely at the panel. The system was displaying his 2nd level, and it turned out that the protagonist was a much bigger loser here than he thought. The guy remembered how Myre told him that with the help of the interdimensional corridor, she would be able to reach those hard-to-reach lands. Zaisung remembered the mechanism that was the Archmage's interdimensional corridor, which he had to pass through if he wanted to return home, but for this he would need glory in the amount of 38,095 points. However, at the moment, his adventure fame was only 6 points. Zaisung decided to close the window, saying that it would be hard, since the main problem was that Myre was not who she seemed at first glance. He lit the torch, thinking that even if he tried his best to get to the corridor, would she really let him go home? The protagonist tore a branch from a tree with force. A little later, the guy was sitting in front of the fire. He chewed the fruit he had collected earlier and thought that at least he didn't have to worry about food, since he didn't feel any hunger or satiety, and this was exactly the information that Myre had spoken of. He remembered that the goddess had said that if he refused to help her, the filth would destroy Arad. He imagined hands conjuring a sphere, and thought that in this game, Myre's goal was to revive the creator god so that he could recreate this world. He thought of an explosion in the sky, of how a bright light would cover the earth, and how the world would explode, so by helping the goddess, the protagonist was also bringing the destruction of Arad closer. Zaisung laid down on his arms in front of the fire. The fire was scorching him with heat as the protagonist cursed, saying that it was just a game and he just wanted to go home. The sun rose over the forest, which Zaisung decided that he would definitely go home. He walked out onto a cliff and a beautiful city was visible in front of him, when Zaisung thought that he would first go to Hendon World. The protagonist stood in line to enter the capital of the Bell World Dukedom, Hendon World, breathing heavily because it took him so long to get here. The protagonist thought with a grin that in the game it would have taken him about 10 seconds, when his path was blocked by the guards' halberds. Both warriors looked at the newcomer with suspicion. Zaisung stopped at the edge of the crossed halberds, confused. He felt empty as he sat leaning against the tree. The guy tried to remember how he was asked for a pass, after which he finally realized that they were talking about that very setting. A man appeared from the forest and asked if the guy needed a pass and whether he really had business in the world of Hendon. The unfamiliar man turned out to be Linus, who was now holding a dome on his shoulder. Most often, he greeted players with the phrase, "Hey, I haven't seen you here before." Jisung immediately blushed and called the man by name, to which the man was surprised, asking if they knew each other. The protagonist remembered that this was an NPC who gives a pass to the city. He suddenly jumped up and began to loudly ask Linus to give him a pass to the city, but he refused. Linus did not understand why he would give a pass to some tramp from the street, to which the stunned protagonist thought that he was hasty, because in the game you get a pass for saving Syria, so he did not understand how he could gain trust now. Jisung put his head in his hands and mentally cried. With tears in his eyes, he began to say that, to be honest, he has a friend who suffers from a familiar affliction. He sees ghosts and hears voices, and recently he has become really bad, and now he has developed Kazan syndrome, so his friend goes crazy and attacks everyone who is nearby, and the protagonist heard that in the Hendon world there is a famous alchemist, so he rushed here. Because he simply cannot watch his friend suffer. Jisung fell to his knees and began to say that he could not even imagine that he would need a pass to enter the city, so he asked for help, since at this rate his friend will go completely crazy because of his affliction. Linus sighed heavily. The protagonist glanced sideways at the men, fearing that his emotional attack technique was not working. Suddenly, a puddle began to form on the ground. Linus sobbed bitterly, touched by the story. Jisung jumped to his feet, worried about the man, but he turned away, making the excuse that he got sand in his eyes. Various objects were thrown at the protagonist when Linus started talking about how if someone took this pass, food, money, and the great sword he made from him right now, he wouldn't even notice. Jisung fell to his knees and began to thank the man. The man gave him a thumbs up as a farewell, hoping that he could save his friend. After some time, the tired protagonist was standing in line at the checkpoint. He looked at the pass and thought about how lucky he was to be able to remember the official profile of his license. However, the guy felt uneasy about taking advantage of someone else's grief for his own benefit when the soldier called the next one in line. Jisung walked past the guard with a satisfied smile, thinking that he didn't need to feel guilty, because he was just an NPC from the game, so he didn't even need to think about getting attached to this world. The sun was shining on the street. A crowd of Urks gathered in the square. Jisung was amazed by the beauty of the city. He began to run towards the crowd, from which joyful shouts and calls to buy were heard. Suddenly, the guy's attention was riveted by a girl who said that only those who challenge themselves deserve victory. It was Chobun. She usually greeted players with the phrase, "If you are interested in battles." The girl was surprised when a stranger called her, so Jisung explained that he recognized her as the winner of the tournament. Chobun looked at the interlocutor and called him quite strong, after which she offered to spar with him, which made the protagonist blush, but did not refuse. Suddenly, mocking comments were heard behind his back. The crowd of players stood and mocked the fact that Sung was talking to himself. This amazed the guy, as he realized that their conversation was broadcast to the general chat. At that moment, he ran from his place at breakneck speed. He ran, burning with shame, and thought that he forgot that the Wanderer was doing the same thing, so he scolded himself for not thinking about it sooner. He ran, but the players were still laughing. After some time, on the streets of the city, Jisung finally stopped, trying to catch his breath, since he had been running for too long, and he hoped that no one was following him. He decided that he should stop talking to himself, and then his gaze fell on something interesting. It turned out that the protagonist had stopped at the Moonlight Inn. He took a step towards the tavern, thinking that he had forgotten about this place, but in the past, when he was still a low level, he often came here. The boy looked at the signboard with interest, thinking that this tavern was frequented by many players who were on the quest in the Sky Castle, so he would be able to find out the latest news and get the information he needed. As soon as the protagonist entered the tavern, he was enveloped by the aroma of food. The customers immediately looked back at the boy. Jisung felt awkward. He forced himself not to give up, as first impressions were important, when the girl at the bar greeted him and asked what he wanted. Zaisung asked for a glass of milk, causing the elf to look confused. He leaned closer to the barmaid and said that he really wanted to know about the oddities of this tavern, to which she grimly replied that one such oddity was in front of her right now. Suddenly, she thought about it. She put an object on the table and laughingly asked if this was what the guest meant. The protagonist leaned over the object, saying that it was very interesting, but that was not what he meant, but still asked how much it cost, when another customer entered the tavern. It turned out that it was Syria who entered with a player nicknamed Battle Mollusk, and the protagonist immediately thought that the player was in the middle of a quest in the Sky Castle. He looked closely at the combat mollusk and thought that it was actually a real person doing a quest, that is, a user with the female combat class fighter. Someone entered the tavern again and a voice familiar to the protagonist said that he and the warrior needed to move on quickly. There was the sound of heels and a cry that someone hated newbies, since they constantly asked questions, although they did not even listen. After this voice, another girl spoke up asking if someone really knew everything. Another girl immediately stopped her, asking her to be more respectful, since this was the captain's order. Zaisung looked around with fear on his face, believing that this could not be. The order of the Iron Wolf Knights entered the tavern. The Iron Wolf Knights Order, serving under the Delos Empire's rulers, was currently stationed in the Sky Castle to conduct an investigation, causing players to accept quests in the Sky Castle along with the Order members. The protagonist wondered if knights went to bars. Fiona and Dan were NPCs who could be found in the Puppet Museum. Lenny could be found in the Shadow Gallery, but none of the three appeared in the bar. The protagonist looked at the people who entered and thought that those two players were currently discussing what happened after clearing the two dungeons, and in other words, those three would no longer appear in the Battle Clan player's story. He looked at the tense knights and thought if they came for her, wasn't that a filth? Syria left the tavern and thanked Shutsia one last time, saying that that was finally all. Zaisung went out into the city, thinking that he needed to keep an eye on them. He was hiding behind the other players, watching the recent visitors of the tavern. I listened to the conversation about the captain waiting for them on the floor above, and thought to myself, why the captain needs this explorer. He looked at the three knights and wondered which of them was defiled. The protagonist took a step forward and thought that no matter what, he should stop them, when the order to stop was heard. 2 halberds of guards blocked his way. Zaisung cursed when he heard that if he did not have permission to enter, then the way was closed to him. At that moment, a guy approached from behind. The protagonist immediately turned around and ran as fast as he could to Roger Levin, the Naipo who issues passes to the Sky Castle. However, the girl at the counter with a sweet smile explained that Mr. Roger was currently away, and she did not have the right to issue passes. She bowed and apologized again, seeing how the protagonist fell to his knees. He started pounding the ground with his fist and shouting, "How come? Why did the NPC issuing the passes suddenly just leave, and how can he get into the Sky Tower now?" Suddenly, someone came up to him and called the guy. Recently, the stranger stood in front of the guards guarding the entrance to the Sky Castle. He carefully examined the pass and said that it was confirmed. The guy heard that they could pass. Jisung immediately snatched the pass and shouted that they needed to go forward. Finally, he said goodbye to the guards with a laugh and began to talk about how he could simply form a team with someone who already had a pass. The protagonist was so happy that he began to emotionally thank the guy, saying that he helped him a lot. The unknown player admitted that he had been watching Jisung for a long time. He suddenly started laughing, showing his thumb up, and started asking if he was enjoying the game that much, since it seemed to him that the main characters were playing their roles very funny. Jisung blushed and admitted that he wasn't playing back, that he was like that in real life too, but his savior started laughing loudly again, asking if he was serious, and if he read the text so slowly in real life too. The stranger started walking forward, saying on the go that the protagonist was funny, since he would definitely kill a hippopotamus for the sake of such fun, But Jisung didn't understand what he meant, since he had been playing this game for years. He suddenly stopped, since a terrible thought was coming to his mind, since this player was offering help, but he couldn't accept it. He started calling his system and shouting that he needed to cancel the team appearance. He quickly opened the dialogue window and typed that he had urgent matters, so he suggested playing another time, old good luck, and left the team. When on the other side of the screen an unknown player put his fingers to the monitor, just wait. In the room where the computer stood, it sounded that it was a pity that this player left just like that, since it was fun. The girl who played for an unknown character propped up her hand forward, picking that for some reason she does not see the guy's nickname. The high round tower was embraced by the sunset. Zaisen climbed the steps, asking himself, what was his name, since I remembered the player's name, but it was necessary to avoid him. Finally, he went out into the corridor, whose steps seemed broken. The protagonist looked up and began to mumble that he was finally in the sky castle, although it was more like a tower due to its height. So he was interested in where the three had gone, since he was losing too much time, so he needed to quickly kill the filth. At that moment, the sound of heels was heard. The recent knights began to run up the stairs, screaming in fear, and she kept cursing that everyone was getting on her nerves, since she needed to dodge. Jisung watched as the knights went down, and Dan, through coughing, said that everything was fine, since he was just protecting the researcher, following orders, to which Lenny replied that he needed to stop spitting blood everywhere, since where could he protect anyone in such a state? The protagonist looked at the companies in surprise and thought about the fact that the low-level knights abandoned the player there, so which of these guys could have been defiled? He suddenly remembered the recent events, and then that they might not have been defiled. The person who was struck by the vernacular could have been Captain Von Valistad, the commander of the knights and the one who gives orders to the entire Iron Wolf Order. Suddenly, shots rang out. Zaisung ran down the corridor as fast as he could, avoiding the shots. He imagined the layout of the tower and thought about what would happen when the battle Mollusk and Bond met. He thought with fear that the taint could then spread to all the knights in the order, so he had to hurry. At that moment he was running away from the monster chasing him. At that moment, the monster stepped forward, wounding another guy. He angrily stepped his teeth, trying to dodge another blow. He opened the system on the run. With all his strength, they even hit the enemy, just received by the sword. However, hundreds of monsters attacked him at that moment. Zaisung dodged and attacked in response. One of the monsters caught his sword with its teeth, the guy at home, that he lost his vigilance. At that moment, more monsters appeared, and the protagonist of the correct dungeon. He began to wield his sword faster, cutting the monsters in half. The humanoid lizards attacked him with their spears. Powerful hands clenched on the handle of the spear. The monster screamed when his spear was intercepted by the protagonist. The protagonist tore the spear away, and then struck the monster. However, his opponent did not give up. A bright flash of light illuminated the entire space. The protagonist flew into the air, trying to attack his opponent from above. At that moment, other monsters flew towards him, protecting their comrade. A flash of light blinded everyone again. Jisung found himself behind his opponents. He clenched his teeth and cursed. Several monsters went on the attack again, when the guy thought that he did not have time, since there were too many of them. Another lizard decided to catch up with him to strike again. The protagonist used a dark slash. The space ahead exploded with purple light. The opponent stopped, and at that moment, Jisung realized that he had run out of mana. He was pressed against the wall, when he began to blame himself for not leveling up before always poking his nose. At that moment, some red weapon caught his attention. The space exploded again, and the protagonist screamed in pain. Many comrades were defeated and injured. Jisung remembered that in this situation, there should be a hiding place. Suddenly, a thought crossed his mind that there would be something at the end of the row of statues. He immediately rushed to the end of the corridor, not paying attention to the screaming opponents. At that moment, the emblems of health and life appeared, so the protagonist meant that he knew that the magic circle of full recovery would be there. He entered this circle when they attacked him again by flying monsters. Drops of blood remembered the corridor. The protagonist cut the monsters with even greater fury. Finally, as soon as he finished, he exhaled heavily. He raised his hand, after which he realized that his level had increased. Zaisung smiled contentedly, raised his sword, and decided to go forward. The mobs continued to advance on the Dark Knight. Zaisung used the Dark Cross technique, cutting several monsters at once. He was able to injure the tail of one of them, which even surprised him. The protagonist continued to advance, accelerating. He ran straight to his target, intending to use a new technique. He succeeded. Blood was everywhere. The monster was cut down again with the triple step. But there were many mobs around Jisung. With the help of the spin attack he managed to get rid of the monster hovering above the knight. Feeling his invulnerability, Jisung thought that he was the hero of some novel, and these thoughts made him laugh. He remembered how he made a choice in favor of the royal contract, and did not regret it. The battle was still going on, many bleeding limbs were flying around Jisung, and he did not mind the creatures continuing to attack. In this confusion, the protagonist did not notice how a new monster appeared in front of him. Its tail was much sharper than the previous mobs. The guy knew what kind of monster it was and was confident in his strength. The protagonist said that the monster should have come out a little earlier. Jisung's level increased to 14, he sparkled with a golden light, notifying of this event. The guy knew that he was in the dragonoid nest and that Lakius was standing in front of him, who had discovered the intruder polluting the sky tower. Lakius gave the dragonauds the order to start cleaning, and they rushed at Jisung with all their might. One of them raised his weapon over the Dark Knight. If the latter had not dodged, the dragonoid would have hit the target right on target. The protagonist managed to dodge the monster's blow and hit his leg with his sword. While the dragonoid was suffering from pain and falling to the floor, Jisung raised his sword over him in a jump. He made the decisive blow with the dark cut technique. Now it was the turn of the second dragonoid, who tried to attack the guy from behind, but he noticed the monster and turned around. The monster's weapon began to fill with power and glow with a bright orange flame. He released this flame at Jisung, who managed to jump away. The protagonist was happy because it was too slow. The dragonoid bared his teeth. Now everything happened exactly the opposite. The dragonoid dodged Jisung's blow and it hit the column. This moment caused awkwardness. For a few moments everyone froze. The protagonist himself did not understand how this could have happened. Without wasting time, the dragonoid struck Jisung in the face with his fist. Using the shortcut technique, Jisung finally defeated this monster. But this was far from the end of the battle. The flying creatures were already preparing to attack the protagonist. With a powerful stream of energy, the dragonoids pounced on the guy, creating an explosion. They hovered in the air and watched their work. The protagonist raised his sword. Jisung was furious. He called the dragonoids midges who should already die. He used the jump kick technique, but could not jump to the flying monsters. One of them struck Jisung in the face with a powerful blow. All this time, the main character used the combo system, which allows you to ignore the delay between using skills, but at the same time, it allows you to use them only in a certain order. Because of this limitation, the choice of combo reflects the level of mastery of the Dark Knight, so Jisung continued to attack the flying dragonoids, who were already openly laughing at him, because he could not reach them and shouted at them to come down, continuing to use different techniques. Having stopped, he thought that he had made a mistake with the choice of combo and wasted the skill twice. He did not notice how someone else's weapon was sneaking up on him from behind. If Jisung had played on the computer, he would have simply laughed at his mistake. But now his life depended on it. Realizing this, he felt a threat and managed to repel the attack. But he did not notice the dragonoid's tail around his leg. With a crash, the guy fell to the floor, and the monster rejoiced at his small victory. For his own amusement, the monster began to play with Jisung, deliberately raising his weapon past his head. A powerful hand flashed. And now the monster received a kick from Jisung, causing him to fly back. The protagonist took advantage of the moment, and raised his sword over him. But suddenly, someone else's multi-pronged weapon struck the dragonoid right in the heart, and blood gushed in all directions. Jisung did not expect such a turn of events. This blow was clearly intended for him. Lakius was tired of standing aside. He was angry that the monsters could not cope with the player. Lakius and Jisung prepared for battle. The guy used the big swing technique, and a wave of powerful energy was approaching Lakius. Jisung hit him right. But he did not care. After all, he was a boss and it was not so easy to defeat him. The battle continued. They attacked each other and fought back as best they could. The protagonist was hit in the legs and arms a couple of times. Lakius continued to accumulate energy and direct it to Zaisung. The protagonist was sweating from such a battle, but he continued to fight back. Having accumulated enough electricity, Lakius grinned. He released it all. A powerful blow hit the protagonist. The whole room was lit up with blue light. This could not kill the player. He withstood the blow, but he looked worse than ever. His clothes were fried, as was his hair. Lakius threw Zaisung to the column. Having hit it, the protagonist flew further and further. The protagonist was surprised by such a blow. He needed to rest. The monster was also tired, but looked pleased with himself. The guy gathered all his strength into a fist. He struck again, although it was unbearably painful for him. He used the shortcut technique, but Lakius parried it. Zaisung tried to use the next technique, a spin attack, but he could not. The protagonist fell to the floor in front of the main dragonoid. Pleased with himself, Lakius raised the multi-pronged sword over Jisung and asked if he was finished. The guy used movement, because of which Lakius did not have time to deliver the decisive blow, and Jisung found himself at the other end of the room. Sighing from fatigue, Jisung almost whisperedly counted. The dragonoid was angry. He did not understand what Jisung was mumbling. Having shouted the fourth count, the guy ran into the monster. He delivered a powerful blow. Lakius did not expect this at all. The protagonist used a jump strike and the floor around the fighting figures began to fall apart. Lakius did not understand where such power came from, where this knight got so much strength. Jisung bared his teeth. The thing is that the true essence of the knight's combo is not in dodging, but in the explosive power that the guy now inflicted on the enemy. The dragonoid's body was covered in blood, and he himself screamed in pain. Lakius again sent energy to Jisung, but he used aura in response. The dragonoid began to accumulate energy, and the protagonist moved behind him. The player was serious. All this time, Jisung was saving and counting the number of combos used. The more of them, the greater the damage. On the 5th time it reaches 200%. The protagonist used all the accumulated energy. He used the big swing technique, aiming it at Lakius. The birds sitting near the tower decided to leave this place. A bright purple light was heard in the windows. Jisung's blow hit the entire building, cutting it in half. And along with the building, Lakius's body was also cut. Blood oozed from the monster's body, and the guy watched it. The protagonist declared that the dragonoid nest was cleared, coughed. Jisung fell to the floor from fatigue not far from Lakius's body. Suddenly, footsteps were heard. Someone was screaming, not understanding what happened here and why it was so noisy. These were soldiers, surprised by the number of corpses. The soldiers called the vice captain, saying that they had seen a man. After saying that the dragonoid nest had been cleared, the protagonist fell to the ground. Pitifully knitting his brows, he said to himself that it had been very harsh, so now he wanted someone to come and carry him further. Suddenly, his entire body was enveloped in a bright glow. A system notification appeared in front of him, informing him that he had risen to level 15, which made the guy happily say to himself that thanks to this, his health had also been restored. Leaning on his sword, he stood up and with a wide smile on his face, exclaimed that it was now time to collect the rewards and move on to the next floor. The monsters, torn to pieces, lay on the floor. Ziziong looked at them and asked in surprise why nothing had fallen from them. But unexpectedly for him, the vice captain presented a spear to his head and asked who said that nothing had fallen. Did he really want to say that he had killed all these monsters? The guy looked back with horror in his eyes. The man frowned angrily and continued asking who he was and how he got into the tower. After these words, red blades whistled through the air. The knights pointed spears at the protagonist from all sides. The vice captain held Jisung's weapon in his other hand and ordered him to state his name, what faction he belonged to, and answer the question of how he knew him. The protagonist raised his hands in fear. Spears were brought to his head, and he asked himself how he could not know him. Hearts looked at him with disdain in his eyes, while he was saying to himself that because of his unbearable behavior in the game, he became the only NPC whose character had to be changed. A few seconds later, the vice captain put a spear on his shoulder and said that he apparently did not intend to answer, which made Jisung flinch and loudly shout that he knew him as the vice captain of the Order of the Knights of the Iron Wolf, after which Hearts asked him how he entered the tower. The protagonist replied with a tense frown that he had received the pass from Roger Levin. Hearing this, the man frowned and ordered him to show it to him. Suddenly, Jisung raised his hands and shouted loudly that he did not have it, adding that his friend had it. There was a beautiful painting on the ceiling, and the vice captain asked what friend and where he was, to which the guy replied in confusion that he seemed to be downstairs. Without taking his eyes off the protagonist, Hearts ordered Jisung to lead him to him, because he would only let him go after he showed the pass and confirmed his identity, and if he burned it to him, there would be no escape from the consequences. After these words, the protagonist was led along the corridor surrounded by guards, and he asked himself why this man was so evil, and why out of all the characters he met this one, because he had no time at all. He imagined a girl named Battle Clam and added that the fact that she visited the Moonlight Inn and entered the Sky Tower meant that she had already cleared the Dark Corridor dungeon in history, and that this player was now heading to the top floor of the tower to conquer Castellion. Thinking about this, the guy imagined how Battle Clam cleared dungeon after dungeon, climbing to the very top. He suddenly imagined how Battle Clam and Syria entered the corridor to the top floor and said to himself that there she would meet NPCs who would have to help in the battle. Then, drawing an image of a guy in his head who was smiling slyly, the protagonist added that he, the Knight Captain von Veilstedt, would be among them. After leaving his thoughts, the boy frowned angrily and said in his head that this player should have reached the last floor by now if there were no delays along the way. But he was still wasting time, adding that she had already met Bon, and then wondered if he was really defiled. After thinking these thoughts, he stopped. The knights turned to look at him in surprise. Unexpectedly for them, the protagonist used a dark slash to attack them. Seeing this, the vice captain gritted his teeth and wondered if this was another blade, but where did he hide it? At the same moment, he lunged with his spear. Suddenly, surprise appeared in his eyes, and he wondered if his opponent had disappeared. Ziziong appeared behind his opponent in an instant. Noticing him, Hans rushed to attack, ordering him to stop his tricks and come to him. The boy's eyes lit up, and he loudly shouted that he was already coming. After these words, he began to run away. The knights, led by the vice captain, rushed after him. At this time, the protagonist opened the system screen in front of him and said to himself that he was very lucky that he did not devalue the practice of fighting, but he did not really want to fight with the captain of the knights, after which he asked what was in the inventory. While he was thinking about this, Hans threw a spear at him with all his might. Seeing this, Zaisung took out the first thing he came across from the inventory. The sharp weapon sharply stuck into the bomb. Gritting his teeth, Hans abruptly turned back. The man widened his eyes, looking in horror at the explosion behind him. Swinging his arm, he dashed forward. Suddenly, he frowned in bewilderment. Standing in the black liquid, the vice captain shouted that the guy was just a weakling. Hans quickly raised his head forward. Zaisung, with a malicious smile on his face, was holding the lit bomb tightly in his hand. The vice captain's face changed, saying that this could not be. Starting to run away from the bright explosion, the protagonist heard that the man would reach him and strangle him with his own hands. Zaisung turned his gaze to the side, shouting that the explosions just made noise and did not cause any damage, although there were times when without a combo bomb and a bottle of oil it was impossible. Introducing Shutzi, the guy thought with a smile that he did not even expect that he would need the belongings bought in the tavern. It was starting to get dark outside. Climbing the stairs, Zaisung noticed that the sun was already setting. People were walking in front of him, while the guy loudly asked where that player was. His eyes widened sharply from shock. Turning her head back, Syria asked if there was another researcher in front of them. Agenzo cautiously turned back, asking the protagonist to hurry up and find a safe place. The guy laughed behind him, saying that if Jisung valued his life, he wouldn't have come here at all, and he didn't care what the researcher did. Ban extended his hand forward and added that the guy shouldn't stand in their way. The protagonist sweated excitedly, whispering, "Found." A loud scream immediately rang out behind him, causing the guy to flinch. Turning around, he noticed a man in front of him with horror. With eyes burning with rage, Hartz gritted his teeth, shouting that Jisung was quite brave to throw a bomb right in his face. Descending lower, Ban asked him what was going on. Frowning, he immediately heard a request to catch this bastard. Seeing the swords, the protagonist opened his mouth wide. Gritting his teeth, he thought that he had nowhere to run. Looking ahead from under his brows, Hartz loudly shouted that the guy should be ready. Beads of sweat quickly ran down Jisung's face. Pointing his finger upward, he shouted loudly that there was a naked man flying around and marking the surrounding area. The players turned around and said in confusion that there was no man. The protagonist pushed off the stone floor with all his might. Jumping out of the building, he screamed loudly from adrenaline. The vice captain and the knight captain looked down in shock after seeing what they saw. Suddenly, the protagonist's sword pierced the wall. Thanks to him, Jisung began to slow down. There was no one on one of the floors. At that very second, the guy jumped on it. Landing, he sighed in relief. After that, he gritted his teeth and said to himself that he was so close. But fortunately the filth had not yet managed to spread much, which meant he needed to hurry, because whatever their plan was, he had to cleanse it before they reached the next dungeon. After this incident, all four of them began to climb up. Syria suddenly turned to the player and asked who he was, to which the knight captain replied that he had no idea. This world was full of weirdos. He suddenly turned around with a crazy smile on his face and, holding out his hand, added that they should forget about him, because he was already pretty tired, after which he asked why not make a stop on the next floor. The stairs went up endlessly. The protagonist, with shaking legs, slowly moved them and said that he had enough stairs for this life, after which he asked where the fighter girl was, adding that he did not even want to think about the fact that they had already reached the next dungeon. But suddenly, on the next floor, he heard a loud scream begging Ban to stop, which caused the guy to rush up. Running out from around the corner, he saw the knight captain rush at his comrade with burning eyes. Horror appeared in Zaisung's eyes, and he screamed loudly in his head that he was too late. But suddenly the man stopped, and smiling warmly, said that he understood that it was unpleasant, but there was no need to run away, adding that it hurt because his muscles were too tense, to which Aganzo turned away with a blush on his cheeks and said that even if he wanted to stop him, but without finishing, he asked to be a little more gentle. Hearing this, the protagonist fell onto the stairs. A few seconds later, he carefully looked out at the guys who were talking among themselves, and thought that this time he got away with it, but he would continue to keep an eye on the knight captain until he showed his true face. With these thoughts, Zaisung tightly clenched his hand into a fist. After a while, he stood up on both feet and firmly said to himself, "No." The guy remembered how Ban yawned and walked behind everyone, and said to himself that he did not even try to hurt other NPCs or users. After that, he remembered how the knight captain praised his subordinates, and added that he did not try to control the knightly order either. Leaving his memories, the protagonist gritted his teeth in rage and said to himself that everything was completely the opposite. He was absolutely normal. He saw Ban smiling, looking at his comrades. At this time, Aganzo turned to the girls and said that they needed to investigate this place, so they could find its owner easier, after which he added that he and Ban would go in that direction. Suddenly, the knight captain took a step forward. With glowing eyes, he stopped in front of the battle mollusk. Smiling madly, the man extended his hand towards the player. Seeing this, Zaisung frowned tensely. But unexpectedly for him, Ban put his hand on the girl's shoulder and winking, said that they would see each other soon. After these words, he and his comrade left the floor, and the guy said to himself that he knew it. He looked suspicious, but he still hadn't done anything. Even now everything was the same as in the game dialogue, and perhaps he didn't have any filth after all. After which he asked himself, but if it wasn't Ban or one of the low-level knights, then who? With these thoughts, he rushed after them, adding that, judging by his experience, he thought that it was one of the members of the knightly order that appeared at the tavern. But if you think about it, even inside the tavern you can't see what's happening outside. Thinking about this, Zaisung imagined both the scenes of what was inside the tavern and what was outside it, and wondered if the game had simply omitted this nuance, and they were not defiled. At this time, an opponent in knightly armor appeared in front of Ban and Aganzo. Monsters in armor with glowing eyes were advancing on the guys. Upon seeing them, the knight captain stopped and, grinning, said that it seemed like the local owner was completely devoid of manners, since he sent all sorts of weaklings to greet the guests, after which he asked them to tell their boss to come out to them. After these words, the NPCs rushed to attack, and the protagonist watched them from around the corner. He suddenly remembered the card in his hand that he had received after defeating Gulgish, and wondered if that meant that if Ban was corrupted, then after killing him, the exact same card would appear. Imagining the death of the knight captain, the guy added that in the original story, he did not die here, because if he died here, he would thereby change the course of history, and it would not be better than corruption. Then he imagined the boss, from whom incredible energy emanated, and wondered if the story with Gulgish would repeat itself again, and this time they would face another boss monster. Without leaving the corner, Ziziong added that the more he thought about it, the more logical it seemed. After another blow, Ban discontentedly asked where he was carrying that bastard Hearts, to which his comrade asked if he was still chasing that yellow-headed one. When the protagonist heard that they were going to arrest him when they found him, he frowned tensely and said to himself that this was a problem. Because of what happened to Hearts, the other knights were also targeting him, but in order to help them in the boss fight, he had to find a way to get inside. The area was empty. A quiet scraping of a sword was heard to the side. The man with the weapon confidently took a step forward. The knight's armor fell to the floor with a loud clang. Smiling, the girl said that she had always been impressed by his skills, to which the old man turned his head to her, asking her to stop making fun of him. Putting away the sword, he said that they had gotten quite far, then asked how much more was left, to which the girl took a step forward, answering that judging by the density of magic surrounding them, they were already quite close. Without turning away from Chiron, the old man asked if she could step aside. Swinging his sword, he immediately released a strong stream of mana forward. Chiron's eyes widened in horror, to which the old man, holding the sword in his hands, asked for forgiveness, because he thought that some kind of monster was hiding ahead. The protagonist took a stance, holding the sword in front of his face. Frowning, the old man thought, even though he did not strike with full force, to withstand such a blow, one must be a skilled warrior. However, it seems that the guy is not able to control the pulsation emanating from his ghostly hand. Frightened, Ziziong's eyes widened, thinking that he almost died. Shielding the girl with his body, the old man asked why the adventurer was following them, to which the protagonist extended his hand forward, answering that he had a request for them. Looking at Chiron, he thought that she was a dark fairy who ran a magic guild and a magic school. Then he looked at Pibio, thinking that he was a legendary ghost knight who was hiding his true identity, and he ran a ghost gym in the black alleys. Clenching his hand into a fist, Jisung thought that this was their main story, but they were also NPCs who would join the final battle after meeting the captain, and if they vouched for him, the Knight Order would have no choice but to let him in. Then he asked if he could join them as a comrade. Chiron opened her mouth in surprise, asking why they would agree to this since they had just met, while the guy continued to glare at them, thinking that he already knew it. There was a post on the guy's website about taking a month off, and he thought he was sure that they would refuse such a request, but there was no other choice, and if he could persuade them to his side, then in the long run it would only play into his hands. Remembering the comments under the post, Jisung thought that he had only one way to gain their trust. Pointing his finger forward, the protagonist said that he would be useful to him. He confidently pointed to the confused famous fighter. Chiron widened her eyes, saying that this could not be. Grinning, the protagonist mentally asked how he could handle this, since no one knew about his true identity. Adjusting the mask over his eyes, Pibio was very surprised. Raising his index finger up, the protagonist shouted that such a person really exists, but this is not the old man's name. Blushing in confusion, the guy wondered why Pibio did not know about this, since this name was written in the description of the Ghost Knight. Presenting the sheets, the guy knew that this part of the story was removed in the update. Thoughtfully putting his hand to his mouth, he knew that it was not so much removed, but changed. Noticing the knights, the old man said that they had guests. With wide eyes, Jisung tried to remember the story, wondering why Pibio used this name, because it could not be some kind of place. He suddenly relaxed his face. Clenching his hands into fists, the protagonist called the old man the great-grandson of the Tower of Despair. Chiron looked back with a smile, saying that although the guy is interesting, they are a little hasty. Before he could finish speaking, a strong explosion came from the old man, surrounding everything around with mana. The knight's armor began to quickly crumble into pieces. Covering her face with her hand, the girl looked at Pibio in surprise. The old man turned his head to the side. Looking carefully at the guy, he asked who he was. Jisung knitted his eyebrows in bewilderment, asking in his head if he was right. The protagonist nervously swallowed his saliva and said his name, smiling. He added that the old man could call him that. Chiron approached the guy from behind, closing her eyes. Jisung said that Pibio was much more straightforward than he thought, while saying to himself that he had never seen him so serious. Immediately after the outburst of rage, the old man asked the stranger what he wanted, to which he replied that he wanted to climb to the top of the sky castle as his apprentice. Having said this, the protagonist introduced the furious vice-captain and added that what he really needed was for others to think that he was working together with him, to which Pibio, after thinking for a moment, replied that he could follow them. Chiron looked at the guy's back and said to herself that she never thought that Pibio would agree to the request of a stranger, and so quickly. With these thoughts, she turned to the protagonist, who immediately turned around, when suddenly the girl took his arm and with a flirtatious smile said that after taking a closer look, she realized that he had very beautiful eyes, adding that the guild served tea made from selected tea leaves, so she would like to get to know him better over a cup of tea, and then asked what he would say to that. At that very second, Ziziong abruptly pulled his hand away and, apologizing, replied that he had no desire to talk about the Tower of Despair, and then asked if she really thought he would fall for that. The floor was illuminated by dim light, and Chiron suddenly exclaimed, asking the guy to wait, after which she offered to make a deal, because she wanted to buy some information from him, to which he, closing his eyes, replied that he refused. Hearing the refusal, the girl frowned with displeasure and shouted that she was sure that this information was not so secret. But the protagonist, leaving, said to himself that he could not just say that he had been browsing the Pibio fan's site in search of inspiration, so he knew this. But suddenly Chiron looked away and said that if he did not want to, then there was nothing wrong with it, after which she asked if he at least understood how beneficial it was to be friends with the Magician's Guild, because these were various passes, tickets for the Magato aircraft, and even access to magical ingredients. Hearing this, Ziziong said to himself that this was quite useful, and then asked if she had any colorless cubes, causing the girl to raise her eyebrows in surprise. A few seconds later, she showed the ingredient, a colorless cube used to advance in the quest, level up skills, cube contracts, and by contradiction crystals, to the guy and asked if he was talking about this. At that moment, the guy snatched them away, and Chiron screamed loudly, asking who gave him permission to take them, ordering him to give them back, when suddenly the old man ordered them to be quiet. They were standing at the entrance to the next floor, and the Pibio added that they seemed to be in place. The protagonist immediately put the ingredient in his inside pocket, and said that this was the boss's room, and the sorceress pointed her finger at him, and said that she would write the cubes on his account, adding that he should not try to deceive her. Suddenly, several more people ran onto the floor. Chiron met Ban and his companion's eyes. Syria immediately became acquainted with the old man and the sorceress, and the knight captain, looking around, asked where to go next. But as soon as he said this, the floor beneath him began to shake. Suddenly, a bright flash of light appeared in front of him. Losing his balance, the man screamed loudly, asking what kind of light it was. His eyes suddenly appeared surprised at what he saw. The blow of a powerful creature was blocked by his comrade's attack. Aganzo appeared behind Ban and asked if he was okay, to which he replied that he thought it was so easy to get here. The glowing hand held an equally bright sword. Sigarth, the Lord of Light, looked at those present and asked displeasedly who dared to disturb his peace. Waving his hand, he added that in the name of the Lord of Dragons, he, the Lord of Light, the protector of this place, commands them. Stretching his hand out towards those present, he finished walking away. At this time, a dialogue with the boss appeared on the monitor screen. While he was talking, the player clicked the mouse to skip the dialogue. Immediately after that, the battle mollusk rushed to attack. Seeing this, Aganzo exhaled heavily and asked what the rush was for, and the knight captain said that they should go after her. Suddenly, the protagonist shouted loudly, asking if he could help them, causing Syria and Hans to turn around to look at him. The vice-captain, seeing the tense Saisun, shouted if this was really the yellow-haired terrorist. He immediately grabbed his spear and shouted loudly, asking how he dared to show himself to them, adding that now he would definitely finish him off. But suddenly the old man blocked his way with his hand and said that he could not allow this, because the protagonist was still his apprentice, and it seemed to him that there was a misunderstanding between them, after which he asked why they did not discuss all of this. Despite his interlocutor, Pibio continued to say that if he was not in the mood to talk, there was nothing he could do. Hearing this, Hans gritted his teeth, and the knight captain shouted loudly that the old man was right, because if they all wanted to get out of here alive, they needed to put aside their previous feuds at least for a while. At this time, they were already surrounded by Sigarth's subordinates. The angry monsters began to confidently attack. Swinging his sword, Pibio hit one of them with all his might. Chiron released a huge stream of mana forward. Having united as a team, the players began to fight against the monsters together. A strong blow of swords was heard in the air. Gritting his teeth, Zaisung thought that he was certainly glad that he managed to join their group, but he planned to just watch from the sidelines, and then wondered why there were so many monsters here. Looking away, he thought that the game made it seem like you had to fight the boss one-on-one because the others weren't visible, and apparently those pillars marked the beginning of the boss room, and they were on the side, and the real players couldn't see what was happening in theirs. Sigurd screamed loudly and charged forward. The battle clam raised its head. Swinging, it used seismic slam, hitting the enemy. The other monsters watched in horror from the side. Ban frowned and asked why they were frozen, to which Aganzo turned around. He replied that their leader might have been defeated. Sigurd's golden armor fell to the floor with a loud clang, and suddenly a question was heard from behind if they were done. The Lord's hand fell to the floor. At that moment, a bright light was heard throughout the building. Standing up, Sigurd said menacingly that his master had ordered him to protect this place, and he would burn to ashes anyone who dared to stop him from doing his duty. With his eyes burning, Hearts gritted his teeth, asking Bond to stop saying things that were not necessary. The hooded man grabbed his sword tightly, asking if he was immortal. Looking back, the protagonist thought that they would soon find out that the source of Sigartha's magic was the floating cigar castle, and they would destroy the magic circle and the monsters guarding it, and then return to the sky castle, and then the second stage of Sigarth would begin. Taking a step forward, Chiron shouted that they had to retreat, when suddenly Zaisung ran after her, thinking that everything was going according to plan. Opening the system window on the screen, the protagonist selected the location of the floating castle. At that very second, the path to the floating castle appeared in front of the team. The magic circles of immortality, and its guards' evil eyes appeared on the way. The player peered around the corner, watching the complete destruction. A large magic circle appeared in the air on the way, which was sealed. Holding a huge sword in his hand, Sigurd looked forward. His eyes sparkled, and the screen showed that he needed to be defeated. The protagonist stood steadfastly to the side. Jumping up, the Lord made a dash forward. Clenching her hands into fists, the battle mollusk ran towards him. Approaching, she jumped up. At the same second, a strong deafening explosion was heard from the top of the building. Putting her hand on her chest, Syria thanked the player, saying that they managed to clear the celestial castle, and during the cutscenes you can have fun with other characters. Climbing the stairs, she hoped that there would be no problems with the great magic circles. The Lord's energy began to creep up on the golden armor. Jisung glared at him with his hands clenched into fists. Frowning, he asked where the card was. A huge magic seal appeared above the tower. The bird, crashing into it, lost its head. At the same moment, it froze and flew down, and Chiron, looking at this, said that it was simply amazing, adding that they would not be able to go further, after which she asked what it was. Those present looked at the magic seal under the ceiling in surprise. The protagonist stood behind a pillar, and said to himself that this group of seekers was looking for traces of an apostle hidden under a great magic circle. It seemed that this part was broken. Going down the stairs, he asked why he did not receive the card. Excitement appeared in his eyes, and the guy added that if he missed it. But before he could finish speaking, he saw a girl who, raising her hand to her mouth, loudly shouted the captain, asking where he was. At the same second, the protagonist pointed his finger at her, and loudly shouted. Hearing this, Lenny turned around in surprise. Without lowering his hand, Jisung asked in shock why she was here again, to which she replied with a blush on her cheeks that she was the captain's right hand, so she should always be by his side, and although she had not yet been accepted, if she achieved something here, she would definitely get promoted. After saying this, she turned away in displeasure and added that she could have gone with him if it weren't for that idiot Dan, and the protagonist said to himself that it seemed like they had taken the wounded and returned. Suddenly, Lenny heard the knight captain asking if they could do anything about the magic circle, and exclaimed that it seemed like it was from above. She immediately rushed up, but Jisung blocked her way, causing her to scream in anger, asking why he was stopping her. The protagonist imagined how NPCs talk to each other, and asked himself why he shouldn't do it, because if she appeared there, she would immediately break the dialogue, adding that now he understood what he needed to do, he had to prevent Lenny from interfering. These thoughts made the guy open his eyes wide. Seeing such a look on herself, the girl became embarrassed and asked what happened, why he was looking at her like that, and the protagonist realized that she had broken down, adding that this was why he couldn't find anything in the sky castle. After these thoughts, he began to take Lenny down from the floor, explaining that the captain was telling the team important information, so she should just wait for him here. He held her by the shoulders, saying that the beginning should be here, simultaneously asking if the map would appear if he brought her to the first floor. A huge whale was swimming in the sky. At this time, the knight captain said that they should return quickly, because he had something to report, but suddenly the old man looked away and told him to stop, because the air was shaking, which meant that something large was heading towards them at great speed. The burning airship was flying towards the tower. The NPCs immediately rushed to look at the sky. Lenny, seeing the airship, screamed in fear, asking if that was really what she was seeing, and Jisung, scratching his ear, said to himself that the last stage, emergency evacuation, was beginning. He then drew in his mind an airship crashing into the tower, and added that the NPC Ophelia would crash near the Seeker's team, which would be the beginning of the next story quest. Thinking about it, the guy carelessly said that they don't need to worry about it, adding that they need to go lower, and the burning airship continued to approach the towers. The protagonist extended his hand to the girl, adding that there was no need to worry, because this is how it should be, to which she, gritting her teeth, turned to him and screamed, asking what he was even talking about. She should warn the captain. Bright flames enveloped the falling transport, and Jisung replied that it was not dangerous. Hearing this, Lenny tried to push the guy away, loudly screaming that he was just crazy, because an airship was falling there, to which he screamed in response that he seriously could not let her up, because there was nothing wrong with that. Frowning angrily, he added that it was not falling on them, but at that very second, a burning airship appeared behind him. Hearing a characteristic sound, the guy turned around and asked himself why. The airship changed its direction, and Jisung once again asked himself why he was heading here. Suddenly, an idea came to his mind that it must be that in order to stop the decomposition in the Sky Castle, he did not need to stop Lenny. Thinking about this, he quickly took out the weapons in his inventory. Taking a fighting stance, the guy finished, and to prevent what would happen to her, he looked at the approaching transport, adding that it was too late to run, he had no choice, so he would have to destroy the airship. His eyes suddenly showed fear, and the protagonist said to himself that to be precise, this is a rescue ship, NPC Ophelia will crash near the Seeker's team, which will be the beginning of the next story quest, and at that moment, he realized that in the correct story he was talking about a few seconds ago, Lenny cannot die here, and he must make sure that the Seeker inside is not hurt either. Otherwise the story will not continue. While he was saying this, the airship was getting closer and closer. A female silhouette appeared in one of the control windows. Ophelia looked at the tower with horror in her eyes. The protagonist furrowed his brows in excitement, and quietly said that this was impossible. But as soon as he said this, messages from viewers appeared in the chat, mockingly asking him if he had already given up. This made the veins on Zysung's face stand out. The next second, a bright flash of light appeared behind the tower. Smoke rose into the sky. The airship, however, stopped without colliding with the tower. He suddenly began to fall down, and the main character gave up. He continued to stand in a fighting stance, and with a confused smile on his face asked who they took him for, and even in some kind of sky castle, after which he shouted that they should not make him laugh, because he would pass this place. At this time, Lenny fearfully raised her hand to her face and asked herself if the airship had really stopped and even changed course, after which she asked the guy if he had really abandoned it. In Zysung's inventory there was a fruit of the heavenly tree, which grows in a strange place and explodes, causing harm to people. The damaged airship began to fly down rapidly. Swinging, the main character hit the fruit with all his might. Gaining speed, he quickly flew towards the piece of iron. A bright light suddenly began to burst out from under the skin of the fruit. Having exploded, its energy pushed the airship up with all its might. Running out onto the balcony, the players began to ask what that sound was, as it seemed like something was happening below. Ban and Aganzo frowned in horror. The airship, engulfed in flames, was quickly approaching downwards, which frightened the boys. Jisung confidently dashed forward. He grabbed the fruit tightly and swung it hard. Throwing it forward, the boy thought he could do it. He immediately released several explosive fruits at once. Looking outside, Lenny asked in bewilderment what this idiot was doing, and she asked if it was really the airship. The boy swung, while the girl thought in horror, it was flying upwards. Watching the airship in horror, the protagonist's eyes widened. Opening his inventory, he noticed that all his fruits were gone. The fire airship was making loud sounds in the air. Opening her mouth, Lenny thought that this would not be enough and he would fall again. She suddenly noticed some glitter in the sky. Jisung confidently jumped forward. In his mouth, a colorless cube flashed between his teeth. Stone platforms suddenly appeared in the air. The protagonist pushed off one of them with force. Landing on another, he thrust his weapon into it with all his might. A huge magic seal immediately appeared under his feet. The guy's teeth clenched with all his might, and the cube flew apart. Veins appeared on Jisung's legs from rage. Dark mana began to rise up. The protagonist's eyes lit up, and he screamed loudly, a dark explosion. A bright light of energy quickly began to appear next to him. The airship began to accelerate downward. Opening his mouth wide, Jisung screamed loudly. Stretching his hand forward, Ban ordered everyone to run down. A strong fiery blow was immediately heard on the ground. The destroyed airship was smoking heavily, while everyone ran up to it, asking what was going on. A Dornier card appeared in front of the protagonist. Taking it, he said that the decomposition was cleared. Flying down quickly, Jisung asked what he should do now. Without slowing down, he waved his arms in different directions. The guy immediately felt as if someone grabbed his wrist. With wide open eyes, Jisung looked ahead. Holding onto the stone wall, Lenny held the guy tightly. Smiling, she said that now they were even. After some time, the protagonist held a broken sword in his hand and said that he did not think that the reaction to the dark fuse would be so powerful. Opening the inventory, he added that perhaps the sword was an ordinary cheap one, after which he asked himself what next, because the sword received from Linus was taken by hearts, and the items and gold that he received from the tavern were running out. With these thoughts, the guy opened the general information in front of him, where he saw that he was now level 23, after which he said to himself that leveling up and learning a skill like Dark Detonator was certainly good. Then he remembered how a bright magic seal appeared under him, and added that colorless cubes were required to use powerful skills. Having said this, Zaisung also remembered that he had split one of these with his teeth. The system window showed his abilities, as well as the cost for them, which made the guy realize that given the art of using colorless cubes, he needed to accumulate as many items as possible to learn different techniques, and in this case. After thinking about this, he stopped. Putting his hand behind his head, Zaisung asked himself if there was no other choice. Not far in front of him was the entrance to the Bella Myre Duchy's Magic Guild. A day ago, the entrance to the Heavenly Tower, clouds floated above the tower in the blue sky. The protagonist frowned in displeasure and asked what she was talking about. Lenny suddenly pointed her finger at him and screamed that he had prevented the airship from crashing because he didn't want to die, but it was she who had saved his life. She smiled broadly, ordering him to repay the debt, because it would be a shame to throw away such a chance. Hearing this, the guy raised his eyebrows in surprise and asked if maybe he should tell the captain that she had gone up to the tower on her own, which made the girl shudder, and she screamed back at him to shut up. If he even tried to tell, she would kill him. After saying this, she puffed out her cheeks and a blush appeared on her face. After a short pause, she slapped her interlocutor in the face. Immediately after that, Lenny started running, shouting loudly that he should be at the entrance to the port of the West Coast at 6 o'clock on Saturday evening. If he repaid her with something tasteless, he would not get off with a flick. The protagonist watched the girl run away, wondering what she was talking about, when suddenly a loud laugh was heard behind him, followed by a question about whether he had really started a love affair right after the dungeon. Turning around, the guy saw an enraged vice captain and the captain of the knights, who were asking if he was busy. Then Ban, seeing Jisung's excitement, spread his arms in different directions and said that there was no need to be so nervous, because they had just come to say goodbye, after which he asked his comrade if he was telling the truth. Then Hearts, with burning eyes, smiled madly and answered that it was so, adding that he was sorry that he would not see him again, because he wanted to cut off his head with all his heart. Turning around, the captain of the knights asked if he remembered correctly that the guy's name was Jisung. He glanced at him out of the corner of his eye and added that they would see each other again. The protagonist looked at Ban waving his hand at him and said to himself that he was not infected, but if he thought about the next story, he could be even more dangerous than some bug, after which he said with relief that it was very good that he did not notice. Having said this, the boy turned around abruptly. But suddenly, he saw an old man in front of his face. At that very moment, the boy, clutching his heart, jumped back, shouting loudly that he had scared him, and Pibio praised him for his good work. Only they remained on the green meadow, and Jisung, lowering his hands, thanked the old man for fulfilling his presumptuous request, to which the old man replied that he was sure that he had his own circumstances. But suddenly Pibio showed his powerful aura and said that they thought there was still something to talk about, which made the protagonist scream in fear that he was sorry for the Tower of Despair, adding that he would keep his mouth shut until he died, and even after death, when he went to hell. Chiron, with her arms folded across her chest, watched her comrades, and the old man replied that he would believe the boy. After that, Jisung bowed after the departing Pibio. After a few seconds, he breathed out in relief, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and the girl next to him asked if he said that so she could hear it too, adding that it didn't matter to her since she was no longer interested, and then asked if he was the one who raised the airship to their floor. Hearing this, the guy's expression changed dramatically. Chiron pointed her index finger and said that he could have just blown up the airship and escaped, but instead he raised it to their level, as if they were the ones who had to meet the person inside. After saying this, she remembered how the girl came out of the exploding airship towards them. The protagonist looked at her wordlessly. The girl turned to the forest, saying that she was no longer alien to answer. Smiling, she added that if the guy wanted to make a deal somehow, he would need to find her in the Magic Guild. Walking down the corridor, Ziziong asked if this was really the Magic Guild. Turning forward, he was surprised by such a huge building, otherwise he thought it was some kind of local shop. The game on the screen was in pixels. Imagining Chiron, the protagonist wondered if it was okay to make a deal with her, since she wanted information. Frowning, he wondered what kind of information could be sold, since in any case, the gold and weapons were all gone, so this was the only place now. The guy turned his head back in surprise. Chiron smiled and said that Zaisung came faster than she thought. Raising her glass, she asked what he wanted to talk about. Iris nodded, saying that she knew the guy. Chiron knitted her brows and asked what she knew. The protagonist knitted his brows, thinking that Iris was a fortune-teller NPC of the Mage Guild, and then wondered how she knew him. A bright glint of mana appeared in the darkness. Behind Iris, who was standing in the center, there was an angry silhouette with a burning heart. The guy stepped forward menacingly. Frowning, he approached the girl. Iris looked at him in surprise. Without taking his eyes off her, Jisung said that she had already clearly seen the future. Clenching his hands into fists, he asked what his role was. The girl's gaze remained calm. Looking at the figurines hanging on the ceiling, she replied that he was a man full of questions. Her fingers gently ran over the strings. As she began to play, Iris added that he thought everything was going according to plan. The guy's fist began to clench harder. Smiling widely, he wondered if this was a phrase from the game, but it seemed like he was overthinking it. Surprise suddenly appeared on Chiron's face. Without looking up, she said that she had only told the protagonist Iris's name, and then asked how he knew that she was a prophet who could see the future. Zaisung turned his head back in confusion. The girl turned to him, saying that first the Pibio, then the airship, now Iris, when she suddenly asked menacingly who he was. The guy excitedly put his hand on his hip, thinking that there was a mistake. He suddenly took a confident step forward. The protagonist approached Chiron closely. Without changing his expression, he said that it was time to reveal his identity. There was great surprise on the girl's face. Looking up into her eyes, Zaisung replied that he saw the future, after which he thought that this way he could sell information. A few days later, the Magic Guild, thick clouds floated across the sky. Portraits of successful students hung on the walls. Light entered the hall through the wide windows. Someone was quickly approaching the doors, which had magic seals on them. Suddenly, the girl opened them and screamed loudly that something bad had happened. Chiron turned around and asked what happened. Why was she in such a hurry? One of the photos showed a beautiful girl hugging a small dragon, and Chiron's apprentice screamed loudly, saying that Laurian had disappeared. Hearing this, the dark fairy put her hand to her mouth in fear and said that it was impossible, and then asked if the naughty girl had disappeared, and if she was sure about it. Then her apprentice held out the magic stone towards her and screamed loudly for her to see for herself, because the light from the magic stone she had left behind had completely disappeared, and no matter how many times they called, there was no answer, and until yesterday, everything was fine. There were many ingredients for magic on the table, and Chiron excitedly said that they needed to search this area first. The protagonist had been standing outside the door all this time. After a short pause, he came out of hiding and asked if it was true, adding that Laurian was an 18-year-old genius mage who graduated from magic school with the best scores, although she was more known for her princess-like personality than her abilities. Pointing at himself, he added that he had a vision that she would disappear today, but would be found safely in the future. Hearing this, Chiron turned to look at him. With her brows furrowed in worry, she said to herself that when the guy said he disappeared, she thought he was crazy, but he spoke about it so confidently. Unlike the information about the Pibio and Iris, this was a completely different story. In her hand, she held the magic stone left by the girl and added that the same thing happened with the airship, after which she wondered if he really could see the future. Jisung looked at the dark fairy with boundless confidence in his eyes. Suddenly, a sly smile appeared on his face, and he said to himself that the event with Laurian's disappearance happened right after the end of the Sky Tower, and he was lucky, because she was the perfect option to use his abilities, although the disappearance itself was predetermined, so there was no need to worry. He noticed Chiron's worried expression and added that, judging by it, she still did not believe him, but then. Bright particles of magic were floating in the air, and the guy after these thoughts said that he would go today, because he still needed to meet Kagan, which is why the sorceress asked him in surprise if he was talking about the dark elf Kagan. Zizyong drew an image of a dark elf with short white hair in his head. Next to her was an advertising sign that said, "Fast delivery of Magath, you can fly anywhere, applications are accepted at the Kagan store in front of the port." A huge shadow hung over the city, and the protagonist explained that they would soon need Magath. A huge magic seal appeared in the sky above the people. Jisung walked down the street and said to himself that Chiron was already halfway there, adding that when an incident occurred, she still had to ensure the safety of the guild and the city. He held his hands behind his head, adding that in fact, most incidents were resolved before serious damage was done thanks to the active role of the adventurers. After introducing armor, potions, and money, he added that in exchange for his help, he would receive equipment, and then wondered if it would be better to ask for payment in gold or potions. But suddenly, a confused smile appeared on his face, and he wondered why he felt like he was a scammer when he was not actually scamming anyone. While he was thinking about this, he accidentally bumped into someone's shoulder. The blue-haired guy grabbed his shoulder, and Jisung said to himself that he had met that crazy chatterbox again. The guy who played him raised his hand, asking discontentedly what kind of hobby it was to bump into everyone, when suddenly she recognized him as the Dark Knight. Putting his hands in his pockets, the guy asked if they hadn't met in the Sky Tower. The protagonist suddenly rushed to leave, answering that this had never happened, and the unknown person rushed after him, happily saying that this had definitely happened, and they hadn't seen each other for a long time. He ran after him, that he hadn't changed at all, after which he asked if he was really that bad at playing, adding that he could help. When suddenly some surprise appeared in his eyes, and he loudly shouted the protagonist's name. Hearing this, Jisung grabbed his head and screamed loudly. Seeing this, the player with red cheeks smiled widely. Everything clearly pointed his finger at the protagonist and asked why he was so scared, because he just whispered, to which he screamed in horror, asking what he was doing. The protagonist widened his eyes and asked how he knew his name. Smiling, the player asked if the nickname was his real name, to which Jisung raised his head in surprise. Opening his information, he wondered since when his name was above his head, because before the Sky Tower, he did not exist. He remembered how he introduced himself to the Pibio, asking if it really happened then. Lowering his head down, the guy wondered if he could really fill in the columns of game elements that were not initially presented with his actions. The player snapped his fingers, shouting that he liked the main character. All Clear sent Zisung an invitation to the guild, offering to join, because upon joining, he would get unlimited access to equipment, items and potions, as well as pass various dungeons with a hook. The main character looked at him coldly. All Clear smiled, starting to talk about conquering characters, when suddenly a shout from the side made him interrupt. Turning his head back, he sarcastically said that in fact, everything is thanks to his charm. Ophelia grabbed the knife, shouting that she will definitely come back and take revenge. The protagonist peeked around the corner, recognizing Ophelia, a vagabond who had survived the burning airship. Suddenly, a strong blow knocked the weapon out of her hand. Extending his hand forward, Bond told her that he understood her feelings, but she shouldn't overexert herself when she didn't have the strength for it. Turning his head to the side, Jisung saw the user who was undergoing the quest, a Muse-class archer. Standing behind the wall, All Clear called out to the protagonist, asking where he was. Ophelia came closer to Bond, saying that the temple on the hippo was her home. Smiling, she said that all of his followers were like family to her. Lost in her memories, the girl added that the Lotus made them attack and kill each other. Ophelia began to cry heavily, shouting that she couldn't just let this go, after which Bond came closer to her, answering that this was not an issue that could be resolved by rushing into trouble, so she needed to calm down. Looking to the side, the protagonist thought that the hippopotamus was a flying whale. He thought about it, thinking that there were many ruins on this huge whale, as well as the followers of the VGL school that protect them. Imagining a bloody battlefield, Zisung thought that Ophelia boarded the airship and descended to the ground because the hippopotamus was currently being attacked by an apostle named Lotus, and an apostle is a person from another world, the demon world. He knew that there were apostles 1 through 12, and they were the main villains in the BPO universe, and Lotus used his powers to brainwash and attack adventurers, making him a difficult opponent. Peeking around the corner, Jisung was relieved that he wouldn't have to fight him since he was just a pincer and his job was to deal with bugs. But he wondered if Musa had chosen a profession that was too difficult for a newbie. Bond's expression changed, asking, "Adventurer?" Folding his arms, Aganzo replied that Maget's pier was on the opposite side, to which Bond sighed heavily, answering that they would gather again at dawn anyway. Furrowing his brows, the protagonist wondered if he had missed the entire conversation quest. Looking at the players' backs, he thought he had looked closely just in case, but there seemed to be no pollution, and since they were returning, the two would soon be heading to the hippo. Turning around, the guy said that the conversation event was over, so he would go too. Stopping in place, Bond was horrified to hear a loud, heart-rending scream behind him. Turning his head back in fear, the protagonist was sure that the event had definitely ended. With beads of sweat on her face, Lenny extended her hand forward, shouting that she would go with the captain, while Hearts held her wrist tightly, asking if she would not stop. After talking with Ophelia, the group led by the adventurer went to the temple on the outskirts of the dungeon on Behemoth to kill Lotus. The protagonist drew a path through all the dungeons in his mind. Squinting, he added that 3 people should investigate the case: the adventurer, the knight captain, and his friend Aganzo. When suddenly he saw Lenny running up to Banu and screaming loudly, begging for a chance to show her abilities, and said to himself that she could not go. The knight captain raised his hand and objected that this was not the place for her. Suddenly, the vice captain grabbed the girl from behind and, apologizing to the knight captain, said that she was so reckless, and he could not stop her, after which he yelled at her, ordering her to shut up and calm down, because, as the captain said, she did not belong there. Bond frowned with displeasure, looked at Lenny, then asked, well, how to stop such a straightforward donkey, after which he allowed her to go with them. Hearing this, Zisung raised his eyebrows in surprise and asked himself if they would really go together. Doubt appeared in his eyes, and he said to himself that if the girl went, Bond would definitely be infected, and if everything was left as in the Sky Tower, Lenny would die. While he was thinking about this, the girl, her eyes shining with joy, thanked the knight captain. The protagonist tightly clenched his hand into a fist and suggested that perhaps the pattern would break when they went. A huge whale was swimming in the sky. The next morning, dark clouds were floating in the sky and waves were moving on the water. Kagan, folding her hands, smiled broadly and wished good morning to Miss Chiron, adding that she was as beautiful as always, and then asked what she would like. Suddenly, she turned her gaze to the protagonist, who was rummaging through boxes full of weapons and equipment. While the dark elf said that he was a guest who was temporarily living in the guild, the guy looked at the armor with displeasure and said that there was nothing good about it, but nothing could be done, and then asked if he could ride Magath instead of putting on a shirt. A bright ship was standing in the port, and Kagan, hearing this, displeasedly objected that she had only finished oiling it, but since it was for Miss Chiron, she could ride it for free at any time. Then the dark fairy put her hand to her face and said that it was not for her, after which she remembered how her door was being pounded. Opening it, she saw the protagonist and asked what happened. Why was he in such a hurry since early morning? To which he shouted loudly that they had problems. The future was coming faster than he expected. He reported that something would soon happen on Behemoth, and Chiron listened to him with eyes full of surprise. Leaving the memories, the girl lowered her gaze and said to herself that the guy said that he would tell her about everything after returning and asked her to prepare for departure to Behemoth, adding that it seemed to him that not only a potion or colorless cubes were needed, after which she asked herself if she would really have to buy weapons and armor, but compared to the information he would provide, it was pennies. While she was thinking about this, the protagonist saw the necessary artifact in the distance, and exclaimed that this would do. Kagan smiled widely and said that since the sorceress was here, why not have a cup of tea? But as soon as she said this, weapons and equipment flew in all directions behind her. The dark elf almost turned to stone from what she saw, and Chiron froze in shock. Jin-sun was holding the necessary thing in his hand, saying that he only touched it. At the same second, Kagan hit him in the face with all her might and screamed in rage, asking what he had done. Equipment and weapons flew in all directions again, and the black elf continued to scream, asking if he knew how much stuff was here, to which the guy screamed in response that it was all cheap stuff. But when Kagan screamed that he was going to die today, he pointed his finger at Chiron and screamed for her to ask her. Suddenly, the door creaked open. Inside, Labato, a former knight of the duchy, came in and asked if the dark elf Kagan was there, because she wanted to get to Magatha. But not far ahead, she saw how the person she needed was glaring at Zizan, shouting that he was just crazy. After a while, Magatha was standing in the port, preparing to sail. The black elf was standing on board and asked with displeasure what kind of day it was today, because there were a lot of customers, but she had to get ready and go. Aganzo, who was standing on the pier, folded his arms across his chest and told the protagonist that he had surprised him more than once, after which he asked if he was really from the Magician's Guild, to which he replied that this was not so, he was not a magician, more of a hanger-on. Hearing this, the man frowned tensely and asked, "Is that so?" adding that although this was true, Lady Chiron seemed to have high hopes for him. Hearing this, the boy glanced behind him out of the corner of his eye. At the same moment, the dark fairy with glowing eyes clutched the bill in her hands and looked at Jisung. Stopping, Ban noticed the protagonist in the distance. Coming closer to them, Jisung said that he would accompany them in the investigation as a member of the Magician's Guild. The captain was surprised to hear this, to which the protagonist nodded, asking if he would mind if Jisung borrowed one person from him, since they were in such a hurry that they did not have time to find enough guards. Ban chuckled, saying that they had a great talent, then pointed at the worried Lenny, who was indignant, asking if she really had to go somewhere with a guy just the two of them, to which the protagonist smiled, thanking the captain for his concern. He smirked, thinking that thanks to this he could keep Lenny close and keep an eye on her. Frowning, the girl asked in confusion what kind of intrigues he was weaving, while Kagan walked up to the edge, shouting for them to quickly climb up. Musa came up from behind Ban, saying that he was just in time. The sails of the ship were raised up. The ship itself flew above the water. Putting on her glasses, Kagan shouted that they were leaving. The sails fluttered, lifting them up. They flew above the clouds, while the protagonist thought that their target was a hippopotamus. Something quickly rushed through the air, leaving a trail behind it. Falling to the ground, Ban screamed for Muz to slow down. Sneaking up behind Muz, the protagonist wondered how she could stand there like a doll without wavering. Remembering the battle mollusk, Jisung wondered if she was the same, because when the character moves, there's a loading process. In other words, the user is currently skipping this moment, and the character freezes. Kagan noticed a bright light, shouting that it would be great if they passed here. Accelerating, the ship flew out of the sky. Ban and Aganzo opened their mouths in horror. Lenny looked up in fear, starting to stutter. Noticing a huge silhouette, she screamed loudly that it was a hippopotamus. Bloody things were lying on the ground. Looking at the guys, Kagan screamed loudly that she could not stay, so she asked to give a signal when they wanted to return. Broken parts of the buildings were lying on the ground. Gritting his teeth, Ban said that the air here was heavier than in the Sky Tower, to which Aganzo nodded, answering that everything was much more terrible than he thought. Confidently following the girl, the protagonist thought that the dungeon entry event was starting, and now the loading of news should be completed, so he would keep his distance and follow so as not to lose sight of it. Bond turned his head to the side, saying that according to Ophelia, the Lotus was somewhere here. The silhouette in the cloak extended his hand forward, begging for help. Frowning, the captain asked if it was a survivor, because he noticed a mask of the followers of the school of VGL on it. The mask on the monster's face cracked, and it began to talk about murder. Having time to react, the guy hit it with all his might. The monster lying on the ground also talked about murder. Starting to rise to his feet, he shouted that everyone who resists the Lotus must be killed. The monster, enraged, rushed to attack. With one blow, the knight captain cut him in half. As he charged, he shouted that the adventurers should not think of pitying them. It was better to die than to be controlled by the apostle, so the player mused next door, who opened fire with a bow, should think of it as help. The protagonist and Lenny were standing behind, and the guy said that they would stand here and be ready, so she should not leave him for a step. The girl waved her hand and answered yes, exactly, adding that he should be more careful, because he did not have a weapon. Hearing this, the guy looked at the dead monster, and said that he had just bought one. He noticed a blade in the corpse's hand and added, "Here is a sword," to which Lenny asked in surprise what kind of sword it was, because there was nothing but a handle here. But unexpectedly, while she was distracted, the monster rushed at her. At the same second, something pulled her back, and surprise appeared in her eyes. Zizan reacted, pierced the enemy through, the face of the monster where the blow fell, flew into pieces. A bright magical trace appeared in the air. After the murder, the guy swung his sword. Then he wiped the blood from his face and asked the girl if she was injured. A blush appeared on Lenny's face. A little further in the city, everything was entangled with vines. The player destroyed the monster with a precise shot from the bow. When the last enemy fell, the knight captain threw his sword over his shoulder and said that now they dealt with everyone. When suddenly Aganzo looked to the side out of the corner of his eye and said that the adventurer probably felt it too. Not far away, a girl was hiding behind a tree, and the NPC continued to whisper that they had been watching them since the moment they landed, when suddenly Bon added that they had chosen the wrong people. The girl with a hood on her head was watching them intently. The knight captain suddenly stopped and said that at such moments the only thing left to do was pretend that they did not notice anything. All three looked into the distance, and Aganzo suggested that in that case they go into the jungle. At this time, Lenny and the protagonist came across traces of a magical battle, and the girl said that her comrade told her about the apostles who brainwashed, after which she asked if they could use magic. Zizan picked up a small crystal from the ground and said to himself that this was impossible, because these were traces of a battle with her, a follower of the school who had not yet been brainwashed. The girl named Isadora had been watching the guys all this time, who went ahead in order to kill before they were brainwashed and made minions of the Lotus. The protagonist drew a picture in his head in which the player mused next door came out to Isadora, and said to himself that here in the forest of dendrites they fought with her and captured her. The girl was frightened by the sudden meeting, pressed against the trunk of a tree. Lenny looked ahead and said that she did not see any bodies, to which the guy, standing up, replied that it was probably because no one died, while saying to himself that after the battle, she became an ally and showed him the way to the Lotus. After saying this, he drew a route in his head from the temple on the outskirts to the VGL temple and added that the fact that the battle with Isadora was over meant that they were already on their way to the next dungeon, and because of the girl, he was moving very slowly. And while Lenny was asking him something, Jisung was saying to himself that the adventurers were moving much faster than he thought, but suddenly the girl hit him on the forehead with a strong flick. Frowning in displeasure, she pointed her finger at him and asked if he heard her and what he thought about it. The protagonist put his hand to his head, and his companion exclaimed that he did not hear a word she said, so now he should concentrate. The guy looked at Lenny, who raised one eyebrow in surprise and said to himself that if the story here develops as usual, she will die soon. Having said this, he imagined a girl covered in blood. Leaving his thoughts, the protagonist tightly clenched his hand into a fist and said to himself that this cannot and will not be prevented, because everything has already been decided. Thinking about this, he saw his companion slowly approaching the pool of blood. Stopping, the guy called out to Lenny. Smiling, he suggested that they go together, because if she goes alone, she will be attacked again. Raising her fist up, the girl began to scream loudly that she simply let her guard down for a second and gave in, to which Jisung put his hand on his hip, replying that she was attacked one way or another, after which he thought that if this does not change, then he will try to make Lenny smile as often as possible for the remaining time, because this is the only thing he can do for her. Lenny scratched her head in embarrassment and asked if the guy was dating someone. The protagonist's mouth opened wide in shock. Covered in a stream of excitement, the guy asked in his head what kind of nonsense. The ground beneath them suddenly cracked. At that very second, strange roots burst out. Having hit Lenny, they threw her a long distance. The root quickly approached Jisung, clasping his wrist. Noticing the bright shine and the approaching trunk, the girl screamed loudly. Finding himself in a trap, the protagonist realized that it was a dendroid, and he was already glad that the adventurer cleared the way, and there were still monsters left. Opening his inventory, the guy shouted for them to attack him, because he would cut everyone. A large dark silhouette with glowing eyes suddenly appeared behind him. His hand, screaming loudly, quickly approached the guy. Lenny's eyes lit up and she swung hard at the monster. Continuing to swing the weapon, the girl attacked the trunk. Frowning, she suddenly screamed, asking what kind of jungle this was, because in front of her were from wooden monsters to pumped-up freaks. The protagonist pointed to an angry monster called the Hunter. This is a follower of the local school, who became a monster after being brainwashed by a Lotus who used a forbidden spell, and the tree is called a dendroid, and it is like this after the spell, when suddenly Lenny got angry, asking him to shut up and attack the monsters. Smiling, the girl said that he was attacked like a fool, to which the protagonist smiled, answering that he simply let his guard down and gave in. Opening their mouths, the monsters rushed forward with loud screams. Directing their gaze forward, the guys made a dash. The protagonist swung, cutting the monster into 2 parts. Lenny slashed with her sword with all her might, decapitating the monster. The severed parts of the monsters quickly flew in different directions. Jisung looked down. The girl had a confident smile on her face, while the guy thought that everything was decided. After defeating all the monsters, they were trying to catch their breath. Hearing a loud rumble behind him, Jisung turned around abruptly. Running up to Lenny, who was lying on the ground, he excitedly asked her how she was and if she could get up. Reaching out her hand, the girl replied that she had slightly twisted her ankle, and then asked if he would give her his hand. The protagonist raised his eyebrows in shock. Without taking his eyes off her, he said that in truth, he was dating someone, and Lenny also knew her. Giving her his hand, Jisung added that she was the one he had agreed to meet this weekend. An embarrassed smile appeared on his face, and the guy asked if she had forgotten. Lenny's cheeks turned red from embarrassment. The girl pursed her lips, while the guy thought that someone might say that this was just cheap sympathy. But it was not, and then said that he did not know any restaurants. The girl hit him, and the protagonist thought, it does not matter if it helps Lenny leave with pleasant memories. Running away from her, Zaisung asked why she was fighting. Moving along the island, they walked together, laughing. There was not a single living soul on the streets of the dead city, when suddenly 2 shadows appeared on the wall. The protagonist, together with Lenny, dealt with the monsters with deft blows. The girl turned to the guy and asked if the captain and his companions definitely went here, to which he replied that he had already said that this road is the only one that leads to Lotus. Having said this, he drew a path in his head from the temple on the outskirts to the White Knight, and said to himself that the first destination of the adventurer is the White Knight that appears after passing the temple of the goddess VGL. There is a VGL weapon to confront the Lotus, but in that place. But before Zaisung could finish speaking, his companion called out to him, causing him to raise his head. The guys saw the corpse of a monster lying on the ground, and the protagonist immediately saw traces of the muse's skill on the body. But suddenly a bright glow from the object that Lenny noticed appeared behind the monster. The guy immediately grabbed it, and saw that it was magic armor, which made him happily exclaim that he knew it was a rare class item and looked like a muse trophy. When suddenly he lowered his head in disappointment, because he saw a chain, and his companion said that it looked like the item was sealed with magic. Then Zaisung imagined a tree of rarities and said to himself that, starting from the rare class, items have a magic seal. Leaving his thoughts, he touched the lock with his finger and said that if he clicked here, it would open, after which the girl said in surprise that she did not understand what he was talking about, after which she asked if only a mage could deal with such a problem. Without thinking twice, the guy threw the object on the ground and said to himself that this was different from the game, adding that he would ask Chiron to do this when they went down. But unexpectedly, each corpse had an object chained up. The main character opened his mouth in shock at what he saw, and his companion asked why the equipment was simply scattered on the ground. Then the guy imagined Muse and said to himself that she was thrown away as unnecessary. After all, she was an adventurer, not a simple character. He also once said that one day he would complete the game on such a complex character as Muse. After these thoughts, he collected all the objects, pressed them to himself and shouted that now all this was his. The boss monster in the temple of the goddess VGL, the fallen Alcer, was lying with his arms cut off and a hole in his chest on a stone table. Bleeding, he asked if they were their followers, or if they were a family, why the path where everyone could survive. But before he could finish speaking, the knight captain threw his sword over his shoulder and answered that maybe if he changed and became like this, he could avoid the brainwashing, but he couldn't return to Emily like this. The girl looked at the boss, saying that he was always looking for the right path, even if it was forbidden knowledge. While they were talking, the protagonist and Lenny caught up with them, and the guy said to himself that it was very good that they caught up with them, because they were just going through the event after defeating the boss Alcer. Suddenly, the girl took a step forward, but Zaisung immediately stopped her, saying that it looked like they were having an important conversation, so they shouldn't interfere, while saying to himself that the area behind the pillar was in the user's field of view, so they needed to be careful. Blood spurted from the boss's mouth, and before he died, he said that they were all just fools. After that, Isadora turned to her comrades and said that they needed to move quickly, because they had already slowed down. The protagonist watched them from around the corner, and said to himself that it looked like there was no pollution, which meant that the time had come for the last event. All four of them slowly walked away. Suddenly, Lenny, running out from around the corner, tripped over a book and fell. There was a bruise on her face from the fall, and the guy looked at her, saying that this was an unexpected turn. When suddenly he noticed the book. Shock appeared in his eyes, this awareness of what it was. The book that had many different symbols written on it was the chronicle of the creation of the world. Zizong imagined a large portal and said to himself that the chronicle of the creation of the world was a book that predicted the fate of the apostles from the demon world, although not only the apostles but also the entire Arad, so it was an extremely important item in the history of Pibio. But while he was thinking about it, the book was chopped into small pieces. His companion was furiously destroying the book, loudly screaming for it to die. At that same moment, the guy jumped up to her and screamed in horror, asking what she was doing, if she even knew how important she was. The captain of the knights heard their voices, causing him to stop and ask what seemed to be someone's voices coming from there. Turning around, the protagonist saw a shadow approaching them. The guy put his hand on the edge of the wall. Bond carefully peeked out from behind the pillar. Looking back, he said that he imagined it, when suddenly a Ganzo approached, asking if he was coming. Hiding in the shadows, Zising covered Lenny's mouth with his hand. Watching the guy leave, he thought that they almost got caught, but Bond did not find the chronicle of the creation of the world, which means that the last part of the event after defeating Alsa was not completed. Continuing to hold his hand to the girl's mouth, the protagonist asked what to do, because if everything is left like this, it will turn into pollution. Lenny's eyes suddenly sparkled. She began to carefully look at Zising. She suddenly blushed deeply from embarrassment. Starting to shake, the girl screamed, asking why he was so close, to which the guy put his finger to her mouth, asking her to freeze. Lenny suddenly began to slowly reach for his lips. Starting to quickly write something on a piece of paper, the protagonist thought that he needed to remember the phrase, because he had seen it several times when reading the story. The girl continued to hold her lips in a tube, to which Jisung asked her to be quiet, because he needed to concentrate. Joyfully raising the sheet up, the guy shouted that he had finished writing, and the first chapter of the Chronicles of the Creation of the World was ready. Turning to Lenny, the protagonist asked why she did not come out, to which the girl answered with sadness in her voice that she was thinking about how to kill him. Bond cautiously turned his head back. Looking down at the floor, he asked what kind of book it was. Smiling widely, Jisung thought that the delivery was right in his hands. Picking up the notes, Bond read that they were gods, that they could not become such, therefore they were written about in the chronicles of the creation of the world. The protagonist suddenly squinted. Quick footsteps were heard in the corridor. Running up to the moon, Bond asked in confusion if there was a legend written down here, since he had never heard of such a story. He crumpled the paper in his hand, shouting that it was not even finished, and then asked if he could take it with him. With the corners of his lips down, Jisung said that the guy was shouting as if he was letting them know, and also that expression on his face, to which Lenny lowered her head, answering that it was the first time she saw him like that. Clenching her hand into a fist, she said that even when she was turned into a cutlet in the dungeon, even when she was arguing with the vice captain. Looking into Jisung's eyes, the girl added that he had never been so angry, and then asked what he was talking about. Putting his hand on the pillar, the protagonist asked if the guy was angry after reading the chronicles of the creation of the world. Lost in thought, the boy thought that he was not sure that Bond was angry in the original, because in the game the illustration always had the same expression, and he could only say that his line was the same now. Looking at the frightened Lenny, Jisung thought that the card had not appeared yet, and this meant that the bug was still not over, and he should go after it, but his instincts said otherwise. Looking at the enchanted entrance, the protagonist thought that it was dangerous to continue pursuing them. Gritting his teeth, he lowered his head down. He fell to his knees, feeling a strong earthquake. A Ganzo turned back in surprise, shouting that it was an earthquake. Suddenly, a wide-open mouth appeared. Noticing the hippopotamus, Lenny screamed that it was in pain. With his mouth wide open, Zisung realized that this was the work of Lotus. Looking closer, he noticed a huge eye, thinking that he was about to take control of the hippopotamus's mind. Suddenly, 3 more eyes appeared above the protagonist's head. Grabbing his head, the guy asked himself if this monster really had such control over his mind. A few seconds later, the darkness disappeared from the whale's eyes. Zisung fell to his knees and said that both the earthquake and the unpleasant visions had stopped, while saying to himself that experiencing this on his own skin was no joke. He could not continue moving forward without a plan. When his partner asked if he felt the same, he, looking at the floor, firmly answered that they needed to go back. Hearing this, the girl jumped to her feet and shouted that the captain was still there, but before she could finish speaking, the protagonist opened his inventory and said that he had just learned something. He needed to hurry up and report it to the guild, while saying to himself that he actually already knew this story. With these thoughts, he put his hand in his inventory and asked how to use this thing. A few seconds later, a magic stone vibrated on Chiron's table. Zizan pressed a similar stone and exclaimed that the girl had now received a signal and Magada would arrive soon, after which Lenny asked what he had learned. Something was quickly breaking through the dense thickets. A huge whale soared even higher into the sky, and the protagonist replied that he had learned the Lotus's target. After some time, Lenny stood at the door to Chiron's room. Suddenly, she jerked in surprise, hearing a loud scream from a dark fairy. Opposite the woman stood the main character and explained that there is a sea above the sky, and if Lotus usually lives in the water, then now in the temple he cannot fully use his power, and if, controlling the whale, he directs it to the middle ocean, everything will work out. On the table was an open book on the page about the whale. When suddenly the guy put his hand to his head and said that during the investigation he saw that Lotus's plan would be successful, the Apostle would restore his power and destroy Arad. Saying this, he imagined how huge tentacles began to hit the ground from the sky. From what he heard, the glass fell out of Chiron's hands and smashed on the floor. Clenching her hands into fists, the woman screamed loudly, asking what he meant by destroy. Was he really seeing such a future? To which he replied that, unfortunately, this future cannot be changed. Hearing this, the dark fairy grabbed Zizan by the shoulders and asked what it meant not to change, adding that there must be some way, a way to defeat Lotus, to which her interlocutor replied that there could be one. After these words, he extended his hand towards the woman. Making an incredibly serious face, he asked her to give him 100 gold. A few minutes later, the door to the room opened. Lenny ran inside and asked if her comrade had finished with the report, and if so, then it was time to return to the hippopotamus, to which he replied that they needed to go somewhere first. Hearing this, the girl raised her eyebrows in surprise and asked where. Less than an hour later, she was holding 2 ice creams in her hands with a shocked face. They were in the Hendon Myre market, where a lot of people were walking. Lenny furiously frowned and screamed loudly, asking if he was kidding and if now was the time for fun, to which the protagonist calmly asked who was having fun here, while saying to himself that fortunately there were no users who would want to chat with his companion, after which he asked himself if it was because she was an NPC who never appeared in the village. After these thoughts, he remembered the powerful power of the Lotus and said that Lenny also felt it, and therefore they needed to prepare. They walked through the market, and the girl said that it was true, but then why buy ice cream, to which Jisung replied because it was delicious, after which he asked for chocolate. He quickly ate it, after which a cute childish voice greeted them. The NPC girl Hannah put her hands on her hips and exclaimed that they came to Hannah's general store, after which she asked them what they wanted, since they had absolutely everything. Then the main character handed the girl a small list and asked if she could find everything listed. After a few seconds, having read everything that was needed, Hannah replied that it would take some time, so they could come back in the evening. Hearing this, Lenny ducked and shouted loudly that they did not have that much time, because they were very busy. Then she turned to her companion and asked him to say the same, but the guy calmly replied that nothing could be done about it, so they would have to stay there until dinner. Having said this, he looked at Lenny with a smile on his face. After that, the main character began to leave, saying that he would fulfill his promise and treat her today. Looking at the text with a request to come back later, Hannah said that they were cute. The guys passed by a cellar with fish. Lenny embarrassedly adjusted her hair. Pointing at a funny fish, the main character compared it to a girl. A completely crippled guy was lying on the ground. The woman pointed to the side with a smile. The water balloons began to burst. The darts flew straight to the target. Lenny, with red cheeks, raised the toy she had won. Smiling, the girl hugged it to herself. Jisung looked at her with a smile on his face. The boys were sitting on a bench at sunset. Eating a delicacy, the girl said that if she brought it to the younger one, she would eat it with pleasure, to which the boy widened his eyes. Lost in thought, he thought that in Lenny's family there was only his mother and younger sister, and they were also poor, after which he wondered if it was out of a sense of responsibility, as the eldest daughter, that she was now trying to get noticed by the captain and get a promotion. Without turning around, the girl thanked him, and then asked if he was deliberately stalling for time because of her. Imagining the Battle of Ban, she added that she also understood that a master of weapons like the captain did not need any help, and even if he did, it would not be from a newbie like her. Looking at the guy, she added that she would be lucky if they got up again and she didn't die, causing Jisung to purse his lips. Fiddled with the toy, Lenny said that when she thought about her family, she became impatient without realizing it. Jumping up, she said that today was the first time in a long time that she was able to just have fun without worrying about anything. Smiling at Jisung, she added that she wouldn't forget today, then asked how about their next date in the Delos Empire. The protagonist's eyes widened. He suddenly clenched his fist with all his strength. Without taking his eyes off the girl, he replied with a trembling voice that if they came back from the hippopotamus, they would go. Lenny held the piece of paper to his hair, saying that she was just doing what she was told. Smiling, she added, because the nightly order of the Iron Wolves doesn't run away. The boy continued to look at her, thinking, even if it meant death, and these words came to his throat, but he swallowed them. The next night in the Temple of White Knight on a hippopotamus. Gritting his teeth, Bon told Isadora that they came here because they heard that there was a weapon here that could kill Lotus. Looking at the eggs, he added that they were not weapons at all. Coming closer, Aganzo asked in confusion what kind of eggs they were. A slight movement seemed inside him. The man opened his mouth wide in horror. A loud crack was immediately heard in front of him. With his hand outstretched, Lotus rushed towards Bon. Magatha's peer, Labato, put her hand on her hip and said that the advance party was returning later than she thought. When suddenly one of the knights saw Magath in the sky and shouted loudly that she had returned. Only one player came down from it, mused next door. Seeing him, the vice-captain asked in surprise why she returned alone. What about the captain? Then the player showed the sign of the squad captain. The wolf was covered in blood, and Hans immediately realized that this was a call for a night squad. Spears and signs rose into the sky, and the vice-captain shouted loudly that the knights of the Iron Wolves should gather immediately. Light entered the room through the large windows. The protagonist looked at himself in beautiful armor, and the dark fairy said that the seal of the magic equipment was finally removed. After that, the guy opened information about himself and saw that he was already at level 28, and joyfully shouted that his characteristics had improved, and his reputation had grown more than tenfold. Suddenly, the armor disappeared, and he asked in surprise where it went, adding that the reputation was still the same. Looking at his hands, Zaisung saw the invisible armor and realized that it simply became invisible to the eye, and he did not feel its weight, but perhaps this was also due to Nemra's blessing. Suddenly, through the window, he saw the player and the NPC approaching the building with him. The girl with a sly smile on her face entered and said that it would only take a couple of minutes, but it would help decide the fate of all of Arad. Iris took out a bracelet and asked if the player believed her. The protagonist watched them from the side and said to himself that the girl was handing Musa a hyperjammer, a bracelet that could resist the Lotus Apostle's mind control ability, but it was not an item that was given so easily. He saw a shadow behind the NPC that did not belong to her. At the same time, he drew a girl in his head who was pulling the strings and asked himself if Iris was really a puppet now. Musa put a bracelet on her hand next to him. Without coming out from around the corner, Zaisung said that the hyperjammer was not working as it should, and in the end, an adventurer. Without finishing, he frowned and said to himself that he needed to stop thinking, because his job was to bring the story back to its original course, and not to change what he did not like in it, because the story was just a game. After some time of the battle, the captain pointed at himself and asked if the player was done with her business. If so, then it was time to go quickly, because they had everything ready. Labato and the main character were standing at the port. The guy looked at the adventurer boarding and said to himself that the last flight to the Lotus was finally beginning. A few minutes later, Magata took off into the air. They returned to the Hippo and began preparing for their plan. There were 2 targets: the central ruins where the Lotus was hiding. Saying this, the guy imagined hordes of monsters. Then, imagining a place where people pray on their knees, he finished, and the ruins where the surviving believers were hiding, so the group split into 2 parts. In his head, the main character drew a map on which 2 points were marked. Muse, along with the knight captain and comrades, will lead the survivors out of the ruins. At this time, Jisung, along with the knight squad, will go to the center to clear the way to the Lotus. A powerful projectile tore the monster to pieces. The knight squad fired non-stop at the monsters running towards them. After breaking through the defense, one of them attacked and shouted in rage for them all to die for Lord Lotus. But the protagonist rushed at him, shouting loudly for him to get out of the way. After shouting this, he performed the technique of fast movement, which destroyed the enemy. Stopping, the guy gritted his teeth and said that it was fast. Suddenly, he saw tentacles to the side. The monster entangled Dan, who screamed in horror, begging for help. A sharp claw appeared in front of the guy's eyes. At the same moment, the protagonist destroyed the monster with burning eyes and shouted loudly, asking how he could sweep away such a crowd. Fiona gritted her teeth, wondering if Lenny was talking about him. Kneeling down, the guy thanked the protagonist, to which Zaisung asked him to be careful, because closer to the center, they would be waiting for mental attacks from the Lotus. Looking ahead menacingly, he said that he needed to endure with willpower. Turning his gaze to the side, the guy added that he had prepared something for this. Suddenly, an explosion of mana was heard behind him. The protagonist's face was filled with great surprise. With burning eyes, he abruptly turned back. Monsters loomed over him, ordering him to become their servant and sacrifice his life. The guy saw the 8th apostle in front of him, thinking that it was a curse. Looking ahead, Zaisung thought that he needed to remain calm, because on his home planet Solaris, he controlled all life forms, but now Lotus was weakened due to the lack of water. Menacingly approaching the guy, Lotus asked how he knew the place Solaris, because he had never told anyone about his homeland. The protagonist gritted his teeth, thinking that the monster had begun to read his mind. Grabbing his head, he suddenly felt severe pain. Lotus' eyes began to glow, and he asked if Jisung really thought that everything in this world was a play and came from another world. Without taking his eyes off the monster, the guy thought that he should step back so that it would not be able to read his thoughts. The protagonist tightly covered his ears, trying not to listen to his opponent. Lotus licked his lips, shouting that if the guy did not answer again, he would kill him. Smiling widely, the monster said that the world the guy lived in was a gray city and this was pollution, when suddenly the protagonist leaned over, asking if the monster was really so interested in what was going on in his head. Jisung's eyes widened and he immediately shouted for Lotus to read his thoughts. The monster's eyes widened and he began to get confused in his thoughts. Opening his mouth wide, he asked what kind of disordered memories these were. Gritting his teeth, the guy lowered his head down. Looking forward, he thought that the flow had passed to him, which meant that this was a chance. Grabbing the hilt of the sword, the protagonist said that he, like Lotus, was from another world, so he knew so much, and could even pull him out of here. Lotus's pupils shrank greatly in fear, ordering him to speak frankly. Frowning, Zaisung told the opponent not to even try to read his mind again, and if he tried, he would be killed. Rising proudly, the monster asked how the guy dared to play with the great Lotus, because did he really think that the monster would just believe his words? Without taking his eyes off him, the protagonist said that he was going to die anyway, so there was nothing to lose. Lotus looked at the guy's sarcastic smile, asking what he wanted. Without turning away, the protagonist asked if the monster was really the source of the pollution. Lotus's eyes sparkled brightly, when he suddenly replied that he had already seen it in his head, and among the apostles, there were several that spread some kind of virus, such as that sickening diarrhea. The boy frowned and replied that the pollution he was talking about was not of biological origin. He slung his weapon over his shoulder and said that the apostles also did not know who was spreading the pollution, then asked why the monster was laughing. Without taking his eyes off the boy, Lotus replied that he already knew the answer. Introducing Myre, the monster added that if even she could not solve it on her own, then it must be a being that could escape the eye of a transcendent god, and if there was such a thing among the apostles. Jisung's pupils shrank greatly as he thought that he knew it. Lost in his memories, he thought that there was only one person who could do something like this, and that was Hilda. Leaving his thoughts, he exhaled heavily and asked himself if the cause of the pollution could be that annoying woman, but he was not sure yet. While he was thinking about this, Lotus was glaring at him and telling him that it was funny how he was avoiding reality, and there was no need to read the thoughts of someone who had them written on his face. Hearing this, the protagonist asked if he thought about it. It was Hilda, Shiroko, and Cassius, the apostles who could read minds, who were stronger than him. The monster slowly opened its mouth at this question. Suddenly it towered over the guy and screamed in rage, asking how dare he compare him to them, adding that the best Hilda could do was play with her puppets. Cassius was just a warrior's sixth sense, Shiroko was okay, but comparing his half-baked abilities to his. The guy looked at the demon and said to himself that he was so turned on by this topic. Huge tentacles began to burst out of the water in all directions, and the monster continued to shout that such an ordinary little man should not be arrogant, because he was Lotus, the ruler of the heavenly sea, and when he returned to the sea, he would be able to cover even his forgotten memories in an instant. Water splashed at Zaisung, and he wondered what the demon was doing now. Lowering his head, he added that Hilda could not read minds. It made sense, she was able to control others and weave intrigues, and if she could read minds, there would be no need for this. Having said this, he imagined how Iris was controlled, and added that it meant that near her, there was no need to worry about his thoughts being read, after which he said that he wanted to ask one more thing. But suddenly the demon threw out tentacles and ordered him to shut up, because now it was his turn to answer. In the water, he showed the protagonist's memories, in which he played on the phone, and asked what kind of box it was. Spraying drool in all directions, Lotus shouted in rage, ordering him not to try to evade, then asked why he was locked in this box, and why not just one or two people, but everyone from young to old were doing this to him, the great Lotus. After a short pause, the guy exhaled heavily and asked if he himself could not see, then added that there was nothing to be done, he would tell him. Pointing his finger at the monster, he said that in the near future, he was destined to die at the hands of adventurers more than 1 billion times. Hearing this, the apostle's eyes lit up, he shouted in rage, asking how little humans could decide his fate, adding that he would trample the guy like a bug. Zaisung, hearing this, got into a fighting stance and told him to try it. But suddenly, Lotus stopped. He suddenly turned away, saying that now was not the time to play with him. After these words, the water began to rise, and the demon added that the guy was very lucky, but he warns him to leave this place, otherwise he will destroy him. The water above the protagonist's head turned into a funnel. Zaisung looked around in fear and asked himself if he had really given up like that, and what it meant that it was not time to play with him. At this time, Muse was walking ahead of her comrades next door. She had a bracelet with a burning indicator on her hand. But suddenly it went out. At the same second, the protagonist, having come to his senses, abruptly opened his eyes. Jumping to his feet, he immediately asked how much time had passed. Before he could get an answer, Dan ran up to them and shouted loudly that something bad had happened. The adventurer had disappeared somewhere, and Lenny was already looking for her. Hearing this, something suddenly hit the guy's head. While Fiona was saying that they should also hurry then, Zaisung had already taken off. He ran across the field at full speed, saying to himself that he now understood why Lotus had run away so quickly, because Muse's hyper-jammer was not working now, which meant that a demon was controlling her. The player's eyes changed under the influence of the monster. The protagonist drew a picture in his head in which Lenny was shot with an arrow, and said to himself that if she collided with her now, then. Without finishing the thought, he clenched his teeth and shouted loudly that he needed to hurry for now. But suddenly the guy stopped and asked himself, for now. He remembered all the moments he experienced over the past day with Lenny, and asked himself if he should save her, because he was only here to stop the pollution. But why should he create deviations himself? He needed to come to his senses. He was ready for this and did everything to let her go without regrets. When suddenly, not far behind him, the space cracked. At the same second, a portal opened. A foot stepped out of it onto the ground. The protagonist, watching from behind a tree, saw Musa and Iris. Noticing the player's clear eyes, he asked himself why she was not under the influence of the Lotus. How did this even happen? Scratching the back of his head, the guy said that they arrived safe and sound. Gritting his teeth, the protagonist wondered who this was, since he was seeing him for the first time. The guy's eyes widened as he saw oriental clothes, a rich voice, and a blade on his belt. Looking closely, Zaisung remembered that Chiron was one of the 4 masters of weapons and a time traveler. Seeing the portals, the protagonist thought that this was a story from the future, and at about level 70, Chiron took the adventurer and Iris with him so that they could look back at the events of the past. Peeking out from behind a tree, the guy thought that in the game he had been in dungeons with such a concept, but he did not think that they would really travel through time. Suddenly, a loud voice rang out in front of everyone that an adventurer was in front of them. Turning his head, Zaisung recognized Lenny's voice. Chiron took a step forward, asking not to touch anything in the past, because if the Time Lords found out, it would be bad. Taking a sword out of its case, he whispered with a sly grin that it did not concern the girl. The protagonist's eyes widened immediately, thinking that they shouldn't change anything in the past, and then wondered if they had just come to watch. Looking into the distance, the guy realized that it was a bug. He ran to the stairs, thinking that he wasn't 100% sure, but it seemed like they were planning to do something with Lenny. Lowering his eyebrows, the protagonist asked how to deal with them, because initially the Lord of Time should appear in front of Muse. A loud, bright explosion was heard. Lenny quickly dodged the attack. Muse, holding a bow in her hand, watched her carefully. Pointing ahead, the guys ran there. Smiling, Chiron asked not to delay. A bright green stream of mana suddenly appeared in front of them. Gritting his teeth, Chiron was perplexed. Looking closely at the silhouette, he asked if it was an apostle. The protagonist smirked, thinking that they didn't recognize him and didn't know what they were planning, but it would be dangerous if they interfered, so he hid his identity. Turning his gaze to the side, he shouted that he wasn't using it as an item, but as a disguise. The guy pushed off the floor sharply. Crouching down, Chiron began to dodge the attacks. Jisung's pupils shrank in fear when he thought that he would be caught like that. Chiron approached and swung his weapon. The guy turned his head at Muse in confusion, wondering in his head why nothing was happening. Chiron activated quick movement, pushing Jisung forward. The time traveler looked forward from under his brows, asking if the guy had forgotten about him. He swung his sword, while the protagonist managed to teleport to the side. Frowning, he suddenly extended his hand forward. Raising his palm up, Jisung activated Dark Rave. Chiron and Musa clenched their teeth in surprise. The guy bared his teeth and screamed loudly in anger. At that very moment, he felt a strong blow to the head from Iris standing behind him. Rolling his eyes, the protagonist lost his balance. Putting her hand on him, the girl began to call out for Musa and Chiron. Jumping on him, Iris tried to hold him back. Opening her mouth wide, she asked to save Lenny. Gritting his teeth, Jisung turned his gaze to her. The player rushed towards his subordinate Lotus character, and the protagonist asked in surprise if she really said to save Lenny. Suddenly, a trident whistled through the air. It pierced Iris, who was holding Jisung. Because of the loud, furious scream, the guests from the future turned around in shock. Fiona and Dan were standing not far behind them. The protagonist immediately jumped to his feet and asked himself what was going on, why Iris? While he stood there, the guys rushed to attack the guests from the future, shouting loudly that the adventurer was with Lenny, and these fanatics should get out of the way. The guy looked at the fight that had begun and asked himself why they were fighting them. What kind of situation was this? His eyes were filled with horror, and he asked himself what he should do. Dan suddenly looked at him out of the corner of his eye and shouted loudly, asking why he froze, after which he ordered to quickly help Lenny. From what he heard, Zaisung froze in place. A drop of cold sweat ran down his cheek, and he did not know what to say with his mouth open. When suddenly the girl's sword shattered into pieces. Lenny fell to the ground, and the player pulled the bowstring. There was no emotion on her face. Seeing this, the main character immediately rushed to help his friend. At this time, Musa's arrow had already begun to accumulate magical energy. A second later, it flew forward with a whistle. The light of a flying arrow appeared in the eyes of the frightened Lenny. The protagonist ran towards it with all his might, but suddenly blood splattered in all directions. The wind drove torn green leaves through the air. The remnants of magical energy spread across the water in waves. Lenny, with empty eyes, lay in a pool of her own blood. Fiona and Dan quickly ran towards her. With tears in their eyes, they stopped in front of her body. Zaisung looked at them from the side. He could not move, saying to himself that Lenny's tragic death was an important part of the story. Suddenly, the indicator on the player's bracelet lit up again. The modified eyes began to slowly disappear. A few seconds later, the darkness completely dissipated from Musa's eyes. The player looked at what he had done in surprise, because it becomes a decisive moment that includes the adventurer's hatred for Lotus and the other apostles. This is the correct course of history that cannot be changed or altered. A few seconds later, Musa turned away. The protagonist fell to his knees and wondered if this was the correct flow of history. His lips trembled and his eyes were full of pain, wondering if this was why he was Lenny. At this time, smoke began to come out from the guests from the future. Hearing the hissing, the guy turned around in shock. A few seconds later, the images of the guys changed, and Jisung asked himself in shock if they were really believers. Then he remembered everything from the moment he met them, and wondered if their images were an illusion, but since when, he clearly saw them appear from the time rift. The protagonist tightly clenched his hand into a fist and said in a trembling voice that everything in his memory was everything he knew. When suddenly he remembered how he grabbed his head and screamed that Lotus began to read his mind. The apostle with a mad expression did not take his eyes off his victim, screaming that he could read even more. Leaving the memories, the guy gritted his teeth and asked if he was still digging around in his head. He saw Lenny lying in her own blood and said to himself, what does it mean that he saw the believers of Muse from the future and her companions, that they were shouting to save Lenny? He played with him at the very beginning. With these thoughts, Zaisung slowly rose to his feet. The ground shook violently. Smiling widely, the protagonist loudly called out to Lotus. After looking closely, the guy said that this freak was the pollution. Zaisung's eyes lit up, and he thought that he would tear the enemy into pieces. In the ruins of the central temple on the hippopotamus, the second ridge, strong explosions were heard. Ban swung his weapon, attacking the enemy. He pursed his lips in anger. Lotus got angry, saying that only the two of them were trying to stop him, and they were not enough. Ban stepped forward, asking if Lotus thought too highly of himself, fighting against two masters of weapons. Gritting his teeth, he ordered the monster to be quiet. Muse fired an arrow forward, activating a flare. The captain turned to look at the smiling adventurer, saying that she was late. Lotus began to be enveloped in mana. Looking at the girl, he asked if his trap had failed and he would die at the hands of the adventurer. Starting to wave his tentacles, the monster screamed that this was not funny. The captain hit him with all his might, wondering why the bastard was suddenly so excited. Pulling back the bowstring, Muse fired several arrows at once. At high speed, they crashed into the monster, exploding. One of the tentacles approached the girl. Spinning, Lotus captured Muse in a trap. At the same moment, purple mana covered the entire area. Starting to look around, Lotus screamed that the girl was missing. Spreading her arms out to the sides, Muse activated a hot debut. Smiling, Ban asked if it was a teleport. Lotus bared his teeth and screamed for the bastards to die. The girl turned her menacing gaze upward. Jumping up, she activated an ascending moon flip, releasing a stream of mana forward. The monster bared his teeth menacingly, screaming one last time. Exhaling heavily, Musa said that they were done. Aganzo, turning the corners of his lips down, said that the adventurer had arrived just in time, to which the captain extended his hand forward, answering that it was not so necessary. A bright shine suddenly appeared in the ruins. Hearing an incomprehensible muttering, Ban frowned. At that very second, the monster's bright eye lit up, and he screamed, "Not funny." The entire city suddenly began to shake. An incomprehensible roar enveloped the hippopotamus. The guys stood in their stances, sensing a strong flow of wind. Gritting his teeth, Ban asked what Lotus was doing. A blue tint suddenly appeared in his pupils. Dark mana appeared in Aganzo's menacing gaze. Turning her gaze forward, Musa saw a blue aura. The sword fell from the man's hands to the floor with a loud crash. The girl began to relax. Having submitted, the guys all turned to the commander. Starting to laugh menacingly, Lotus asked if they knew how much he was, when suddenly a question interrupted him from behind, whether he was having fun. A furious male silhouette appeared in the monster's pupil. Standing in front of Lotus's eye, Zaisung threw his sword over his shoulder. Proudly raising his head up, he wished death to the monster. The battle ended, and the sounds of battle died down. Everyone who fought the demon were subordinated to him. The protagonist looked at Lotus with contempt in his eyes, saying that now he would die. Horror appeared in the demon's eyes from what he saw, and he asked why he could move, to which he replied that maybe he just screwed up. After hearing this, the monster's eyes lit up and he screamed furiously that he would brainwash him right now. The attacks he fired were stopped by the barrier, and he screamed loudly, asking how this was even possible. Jisung threw an empty vial at the monster's eye. Gritting his teeth, he asked if he didn't know, adding that he could read minds, so let him do it. Lotus opened his eyes wide and saw the boy's memories and asked in shock if this was a resistance potion. There was a broken vial on the floor. The protagonist remembered giving Hannah the list of ingredients and said to himself that the resistance potion was prepared by order at her store, and it was made on the principle of a hyperjammer. Thinking about this, the guy frowned and added that it could prevent hallucinations and brainwashing, but it did not block mind reading. But suddenly, huge tentacles rose to the ceiling. Everything around him began to shake, and the monster screamed in rage that these were just stupid tricks. Hanging over the guy, he screamed that all this was just ridiculous, because he could not resist brainwashing. But even without this skill, he had a lot of ways to harm him. Hearing this, Zaisung grabbed his sword and shouted loudly that he was tired of his voice, adding that this was the end. A bright moon floated across the night sky. Lotus released a monster at the enemy. The protagonist cut it into 2 parts on the fly and screamed, asking how he could harm him. Then the apostle began to attack with tentacles, ordering the enemy to shut up. Before colliding with a tentacle, the guy used the ability to teleport. Thus, he instantly appeared in front of the muzzle of his opponent. But unexpectedly, the tentacles pinned him to the ground from a blind spot. Lotus looked at Zaisung with his eyes glowing and shouted that he had calculated everything. It was just a stupid trick. The 5th combo he had just used was quite useful, but as long as it didn't work on him, there would be no problem. He then launched a powerful tentacle attack and asked how he would fight now that he could read all of his thoughts. Suddenly, a sly smile appeared on the protagonist's face, and he asked if that was it. At that very moment, he released a giant wave with a swing of his sword. Immediately after that, he used teleport. Once on the other side of the demon, the guy used a dark cross. Immediately after that, he returned to the ground and asked himself if his tactic was to attract attention and attack. But what was his intention? He knew that these sudden attacks wouldn't work. While moving, he kept his eyes on his opponent, saying to himself that since Lotus could read his mind, he should attack in a way that he couldn't react to. After reading this, the demon's eyes lit up and he laughed loudly to himself. That's it, adding that it was a good idea. But his thoughts were all on the surface, and no matter what trick he used, he would eventually think of where he would attack. And as soon as he thought of this, Zaisung thought of attacking from behind, causing the monster to suddenly raise its tentacles and exclaim that he knew it. Quickly turning around, he shouted that he had said so he should just die. But unexpectedly for him, the tentacle attack was made in the air. At this time, the protagonist attacked his opponent from behind. Lotus's eyes trembled from the intense pain. Immediately after that, the guy said to himself that he needed to strike from the right, and the demon immediately read this. Without thinking twice, the monster struck forward with its tentacle. But unexpectedly for him, the protagonist struck him from the opposite side. The apostle's blood was spraying everywhere, and he was wondering how this could happen. Was he really in the opposite direction of what he was thinking? But what the hell? Suddenly, he saw a combination of movements and keys. They suddenly changed dramatically. He saw dozens of combinations that surrounded his opponent, and he wondered what kind of symbols these were. At this time, Zaisung, with eyes full of hatred, screamed furiously, mockingly asking what was going on. Was he not reading his thoughts? At the same moment, he began to teleport from one point to another. Suddenly, Lotus saw something with its huge eyes. At the same moment, tentacles appeared in front of the guy's face. The protagonist missed a strong blow. Blood spurted out of his mouth. When he landed on the ground, the apostle said that he understood everything now. These are commands, something like a spell tied to a skill. He drew a list of moves in his head and added that he should activate the skill by remembering the command instead of its name, then laughed, adding that he had of course tricked him by using the difference between the directions of the commands and the real ones. Smiling madly, the monster suddenly said that he had learned everything, and while he was fooling around, it was born in his memories. Immediately after saying this, he hit the enemy with a tentacle with all his might. Then, he launched another attack. The next moment, a hail of powerful blows fell on Jisung. The guy's body began to tremble violently. The monster bared its teeth, approaching him. Standing up, Jisung grabbed his knee. Before he could take a step, he received a strong blow to the stomach. Lotus looked down on the guy, asking if he really thought he could defeat him with such a small idea. He licked his lips sarcastically and asked why the protagonist was so angry, maybe because of that girl, but did he leave her to die? The guy lowered his head down, when suddenly the monster asked if it was him. Stones from the ground suddenly began to fly in different directions. Jumping high, the protagonist swung his arm hard. The Lotus's eye glowed brightly, after which the guy screamed that it was the end. Its tentacles pierced the guy's body with all their might. He looked at him carefully, calling him an idiot. Scarlet blood flowed from the protagonist's mouth. Zaisung immediately tore the opponent's tentacles. He landed neatly on the ground, putting his hand forward. Lotus's eyes widened, perplexed, thinking that he felt himself piercing the guy. Opening his mouth wide, Zaisung screamed, wishing him death. Opening his mouth, the monster asked what kind of tricks the guy was up to again. Frowning, the protagonist made a quick dash forward. Without taking his eyes off him, Lotus wondered how the boy could ignore his attacks and still be alive. He extended his sharp tentacles forward, thinking that he needed to find out quickly. Lost in Jisung's thoughts, he thought that he should find the memories of this plan. Looking closely, he thought that there should definitely be an answer somewhere. Suddenly, a bright, shining light appeared in the air. Looking into the distance, the monster wondered if it was him. The protagonist jumped forward, and the boy's skill evaluation system opened in front of Lotus. After examining Zaisung's levels for 2 abilities, he wondered what kind of nonsense this was. The protagonist's gaze lit up, while the monster thought that he didn't understand anything. Swinging his sword, the boy quickly cut off the enemy's tentacles. Screaming loudly, the monster shouted that it was impossible. Looking at the protagonist's body starting to glow, he asked how he could be armor-piercing and invincible. Holding his sword tightly, Zaisung advanced on the enemy. As he approached, the boy suddenly stopped, thinking if he had done the right thing to Lenny, but now there was no turning back, so he mentally asked her for forgiveness. Looking at the scarlet splashes of blood, the guy remembered the day he left the girl to die, when he got angry at her, and now he can only do one thing to atone for his guilt, and her death will not be in vain, because of the Lotus, the Apostles, pollution. The protagonist remembered their cheerful walk together. Gritting his teeth menacingly, he thought that he would definitely destroy everyone. A bright light suddenly appeared from his sword. The long, sharp sword was enveloped in strong mana. Out of anger, Zaisung clenched his teeth hard. His weapon was getting closer and closer to the monster. A bright beam quickly burst out. The guy's sword began to glow, after which he activated a dark slash. The roots of the trees broke out and soared into the air. The energy wall broke everything in its path. The leaves from the trees slowly unfolded in the air. They calmly flew past the gap. Turning away, the protagonist coldly said goodbye. Lenny's clothes lay on the floor, with which the guy said goodbye. Drops of water began to fall to the ground. A second later, a heavy rain began to pour down. Blood flowed from the severed tentacles of the Lotus. His head was cut into 2. One of his eyes was still moving and saying that it turned out that he was just a puppet. The protagonist took a step forward. The Lotus looked at him and asked in a hoarse voice if everything would be okay. Shouldn't he be killed by the adventurer? Weren't his actions themselves pollution? Suddenly, he smiled madly and laughed, saying that he was no different from pollution. After all, he was a puppet chasing pollution. And while he was laughing, Jisoo raised his blade behind his head. With the next blow, he took the apostle's life, and his tentacles flew in all directions. Immediately after that, the darkness disappeared from the Knight Captain's eyes. He and his comrades grabbed their heads and asked what was happening. Suddenly they saw the player in front of them, Musa next to them, who was looking into the distance with an empty look. The Knight Captain's eyes showed surprise and he asked what happened to Lotus, and his comrade wondered if she had woken up first and fought alone, but then they focused on the huge trace that was tens of kilometers long and asked if it was she who left it. While the NPCs admired the player, the protagonist sat aside and regenerated. A heavy rain continued to fall from the sky. After a while, the vanguard, not far from the second ridge, Ban and the others returned. Lobato smiled contentedly and said that Magata would arrive soon, adding that this unpleasant atmosphere was gradually fading. Lotus really died. And while the Knight Captain was saying that everything fortunately ended well thanks to the timely appearance of the adventurer, 2 black silhouettes appeared in the distance. Assad and Fiona was walking ahead. What the knights saw shocked them. Dan was carrying Lenny's cloaked corpse in his arms. The vice captain rushed towards them in horror. Even the player frowned in disappointment. The main character had been hiding behind a tree all this time. The rain had not stopped falling from the sky for a second. The girl's corpse was placed with the other dead, who were placed in temporary barracks. She had been posthumously promoted and had become the knight she had wanted to be, a medal on her bloody body. With his arms outstretched, the Knight Captain, in a tone as light as his steps, told the grieving knights that they should celebrate victory, not cry over defeat. Lobato folded her arms across her chest and said that it was none of her business, of course, but didn't he feel sorry for his fallen subordinates? Then Ban, with a calm face, replied that he was not going to feel sorry for the knights who died in battle. It was an insult to the knights who defended their honor. Jisung listened to him with his head down in disappointment, while saying to himself that he had read this line in the game countless times, although he addressed these words to the knight squad, but it seemed like he was talking specifically to him. Thinking about this, the guy thought that he was standing right in front of the Knight Captain. Ban covered his face with his hand, asking what kind of atmosphere this was, because the apostle had died. Turning his head, he said that he would go take another look at the Lotus corpse to finish him off for sure if he was just pretending to be dead. The protagonist thought that this was a lie, Because he knew that Bond's real goal was to absorb the Lotus's power with the ring and take it with him. Because using the Apostle's power he could create a terrifying weapon. Jisung clenched his hand into a fist, thinking that this was the correct course of history, which he should protect, so he would not interfere anymore. Looking around, he thought about what this would lead to, and thus the behemoth arc finally came to an end. Raindrops were pouring down from the castle walls. The girl put her hands on the mask on her face. Looking through it, Chiron asked how it was possible to see something in front of her. It was amazing. Turning his head to the side, the guy thought who could have known that she would look at the equipment with such enthusiasm. He remembered himself in this equipment. Opening the inventory, the protagonist thought that such an item really existed, and these two items cannot be found. Continuing to figure it out, Zaisung thought that thanks to them he learned two new facts. Firstly, he can get items that are no longer in production, and secondly, in order to get an item, he needs to personally snatch it from the corpse of a monster. But since he can get an item that is no longer in production, it is worth a try. Smiling, Chiron asked if the guy brought anything else. The man looked up in fear, hearing a loud scream. Zaisung grabbed his hand and screamed. Although the potions helped him recover, it still hurt. Closing his eyes, he thought that it was because of the armor-piercing effect, so he had complications from damage, when suddenly the girl turned to him, asking if an adventurer fought Lotus, then why was he so injured, to which the guy gritted his teeth, thinking that he could not tell the truth. Imagining Muse, the protagonist thought that she was considered the person who killed Lotus, and he was a little worried about whether there would be a penalty from the Time Lords, but the card came out as expected, so there was no need to worry anymore. Without turning around, Zizyeong said that there was nothing to worry about. Chiron did not take her eyes off him, asking why he had changed so much, since before he seemed like a swindler who could only talk, but now he seemed to have become more weighty. She suddenly stretched out her hand forward, starting to release mana. Chiron smiled, saying that the guy had proven his abilities, so she was officially hiring him into the Magic Guild. The protagonist looked at the paper warily. The sun was shining brightly above the castle. Putting down the paper and pen, the guy asked if he could get the payment right away, to which the girl put a bag on the table, asking if that was all. The protagonist jumped up from his seat, and Chiron asked where he was going. Turning around, Jisung replied that he needed to check something, so he would come back in a couple of days, while the girl looked at him with disappointment, asking if he was going to run away with his earnings. The guy walked towards the exit with a sneer. Turning around, he replied that he had a reason to work hard. The sign that pointed to the broken bridge between the abyss said Elven Lodge, and the sign that pointed in the other direction said Hendon Myre. The protagonist frowned pitifully and asked how the rain could wash away the path to the Elven Lodge, to which Chiron asked him if he wanted to go into the forest. When the guy answered yes because they agreed to meet Linus there, she looked at him in surprise. Pouting, Zaisung asked what he should do now, maybe call Magath. When suddenly the dark fairy handed him a potion and told him to take it. When the guy asked what it was, the girl asked in response, did he really not know? But before she could explain everything to him, the guy drank all the contents. Shock appeared in Chiron's eyes, and Zaisung, standing in front of her, disappeared. At the same second, the protagonist fell to the ground. Getting up, he said discontentedly that the potion burns. But suddenly he saw tree trunks rising up and realized that he was in an elven guardhouse. The guy looked around and said to himself that he did not even expect Chiron to give him a teleportation potion, after which he asked himself, did not he have a level limit and the color should be yellow, I think. While he was thinking about this, he saw someone hit the anvil with a hammer. Linus was breathing heavily as he did his work. The sword he had just made was lying on the anvil, and the blacksmith, seeing Jisung, who asked how he was doing, happily exclaimed that everything was fine, but he was bored without Syria. Putting his hand on his shoulder, the man asked how he was and what was going on with his friend, whom he wanted to save. As soon as the guy heard this, the smile disappeared from his face. He remembered Lenny, who was smiling happily. Leaving the memories, he looked down sadly and replied that there was nothing more to worry about. Thick clouds floated across the blue sky, and Linus suddenly asked why he had come, since he was unlikely to have come to share news. A few minutes later, the blacksmith threw the hammer over his shoulder and asked if he really wanted to make a sword. Suddenly, he frowned in displeasure and asked where the blade he gave him had gone, to which he replied in confusion that it had been stolen. After a short pause, when Linus asked what kind of sword he needed and whether he had brought the materials, the protagonist opened his inventory and said that he would not get out of it later. At that very moment, a huge tentacle hit the blacksmith in the face, who wanted to ask what he had brought there, since he was so happy. The man flew back 10 meters, and Zaisung screamed in confusion, apologizing and adding that he had barely managed to fit the thing into his inventory. Linus rose from the ground and screamed angrily, asking what the hell that was. The protagonist grabbed the tentacle and replied that it was a lotus tentacle, causing the blacksmith to scream in rage, asking why the hell he was carrying it with him. When the boy replied that he had just used it as a weapon and then asked him to turn it into a sword, Linus furrowed his brows and shouted in anger, asking if he was joking and if there was any use in it. Then the protagonist turned around and said that he understood. Apparently he was asking too much. After all, this was a job for the best blacksmith. Hearing this, the man gripped the hammer tightly in his hands. A second later, his shadow loomed over the tentacle of the monster, and he told the boy to wait there. Putting the material on the anvil, Linus struck it with burning eyes and asked if he said he couldn't. While the blacksmith was working, Jisung smiled slyly, saying that he knew it, and then asked if it was a good idea to make a weapon out of a tentacle. There were no leaves on the tree trunks that rose into the sky, and the blacksmith shouted loudly, answering even more, adding that he only needed a week, so he could drag squids, octopuses, whatever. As he left, the protagonist glanced at Linus's work out of the corner of his eye and said to himself that everything had gone perfectly. The weapon was in good hands, he should probably buy some more potions while he had money, and now it was time to go back. When suddenly he grabbed his face and screamed that he no longer had a teleportation potion, after which he asked himself what he should do, because the path here had been washed away. And while he was rushing from side to side, a dark fairy appeared not far from him. She was holding 2 bottles of potion in her hands and asked discontentedly if he could listen to her before disappearing. Chiron handed one of the potions to the guy and said that he only needs to think about the place he wants to go to and then drink it, and it was lucky that she wrote the coordinates in that potion. Suddenly, she noticed the protagonist's gaze and asked if something was wrong, to which he replied that he thought the teleportation potion was yellow, and then asked if she had prepared it correctly. Hearing this, one of the petals on the dark fairy's head came off. Chiron suddenly pointed her finger at the guy and screamed in rage. Did he really dare compare this cheap stuff from the market with her masterpiece, adding that it was full of artificial colors, while hers was a natural product. She wanted to take the potion away from the protagonist, but he quickly drank it, and a bright light appeared in the forest. Many beautiful magical decorations hung from the ceiling. Zysing opened the door. Inside, he saw his personal room and asked in surprise if it was really his. The dark fairy chuckled and said that she had little time, so it was a bit empty, but not bad. Suddenly, a student approached her, saying that her order had arrived. This made the protagonist scratch his head in confusion and say that he shouldn't have. But unexpectedly for him, a huge sign was driven into the wall, which said that this was the Guild Association for Emergency Anomalies. Seeing this, the guy widened his eyes in shock and asked what it was, to which she replied that it was his new job. Hearing this, the protagonist threw up his arms and screamed in horror, asking if she was joking. What kind of ridiculous name was this? To which Chiron, angry, screamed in response that she made it herself. Loud screams were heard from the windows of the protagonist's room for several minutes. In the end, the guy was sitting on the floor, and the girl was laughing and saying that everything had already been decided. Then she put up her index finger and said that from today on he was working on behalf of the guild and he had to make sure he followed the terms of the contract. She would provide him with everything he needed. His job was to warn him of dangers along the way, and Jisung looked at her with a very dissatisfied face. When suddenly he frowned, saying to himself, danger, the events after the hippopotamus would become another apostle's metastasis. Having said this, he imagined an insanely terrible monster. Metastasis is what they call the disappearance of all living things in another dimension. This phenomenon is the source of all problems, but nothing is known about it. The guy imagined a photo of the missing student, and added that they didn't even know if this phenomenon was natural, or someone's tricks. Then he remembered the Lotus eyes and added that, however, they found out why metastasis affects the apostles, it's Hilda's fault. Having said this, the protagonist drew an image of a powerful woman in his head and added, she has enough strength to subject them to the effects of metastasis. Her motives explain one thing, the implementation of being. In his head, he drew a picture, according to the prophecy, in which after the adventurer defeats the apostles, Hilda will sacrifice Arad to resurrect the demon kingdom. Only complete idiots believe in such tales. But Hilda's power is no joke. If she is the source of the corruption, then he has no chance. Thinking about this, the guy opened the status window and saw that he was at level 31. Rising to his feet, he added that first he needs to become stronger, then asked Chiron if she knew how to make a healing potion. The girl turned to the interlocutor and asked what kind of potion, to which he replied, something like a potion that heals from the spreading all-consuming corruption. Hearing this, the dark fairy asked in surprise what he was talking about. This is no longer corruption, this is a plague. At this time the infection began to actively spread. A few minutes later, Chiron shouted after the departing Zysum, asking where and when it would start, to which he replied, in Aphelia, in the kingdom of Fens. Upon hearing this, horror appeared in the girl's eyes. Then the protagonist introduced the dark elf, who folded his arms across his chest and said that he was afraid that this was so. It was an underground city built by the same dark elves as her and other species, and he was also very sorry. But the plague had already come. A powerful aura was approaching the city. At this time, in the kingdom of the dark elves, the guards looked at what was approaching them. One of them closed his eyes and shouted for the elder to come back. There were many mutated corpses lying at the gate. The dark elf with a long beard gritted his teeth and shouted that this was their city, all because of the damned humans, how dare they attack his kingdom, and in such a way, adding that they should not joke with him, because he would definitely take revenge. After these words, he began to leave, ordering to gather all forces at the borders, because it was time to start a war. The dark elves quickly lined up in squads. After a while, clouds floated across the sky in the elven guardhouse. The protagonist, tensely knitting his eyebrows, looked at the fire ahead. Linus, in the fire that rose to the sky, was working on a weapon. He raised a massive hammer above himself. At the same second, the man hit the tentacle with it with force. A few minutes later, he exhaled heavily, raised his sword and told the guy to take the job. When Zysing saw the item's characteristics, he smiled happily and said to himself that it was the now inaccessible giant lotus tentacle, adding that he had already given up hope that it was possible to create such items, after which he thanked the man, because it turned out exactly as he wanted. Not far from the blacksmith's workplace was a prepared weapon mold, and then the guy said that he still needed something from him. A few minutes later, Linus put his hand on the sword mold and replied that there was no problem, after which he asked why he needed this particular mold. Then the protagonist drew a plan of action in his head using Linus' skill called weapon creation, which, together with the mold, allows you to change the appearance of any weapon, and when the blacksmith asked what he would do with this mold, he answered to make money. There were many living players walking along the streets of the city. The guy named Puro exhaled heavily and said to himself that everything was already closed, after which he asked himself what he should do now. When suddenly he heard a familiar voice, which made him stop. In the chat, a megaphone was broadcasting the main character's message to all players. Letters were flying into the sky from the megaphone. Zysing held an object to his mouth and announced that a giant lotus tentacle of level 35 was for sale. This is a cool and rare item from a unique boss, after which he asked if there were any interested parties. And right after he asked this, the player Puro loudly shouted his name, which made him shudder violently. Grabbing his head, he said to himself that he was hearing this whisper again, adding that he could not get used to it. The blacksmith, raising his hand to his chin, looked at him from the side, saying to himself that he was very sorry for him, because he was so young. The player put his hands behind his head and said that he was ready to buy the tentacles for 8 million, then asked where he was. Smiling broadly, Zysing said that he was in the elven guardhouse, but before he could thank the guy, something appeared behind him. When he was called out, he turned around with horror in his eyes. The guy saw a huge dog above him. The player looked at him and said with a weapon in his hand that they would now check his ears, then asked where he got such a unique and inaccessible thing, to which he replied that it was a company secret, while simultaneously saying to himself that the avatar of a Samoyed dog looks very scary in the first person, then asked himself if his main character was a ghost knight. Introducing 3 characters of the same person, the main character said to himself that this was not surprising, because players like to create different characters, adding that the dog's weapon had a pink aura, then asked how sharpened it was. The dog held a powerful artifact in his hand and replied that it was now at plus 13. Hearing this, the guy opened his mouth in shock and said to himself that the 12th is enough for most people, because the 13th requires a lot of gold. After that, he brought his hand to his chin and said that it was just right for the main character, to which the dog pointed at himself and replied that it was not the main one. The wind carried torn green petals across the sky, and Jisung asked in surprise, in the sense, to which his interlocutor explained that he created it because he liked the ghost knight. And when the main character decided to ask why he had such a weapon, the player's eyes lit up with a pink fire, and he firmly answered that he liked pink. This made the guy raise his eyebrows in surprise and say to himself that he was definitely going crazy. After a short pause, the dog opened the inventory in front of him and said that it was time to get down to business, after which Jisung opened the inventory, answering, of course, simultaneously saying to himself that he really wanted to quickly resolve this and go their separate ways. A few seconds later, the huge dog threw a pile of coins into the hands of the interlocutor. Immediately after that, he took an equally huge sword in his huge paw. With shining eyes, the player looked at the weapon, saying that it was a very cute tentacle sword, after which he said that he had something else. Saying that he had a gift for the protagonist, the player threw an egg to the guy. Zysing saw his reflection and asked in surprise if this was really a creature's egg. Then he imagined small living creatures and said to himself that creatures are creatures like pets that exist in the game, from cute animals to creatures that give strong buffs, the variations are endless. One of the reasons he wanted the form was to buy a creature. After leaving the performance, he happily raised the egg above his head and, laughing, thanked the dog. But when the protagonist opened it, he received a mini lanky lotus. At first, there was a happy smile on his face. But at that moment, he punched the pet with all his might. The mini lotus hit the tree and fell to the ground, and the guy said to himself that he seemed to have gone a bit too far. After seeing this, the dog leaned over to his friend and said that he thought he liked Lotus, to which he asked, smiling in confusion, how he even guessed. A few seconds later, the protagonist picked up the pet and apologized to him, saying that it was not his fault that he was born so ugly, after which he asked if maybe he should roast him. The player looked at him with his tongue hanging out and asked if he was really having fun with the pet, after which he asked if he wanted to join their guild. Without thinking twice, the guy replied that he did not want to, simultaneously saying to himself that if he joined the guild, he could be exposed, to which the dog asked in surprise if it was because of rumors, adding that they are not as reckless as they say. Hearing this, the protagonist raised his eyebrows in surprise and asked himself if he really had a popular guild, adding that he knew about the major guilds in general terms, but did not remember what was in the invitation, after which the dog said that if he suddenly wanted to, he should contact him. The Magic Guild. The sky was painted in warm colors. Zaisung entered Chiron's room. Not finding the dark fairy, he found a note on the table. Picking it up, the guy saw that it was for him, and read that Chiron did not want to admit it, but it seems that he told the truth. She was told that her homeland, Feneth, the kingdom of the Dark Elves, was engulfed by an epidemic, a terrible disease that turns the dead into terrible monsters. Reading this, the protagonist imagined insanely ugly elves. The saddest thing is that the Dark Elves believe that this is the work of humans. Tears flowed from their eyes because of the mourning of the deceased. Because of this, the region separating the two nations, the mountains of Aphelia, was under the threat of war. If this continues, war cannot be avoided. Before it was too late, the queen sent adventurers to investigate, and during the investigation, they found clues to cure the disease. Zaisung did not move from the place. So Chiron with the alchemist Lahan went to the nearby region of Aphelia to develop a cure. The protagonist was not in the guild, so she left a note, and by the time he read it, she would already be there. The dark fairy together with the man looked into the distance. Without finishing reading the letter, the guy rushed to run, wondering if the adventurers took up the investigation. This means that someone started a quest, so he needs to hurry and go to Aphelia. Opening the door, he ran into Syria. Looming over her, he said to himself that he had even forgotten that she had joined the Mages Guild after the Sky Tower. Looking away, Jisung introduced himself while saying to himself that it was better to pretend that he didn't know her. When suddenly Syria turned around when she heard a familiar voice saying that a war could start at any second. Two guys were standing by the wall, talking among themselves about choosing an unknown adventurer instead of an official member of the principality. While they were arguing, Syria approached them and said that she thought the adventurers would be fine since they saved her life. Hearing this, one of the guys put his hands in his pocket, saying that he had heard something like that, but a couple of goblins was nothing compared to what was happening now, and how would she know? She was just standing there watching the goblins being beaten. But suddenly, the girl extended her hand, saying that it was because she was standing behind and watching. She took the boys by the hands and added, "Blesses the adventurer, as well as the others." In that same second, a warm light appeared. The protagonist looked at Syria, who folded her arms, and wondered if she was a goddess. Coming to, he started to run, realizing that he had no more time to waste. There were traces of boots on the ground. All the trees around were dead. On the head of the protagonist sat his pet with glowing eyes. They were in the principality of Myre, in the border zone, in the mountains of Aphelia. Touching the tree, the guy stopped. Lawton raised his hands and shouted joyfully that it could have been much worse. He rejoiced, adding that it couldn't be better. They had to finish the medicine, but he didn't even think that they would not have enough ingredients, to which Chiron opposite him replied that he should calm down, because she had everything under control. They were in the mountains of Aphelia in the temporary shelter of the principality. And while the man was asking the dark fairy how she thought of all this, two pairs of glowing eyes appeared behind her. Chiron heard a familiar voice, which made her turn around in surprise. In front of her, she saw the protagonist, who was reaching out to her, saying that he had come to help, and on his head was a lotus. Seeing the monster, the girl put a magic seal in front of herself and screamed, asking what it was, to which the guy replied that he had not yet given it a name. After a short pause, Chiron said that things were going very badly here. There were corpses everywhere, and the Dark Elves were helping to carry them, and the path to the Dark Elves' kingdom was blocked by the undead, so the adventurer was now clearing the way for support. Saying this, the dark fairy pointed to a passage in the rock. Hearing this, Zaisung drew a map in his head and said to himself that everything seemed to be going well. The first dungeon had been completed, and it seemed that the adventurer was currently closing the dungeons, the hero's catacombs. He imagined the stone sarcophagi and added that this was the location of the boss, one of the heroes, the elf Lungel. Having drawn an image of a powerful elf in his head, the protagonist said to himself that it was thanks to this disease that he would return from oblivion. Joining the adventurers, he would play a key role in stopping the epidemic, and if the corruption appeared again, then Lungel would most likely be the cause. Leaving his thoughts, the guy extended his hand and said that he would like to help, after which he asked if the girl would share the antidote. After thinking for a while, Chiron gave the protagonist a small vial and said that even if it was him, going alone was suicide, because he replied that there was no need to worry. He added that he was an expert in these places. A powerful dark energy was coming from inside the cave. Monsters were fiercely attacking from all sides. The protagonist broke through the hordes of monsters with a loud cry. With his new weapon, he cut through even strong mobs. Smiling widely, he said to himself that these ghouls were not fit to hold a candle to him. The physical damage of the tentacle was 428. Suddenly, a huge spider tried to attack the guy with the help of a web, but the ceiling suddenly cracked. Seeing this, Zysing smiled even wider. At the same second, a huge tentacle burst out of the ceiling and killed the spider. The guy looked at the tentacle, the chance of summoning which was 2%, and joyfully exclaimed that it also had an ability. The huge tentacle killed all the monsters it saw. After some time, there was no one left who was still alive. The corpses emitted two powerful auras, which were the two main reasons for the spread of the disease in the mountains of Aphelia: the aura of the Apostle, which turns all living things into something incomprehensible, and the aura of the Death Dragon, which resurrects the dead. While Mini Lotus licked the blood from the blade, the protagonist said that there was both an apostle and a dragon here. Luck was definitely not on the side of the Dark Elves, adding that his new weapon was even cooler than he expected. Suddenly, in the distance, he saw glowing columns and realized that there was a boss room there. Inside was a sarcophagus, which meant that this was Lungel's grave. Without thinking twice, the guy went inside. The sarcophagus was broken. Seeing this, Zysung's eyes showed shock and he wondered if he had already been resurrected. But how did they get here so quickly, adding that he wouldn't have time, but the rulers of time hadn't reached him, which meant that the corruption hadn't appeared yet, and it seemed that Lungel wasn't the source of the corruption. Everything was pointing to the source of the corruption being the Death Dragon that resurrects the dead. Thinking about this, he imagined a map that led from the Dark Elf's grave to the spider's lair. Inside it was a huge dragon named Spirazzi. Leaving his thoughts, the guy looked at his feet and saw several gold coins, and said, "This is the hero's grave," and then asked if this was really called treasure. Squatting down, he said that there were only a few gold coins and some scraps, when he suddenly saw Mini Lotus take out something from his inventory. Huge stone statues rose to the ceiling, and the guy screamed, asking if he really wanted him to eat him. The capital of the Dark Elf Kingdom, the entrance to the foot, several people were met by an army of Dark Elves. The first hero, the fairy knight Lungel, sat on a unicorn and asked discontentedly if they were really waiting for them, adding that the adventurers should be more careful. Next to him, holding her weapon, stood a girl named Blade. Suddenly, an elf, leaning on a cane, stepped forward and said that they were impudent. The leader of the elders of the Dark Elf Kingdom, Saffron, looked at the player with contempt in his eyes and added that there was news that strangers spreading disease invaded their city. He stood in front of his entire army, adding that he saw that they were able to get here, so they were using the path they had cleared to attack, after which he thanked them for doing their job. As he spoke, the elf archers pulled their bowstrings. When suddenly Lungel, looking at the old man, said that now was not the best time to start a war with people, so he asked to listen to the adventurer, because he had something to say. When suddenly Saffron asked him who else he was. When the Dark Elf began to say that he was the slayer of the monstrous dragon Hydragar, and the one who had completed 7 missions of the goddess Venus, shock appeared in the old man's eyes. Lungel's eyes lit up, and he said his name loudly. Hearing this, Saffron shouted loudly that this was impossible, because Lungel was a knight from ancient legends. When suddenly a girl appeared behind him, asking everyone to stop. Her face and neck were covered with lush green hair. The Dark Elf Queen, Myre, pointed at the stranger and said that without a doubt, it was Lord Lungel. When the queen caught up with the old man, he said that humans could use illusions, to which she replied that he did not believe that this imaginary disease could control their dead ancestors. But before she could finish speaking, a dark elf ran out of nowhere, shouting loudly that they were in trouble. Saffron turned to him and asked what was wrong. As soon as he asked, everyone present heard a loud roar that shook everything inside. An insanely powerful aura began to rise from the abyss to the bridge. It came from the boss room. Inside was a huge death dragon, whose seal had been broken. The protagonist was running down the stairs at full speed. He was in the passage to the Dark Elf's grave and shouting loudly that Spirazzi seemed to have been resurrected. With a frown, he said to himself that the adventurer and Lungel, like the Dark Elves, were going to kill Spirazzi together, which meant that they were heading to the last dungeon of Aphelia. But suddenly, monsters appeared on his way. Zysung pulled out a sword from his inventory and shouted loudly that he was tired of all this, adding that he did not have time for them. At this time, the death dragon opened its mouth wide. Leaning towards the player, he said that they were just a nobody, and then asked how long they thought this semblance of a seal could last against him. As soon as he asked this, an explosion was heard. Leaping high into the air, the blade carried out a shadow snake attack. Then Spirazzi attacked her with a deadly flame. But suddenly, a bright flash appeared behind the monster. The player used a white fang, cutting off the death dragon's head. Seeing this, the Dark Elves joyfully exclaimed that this time it definitely worked. But as soon as they said this, a huge paw attacked the girl. Blade missed the blow, flying into the nearest wall. The Dragon of Death grew ahead and laughing said that it was impressive, but her attacks would never hit his immortal body. Seeing this, one of the Dark Elves screamed in horror that this was the end, because no matter how much they hit him, he continued to recover. They could not win, they would all die here. But Lungel came out ahead of them. The monster again rushed to attack the girl. But suddenly a powerful shock wave from the collision was heard. Lungel blocked the attack and said that it was a lot of fun with the adventurer. He was able to see his descendants through the centuries and was able to help them, for which he was very grateful to her. Suddenly his eyes lit up, and he said that this was the last thing he did for her. Drops of water were dripping from the ceiling. The protagonist quickly ran to the boss room. But before he reached it, he saw an incredibly bright glow. A pillar of light hit the bone dragon's chest. Lungel, gritting his teeth, sacrificed himself. He died, but left a hole in the monster's chest and said one last thing, so that the player wouldn't miss this chance. Blade looked at what her comrade had done. The death dragon raised its head and, still screaming in rage, screamed, asking what that damn elf had done. When suddenly, out of the corner of his eye, he saw a girl flying into the air. The player spun in the air, using a double strike. A few seconds later, she landed perfectly on the floor. The monster was cut in many places on its body. Its eyes were looking at its opponent. The next second, it fell apart into many pieces of meat. Seeing this, one of the dark elves asked if they had really succeeded, to which the other replied that the death dragon did not recover. After that, everyone began to rejoice in their victory, and in the distance stood a black silhouette. The protagonist watched from the side and said sadly that he had missed everything. The capital of the kingdom of the dark elves, the foothills, inside from everywhere there was a bright light. The queen sat on the throne, and she was reported that they defeated the dragon of death, and the undead disappeared, and this disease still does not stop. The old man stood next to her and added that he did not think that these were the consequences of the resurrection of the dead or the plague, but he was inclined to believe that this was the work of people. Myre did not turn around to look at him. They say that he is at it again, after which she asked him to stop suspecting them, to which he replied that the lives of their citizens are at stake. Then the queen remembered the death dragon and Lord Lungel and said that with the arrival of the monster and the plague, people were able to call upon the legendary dark elf to stop it. Immediately after these words, Saffron handed Myre a small vial of potion and said that they were now selling them an antidote of their own making, after which he asked if she really wanted to say that this was a simple coincidence. Hearing this, the girl looked away, and the old man added that all he was suggesting was an easier path on which they could trust each other. The queen suddenly turned to the interlocutor and asked what if there was only a difficult one, to which he replied that he thought she herself understood, since she had lived for 9 centuries. Hearing this, Myre put her hand to her head and said that he would hardly take her side then, adding that she wanted to say that the innocence of humans only complicates everything, and it would be strange if they told the adventurer who risked his life to kill the death dragon that they would not drink the antidote out of mistrust. Instead he would have to go to Nyarphara, the city where this plague began, and also return from there alive. At this time, Blade stood in front of the entrance to the dead city. And when the queen asked if the old man knew what this city was hiding, she imagined a huge monster standing at the very top. It was the 6th apostle of the plague Delacy, whose eyes were burning madly. The protagonist, along with the mini Lotus, fled to this city, realizing that he was the cause of the disease, but now something else was important. The guide drew a path from Aphelia to Nyarphara in his head and said to himself that the Aphelia region had been completed, but the corruption had not appeared. It was the first time he saw that the corruption had not appeared after completing the location, and the arc of the disease was not over yet. With his eyebrows tensely drawn together, the guy added that if instead of storyline he said arc, it seemed to sound normal. But something was wrong with him, so he needed to hurry to Nyarphara. With these thoughts, he ran out into the light. Inside, he saw a man whose face was covered in blood and whose eyes were empty. There were corpses everywhere, and Zysing said that this was a broken altar and dwarves, which meant he was where he needed to be. Touching the pet, he said that this was a dungeon, the altar of the tyrant king, adding that dwarves lived on the way to Nyarphara. He imagined the low creatures with glowing eyes looking at him angrily. Then the protagonist imagined the dwarves and dark elves burning each other with their eyes, and said to himself that according to the plot, the dark elves wanted to capture Nyarphara, and the dwarves, despite their illness, refused to leave the outskirts of the city. Leaving his thoughts, he looked at the corpse of the dwarf and added that although they were smart, they were not very sociable. They took all strangers for enemies and attacked without thinking, so they were considered monsters of this dungeon. Usually there were a lot of dwarves here. Apparently, the adventurer dealt with them all. While he was saying this, his pet touched the dead man. Suddenly, some surprise appeared in Zysing's eyes, and he said that the reasons why the dwarves refused to leave the city. Before he could finish speaking, his pet, seeing his master's hand, squealed loudly. At the same moment, the protagonist used a quick step, quickly rushing forward, and then shouted, asking why the mini Lotus was looking at him. It was time to move. Hearing this, the pet rushed after its owner. When they stopped, the protagonist rolled his eyes and said that he looked like a takoyaki, which means his name will be Tako. When suddenly, he opened his mouth in shock at what he saw. A huge golden statue of a dwarf was rising to the ceiling. Around it lay mountains of gold, and the guy said to himself that the dwarves did not leave this place because of the dungeon in the depths of the city, in which they hide their treasures, a golden tunnel. He looked at his shocked reflection in the gold and added that he completely forgot about it, so this is what this place is. At the same moment, Zyson grabbed a gold bar and said to himself that he could touch them. Without thinking twice, he began to throw them into his inventory, realizing that he could take everything. Gold bars began to appear in his inventory. Falling to his knees, the guy spread his arms and laughed joyfully with shining eyes, after which he shouted loudly that they were rich. He began to throw any jewelry into his inventory, joyfully shouting that he needed to take everything. Together with his pet, he made a golden angel. With a wide smile on his face and a blush on his cheeks, the protagonist said to himself that he was happy, after which he asked himself why he should even come back, because with so much money, he could just live here. But as soon as he said this, moments of severe pain immediately popped up in his head. At the same second, he got up, saying that this was too much. But suddenly Zysung heard screams from the side, where he immediately turned around. Blade was killing dwarves in her path with quick attacks. Stopping, she put the katana in its sheath. After that, the girl took a step towards her, saying that she did not expect it. Minette, with her hand on her hip, looked around and said that it looked like they were mining gold in secret from them. The protagonist watched the girls from the side. Before coming here, Elder Saffron approached the elf and instructed her to watch the adventurers. After waiting for the girls to leave, the guy said that they came by a different route, which meant it was time to go after them. But after his jump, the floor suddenly cracked. The coins began to shake, making a ringing sound. Hearing this, the protagonist turned around and asked what that sound was. Immediately after that, he and the gold flew into a huge hole. Looking down, Zysing screamed in horror. Mini Lotus rushed after his master. Coins continued to fall from the edges. At this time, a plague was spreading everywhere in the city of Nurfero. It came from a huge monster. He slowly moved his paws. Saliva flowed from his long tongue. He wondered where he was. The monster left traces behind it, continuing to ask itself why it was here and what it was supposed to do. When suddenly Hilda pulled the thread with a sly smile on her face. At that very second, the color of the monster's eyes changed. Raising its head, it exclaimed that it remembered everything, after which it asked who else would agree to dance to its tune. Purple poison flowed through its veins, and it screamed in rage that this entire planet would rot. A dark aura spread throughout the city. It spread further and further across the city, and Delacy quietly said that he was just an illusion of illness. Blade slightly lowered her glasses. She looked at the monster, whose power spread everywhere, and it said the essence, the destruction, the land shrouded in its spirit are doomed to die. Time will pass, and he, Delacy, of the Black Plague. Myre watched excitedly as the apostle dissolved. In the end, only one burning eye remained. After a few seconds, everything that was dissolved. Currently, the player and Minette were standing in the throne room and reporting on what happened in Nurferi. Saffron closed one eye and said, "This is the reason for the recent events. Everything is as the fortune teller said." Iris was standing in the shadows. After these words, she came forward. Golden ornaments were hanging from the ceiling, and the girl said that her purpose was to resolve all their misunderstandings about people. She had no need to lie, and she believed that the two of them saw this apostle, or rather, only a grain of his power. Smiling, she added that Delacy destroys everything he comes close to, so they must destroy him for the good of Arad. After these words, they shook hands. After all the misunderstandings were resolved, the kingdom of the Dark Elves offered a military alliance to the people. The adventurer left the kingdom and headed to the location of Delacy, the northern region of the Hendon Myre Principality, Nordmeyer. Her heel stepped onto the ruined streets. Nordmeyer, a menacing green city, everything outside the dome was consumed by fire. The monster raised his hands and growled furiously. From all sides, monsters attacked people who wanted to get into the city. A guy with blue hair fought and shouted that they could not cope and they needed help. A girl named Michelle crossed her brightly lit arms. A second later, she released many magical attacks that hit the monsters. Landing, she shouted to her comrades that they needed to hold out a little longer, and they would not give them the city. To which the guy, smiling widely, exclaimed that this is true, they, the ciphers, gave too much to build it. Hearing this, Michelle went down into her memories, where she hugged her family and said to herself that simply because they were born special, they were banished and called ciphers. Green vegetation grew under the dome, and the girl added that this city, formidable, became the only place where they can live. If they lose it, they will again become an object of humiliation, but she will not allow this. Monsters tried their best to get inside, and Michelle, seeing this, asked herself what was happening, adding that the disease turns the body into a beast and drives people crazy. They were attacked not only from the ground but also from the air, but they are doing everything possible to avoid infection, but they do not know how much longer they will last. Suddenly, a strong surprise appeared in the girl's eyes. Suddenly, she rushed forward, shouting that someone was breaking through the barrier. She hurried to the other side of the barrier as fast as she could and wondered if it was really here. Stopping, the girl saw a torn tree. Frowning, Michelle asked if it was really that. Not far ahead, she saw the protagonist and finished, a human. Some time ago, Zeising fell into a golden tunnel. However, everything worked out. He was saved by a giant tentacle. Having reached the boss room, he realized that it was too late. The newer Farah storyline was over. Then the main character drew a map in his head and said to himself that he had managed to gain some time thanks to the teleportation potion, and unlike the pedestrian adventurer, he had 2 whole days to spare. His pet was flying next to him, and he continued to say that the first dungeon was Myre, a menacing green city, and it seemed that he was the first, perfect. From now on he would not lose this race. Having said this, the guy smiled contentedly. When suddenly Michelle frowned angrily and asked where he came from. She spread her arms out to the sides and added that there was a disease walking around here. Everything around was infected, after which she asked what he was, to which he replied that she should not think anything like that, because he was just studying this disease. The protagonist suddenly remembered Michelle, who held out her hand and told him to get out of this city, and said to himself that this would definitely not work, because she never recognized strangers, because she would hardly believe even an adventurer, and what should he do then? Unexpectedly for him, the girl smiled and said that this was great. Putting her hand to her chest, she added that he probably came straight from the principality, after which she asked for help, because her friends needed shelter. From what she heard, surprise appeared in the guy's eyes, and he asked if she really wanted him to help them. Lowering her hands, Michelle screamed yes, adding that he seemed to have found a safe path, so she would like to know about it. But suddenly the girl saw a sword blade in front of her and asked what he was doing, to which he laughed, saying that he was actually here too. A crazy smile appeared on Zeising's face, and he finished hunting them ciphers. As soon as he said this, he immediately rushed to attack, saying to himself that it was damage. Michelle managed to dodge at the very last moment. Turning around, she screamed, asking what kind of hunt for ciphers was he allowing himself, to which he, without turning around at her, said to himself that she could not ask strangers for help. It was 100% damage, and if an adventurer had come here, the plot would not have advanced, therefore. He screamed with all his might that the vile mutant should remain silent, which caused surprise to appear in Michelle's eyes. Throwing the sword over his shoulder, the protagonist added that he was sure that the disease appeared precisely because of them, adding that they had all gathered together, which meant that it would be more convenient to deal with everyone at once, simultaneously saying to himself that he should instill in his rival that strangers were evil. As suddenly the girl clenched her fists tightly, and said that now everything was clear to her. She rose into the air and attacked the guy, shouting that she would kill him. At first, Jisung was happy, but then, seeing the magical attacks flying at him, he asked himself if he had gone too far. Suddenly, they both automatically turned towards the direction from which the explosions were coming. Blade was destroying the monsters one after another. Seeing her, the protagonist said to himself that he could not leave Michelle completely without help, after which he shouted, asking if this was really an adventurer. When did she have time? Michelle gritted her teeth, looking at her opponent. Jisung shrugged and shouted discontentedly that he had heard that adventurers help everyone, be it a dark elf or a cipher. They are super strong, and you can't joke with them, and it seems he has no choice but to retreat. After these words, the guy started to run. And while Michelle was angry, a girl came out to her. Louise smiled widely and said that she was there with a player from the principality to study the disease. When she asked if Michelle would be so kind as to help them, the cipher slowly descended to the ground. Waving her hand, she ordered the strangers to leave, as she was in no mood to talk to them or other normals. The protagonist watched them from the tower, saying that they could breathe easy for now, and by the way, the cards still hadn't appeared. Then he remembered the night in the tavern and how Lenny had cut the valuable book, and he said to himself that this wasn't a real corruption, but just a small prerequisite for it, just like when the knight appeared in the tavern, or when Lenny had the misfortune to find the book of existence. Thinking about it, he imagined the mighty Hilda and said that it seemed like she had started to act, adding that she had been sitting quietly throughout the entire Dark Elf Kingdom arc, but why did she suddenly decide to make a move now? While he was thinking about this, Michelle's hat flew off. The girl was kneeling nearby, and the player was holding onto his sword. Raising her hands, Louise said that they had not come to fight, but to talk. Seeing this, the protagonist realized that the adventurer would figure it out himself, after which he turned away and added that he did not have time for this, because he needed to continue searching for the sources of corruption and hope that this time he would make it in time. Imagining Reshpan, the village of pain, Zeising said to himself that he would follow them to the last dungeon of Myre, where they would meet Delacy. After some time, the adventurer Michelle and Louise reached the place where the strongest dark aura was coming from. Shrouded in a green barrier, Louise said in surprise that it really did block the plague. Michelle walked behind him and reminded him of the promise to protect the ciphers if they helped defeat Delacy, so she should not forget about it, to which she replied that she should not worry, because they keep their word. At this time, the protagonist stood around the corner with his hands up. A staff was pointed at him, and he asked the one threatening him to listen to him. Opposite him stood a girl, Azalea Lot, with a very worried face, asking who he was. Jisung imagined the stones lined up in a circle and said to himself that forcing the adventurer to kill all the apostles was Hilda's plan, but by protecting the apostles, they hoped to stop this. Then he imagined people in hoods and masks and added that it was for this purpose that a secret organization called the Dark Hunters was created. Leaving his thoughts, he looked at the frightened girl in front of him, who asked him why he was pursuing her and what he wanted, and said to himself that she was their leader. Descending into his memories, the boy remembered seeing Azalea watching the adventurer, and even if there was enough antidote now, the effects of the disease would increase the closer he got to Delai's. Introducing the potion bottles and Michelle, Jisung added that this was why they needed a barrier. But there was no hope for Michelle, so he needed the help of this NPC. Leaving his memories, he smiled confusedly and introduced himself, then said that he wanted to offer her something, adding that she didn't need to kill Delai's to stop Hilda, they had to protect Delai's, then asked if it was right to send him to these lands. As he said this, there were corpses everywhere and everything was covered in blood. Spreading his hand to the side, the protagonist asked if this was what she was worried about, to which she asked how he knew. But when the boy told them that the Dark Hunters were an organization created to prevent the end of the world, but protecting the apostles was not the goal but the means, the girl raised her eyebrows in surprise and asked herself how he knew about the Dark Hunters. Without lowering his hand, Jisung continued to say that he was not asking them to believe him, because he only wanted to stop Hilda, adding that their methods were different, but the end result was the same. Hearing this, surprise appeared in Azalea's eyes. She suddenly remembered the man in the robe and said to herself that their methods were different, but the end result was the same. For a few seconds, they looked at each other in complete silence. After a short pause, the girl lowered her staff and said, "So that's it." Smiling warmly, she added that she would not interrogate him anymore, just like he did then. The dark aura in the city was getting stronger, and the main character was saying that Delacy was now in the town of Reshpan, and therefore Azalea should go there and help the adventurer. Before leaving, the girl cast a magic spell on the guy that would help him survive the plague, which made him laugh happily and thank her. After that, he ran away, and the sorceress looked after him, saying that perhaps he was the one, and there was a chance that he could get to a place where she could never return. At this time, the main character opened the status window in front of him and saw that he was at level 38, and he also had 400 reputation points. Seeing this, he continued to run, saying to himself that he didn't seem to have fought, but his level had risen, and then wondered if it was possible to raise your level just by completing events. Suddenly, out of the corner of his eye, he saw something that made him stop. From behind a pillar, Zaisun was watching the adventurer and her companions and saying that they couldn't lose them this time, and then he said to himself that he hoped for corruption. A bright moon was floating in the night sky. The guys reached the room of the sixth apostle of the plague Delacy, who roared furiously, and Azalea behind them shouted at them to be careful, because the apostle's body itself was a plague, and the concept of death did not apply to him. The protagonist watched them from the side and said to himself that it was very good that the corruption had not appeared yet, but Hilda would soon open an interdimensional crack. Saying this, he imagined a crack appearing in the sky. Then he imagined how a huge monster was sucked inside, and said to himself that the interdimensional gap is a subspace where an eternal storm rages. The undead will simply suck Delacy there, and the body will split and regenerate again until it is sealed forever. After these words, the guy imagined how the gap will close. But suddenly the monster's hand burst out of the closed gap. Using the last bits of strength, Delacy will open the interdimensional gap again, and then, grabbing the adventurer, disappear with him. After this picture, the protagonist left his thoughts and looked out of the corner of his eye at the battlefield. Azalea, putting out her staff, attacked the apostle. With a furious roar, the monster threw her into the nearest wall. The girl lost consciousness from such a blow. At the same second, blood splashed onto the ground. The protagonist was struck by the plague, because the barrier disappeared. Opening his inventory, the guy screamed, asking if it was because Azalea was unconscious, adding that it was very unexpected. Delacy screamed furiously to attack him until he devoured their entire world, and his body emitted insanely powerful magical energy. Stomping, he created sharp spikes under his opponents, and screamed that the plague would never go away. Suddenly, the protagonist was pierced by a spike. Blood poured out from behind the guy's eyes. A few seconds later, the burning of his pupils died down. He suddenly began to fall down. In one of the glasses, Jisung saw his past life, where he was a streamer. With surprise in his eyes, he continued to fall down. Seeing all his moments from his life, he realized that he was dying. When suddenly everything began to crack around him. His character broke everything around him with a powerful blow. The protagonist opened his mouth in surprise at what he saw. His character from the game looked at him with burning eyes and said that only he has the right to decide what his purpose is. After these words, confidence appeared in the guy's eyes. In that same second, he woke up. Jumping to his feet, Zaisun looked at his hands and asked where he was and why his wounds were healing, and what happened to the adventurer. After these questions, he looked at the night sky and said that the smoke had cleared, and it became easier to breathe. After a short pause, the guy looked out from behind the shelter and asked if it was really over. The girls hugged and rejoiced in their victory, saying that they did not know how the interdimensional crack opened, but the apostle was no longer there. What the protagonist saw sowed horror in his eyes. In the distance, he saw the adventurer, who was looking into the distance, and asked himself why she was here, because she should have disappeared along with Delacy. His pet stuck out its tongue. Suddenly, the boy stretched out his hands and said that now it was clear, this was the corruption. Smiling widely, he added that he just needed to open it again, although he was not sure if it would work, but now he felt like he could do it. As he said this, Jisung imagined how everything around him was covered in cracks when he died. Mini Lotus waved its tentacles in fear, to which its owner replied that he knew that this was the last chance to end the plague, he had no more potions, and asking for a barrier was not an option. Closing his eyes, he added that if he left everything as it was, he would receive another penalty, so he should remain silent, because he needed to think. Concentrating, he felt a small crack between dimensions. When the protagonist opened his eyes, their color changed. At this time, Louise smiled and asked if it was time for them to go back. But suddenly, Michelle pointed to the opening crack. Jisung put all his strength into opening it. With each passing second, it grew larger. Gritting his teeth, the guy noticed that poison had appeared on his body. Suddenly, his eyes lit up even brighter, and he screamed with all his might. At the same second, a huge paw burst out of the crack. The player looked at it emotionlessly. Unexpectedly for him, the apostle grabbed him. Those present could not move. The light in the protagonist's hands disappeared. He fell to his knees, saying that he did it, although he did not even think that it would work. The pet immediately approached them, and the guy, looking at it, said that he was also a good boy, because he really helped him out with his potion, but now it was time to go to the guild for a reward. As soon as he said this, a crack opened behind him. At this time, Louise, gritting her teeth, said that it was impossible for the adventurers to disappear. And while she was talking about this, her comrade Azalea looked away in surprise. She suddenly saw the protagonist's pet running around the closed crack. The protagonist turned around in shock. Suddenly, he began to be sucked in, and he, clinging to the ground, wondered if this was an interdimensional crack. His pet also tried with all his might to hold on. But suddenly, Jisung was sucked in. Inside, as if in space, his boot was spinning. Suddenly, a hole appeared that began to suck everything in. The protagonist resisted, screaming in pain. Gritting his teeth, he wondered if this was the other side, adding that the storm was too strong and he could not resist the pain. But suddenly, a bright flash of light appeared in the distance. From this, the guy had to cover his face with his hands. As soon as the light died down, he saw the player standing on nothing. A floor suddenly began to appear under Blade. The protagonist saw how houses slowly began to appear around her. Looking at the bright ball, Jisung realized that a barrier was forming around the player. With each passing second, it became denser and brighter. At the same second, the guy made a dash. He used a quick step, telling himself that he needed to make it before it closed. The protagonist quickly found a section of the barrier that had not yet formed. He took out his sword in midair. At the very last moment, Zysing managed to get inside. Frowning, he looked back. The crack in the barrier was slowly healing. At this time, many corpses lay on the ground. Swinging his sword, the player destroyed the opponents. Blade raised her head and said that the damn Imperial soldiers seemed to still be conducting their experiments with the Phantom Hand, and then asked how they even dared. The opponents ran at her, screaming and asking who she was, adding that she was not invited. The protagonist looked at this upside down and said to himself that this was the plot line of Blade's awakening. With his mouth open in surprise, he did not take his eyes off the girl, adding that in that case, this place is a temporary dungeon for awakening. In his head, the guy imagined 3 emblems and said to himself that awakening is a system in the game that allows users to awaken hidden powers at certain levels. An adventurer who fell into a crack overcomes past traumas and receives the first awakening. The player easily destroyed his opponents. He sees an illusion of his past when she was a test subject, and it seems that she does not notice him at all. Zysing looked up at the barrier and said that he stops the interdimensional storm. Then looking at his hand, he added that thanks to this, he is still alive, but if he were there for a few more seconds then. But before he could finish speaking, a black cloud of energy appeared behind the barrier, which laughed hoarsely. Hearing this, the protagonist turned around abruptly. Delacy was growling furiously and hitting the barrier with his paws. After a few seconds, his appearance began to dissolve, and the guy realized that it seemed to be splitting, regenerating over and over again. After that, he turned away and said that now it was more important not to lose the adventurer. Having said this, the protagonist imagined how Blade would leave the crack, and said to himself that sooner or later, using the powers received after awakening, she would open an interdimensional crack. If he fell behind her, he would be stuck here forever. Suddenly, a black drop fell in front of his foot. Seeing it, Zaisung stretched out his hand and asked where this drop came from. Black liquid began to pour out of the crack through which he fell. The guy mechanically raised his head up and realized that all this was from her. A few seconds later, thicker streams of black mucus began to descend. They suddenly began to quickly connect with each other. A few seconds later, an enraged Delacy appeared. Seeing him, the main character asked himself with displeasure, is it really happening again? Delacy was advancing on the guy with burning eyes. His limbs were slowly regenerating, and he said that he would return to the demon dimension. At the same moment, Zaisung took out a sword from his inventory. As a friend, the Apostle saw Blade fighting nearby. His eyes were fixed on her. When suddenly he roared furiously and rushed at her. Seeing this, the protagonist stretched out his hand and used Dark Fury, shouting that such a thing would not happen. But unexpectedly for him, the monster's attacks pierced him from all sides. The last blade was a few centimeters from the guy's eye. The next second, Delacy rushed after the girl. Then the protagonist opened a portal in front of him. Gritting his teeth, he said to himself that this was too bad, he would have to fight, although the disease did not seem to affect him even after contact with Delacy, and then asked himself if the plague was weaker here or if they were just lucky, but either way, this was a chance. With these thoughts, he swung his weapon, using a great wave. While the Apostle was distracted, a guy was attacking him from behind. But suddenly, Delacy split into two and shouted loudly that this damned woman was to blame for everything. At this time, Blade looked ahead and said that she would never forgive them. A furious battle began between Zaisung and the Apostle. The guy tried to dodge, saying to himself that his opponent's attacks were too unpredictable, so attacking was simply useless, because he had enormous regeneration. When suddenly, at the very last moment, he managed to block the attack. The main character flew down, and Delacy approached the cliff and asked how much longer he would run. When suddenly he saw something that made him surprised. In flight, the guy used a dark sphere that tore apart part of the monster's face. Then the main character, with glowing eyes, rushed to attack, using a combo at 200%. He used a dark crusher, after which Delacy was blown to pieces. Having made such a blow, the guy was breathing heavily. Raising his head, he saw that his opponent had begun to regenerate, which made him wonder how he was going to kill it, adding that he needed to somehow break it into several pieces and thus slow down the regeneration. While he was thinking about a plan, the Apostle part was hiding behind his back. During the attack, Zaisung only managed to turn around with horror in his eyes. At that very second, blood spurted in all directions. Blood was pouring out of the guy's mouth. Covered in wounds, the protagonist lay on the ground, and his opponent said that his reflexes were amazing. At that very moment, Delacy pierced his legs. A mockery shone in the monster's eyes, and he asked if maybe it was time for him to die. As soon as he said this, a hole appeared in the dome. The protagonist immediately looked away, wondering why the dungeon was collapsing. When suddenly he saw the player open a crack. The player was ready to leave this place. Delacy, seeing the passage, smiled contentedly. Jisung, bleeding, tried to get up, asking who said that he could leave. Then the monster looked at him out of the corner of his eye and asked if he knew the feeling of a storm tearing his body apart. Why not experience it himself? So he would sit here while it would shred his world. With contempt and hatred in his eyes, the guy looked at his opponent and asked if this was really such a joke. He imagined a destroyed village and dead people, after which he screamed that thousands had already died because of him. The protagonist's eyes lit up with excess rage. Hearing this, the Apostle only chuckled and said that it was funny, because they all tried to kill him just to continue existing. Saying this, he remembered the players who came with their comrades. Suddenly, his eyes filled with rage, and he asked who he thought he was after all this, deciding who was right and who was wrong. With his mouth wide open, Zaisung screamed at the top of his lungs that if he left now, he would fall right into Hilda's arms and would never return home to the demon dimension. Delacy jumped forward, saying that he knew a lot for a piece of shit. At that moment, he approached the exit. Seeing this, the protagonist stretched out his hand with a loud scream. The barrier began to crack. Delacy rushed towards the crack, and the protagonist furiously screamed for him to stop. But to the monster's surprise, he flew through the crack. Turning around, he asked in shock what happened. Zaisung clenched his fist tightly and exclaimed that closing cracks was easier than opening them, so he would not escape. Hearing this, the Apostle gritted his teeth and wondered if he had closed the interdimensional crack. Enraged, he destroyed the floor beneath the guy and ordered him to open the crack again. Jumping back, the protagonist attacked the enemy. Delacy immediately rushed after him, shouting that he was just a pathetic insect. But suddenly, huge tentacles hit him on the head. Immediately after that, the monster pinned the guy to the wall. Opening his mouth, he roared furiously. Breathing heavily, Zaisung looked at the enemy, saying to himself that he had neither the time nor the strength to continue the fight. Crawling back, he suddenly shouted that he could thank him, because he saved him, to which he shouted in response that now they were both locked here because of him. Grinning, the Apostle ordered not to stand in his way. Suddenly, surprise appeared in the eyes of the protagonist, because he remembered something. Lying on the floor, he said that something did not add up, because it cost him nothing to just wander around Arad and spread the plague. Imagining the city of Reshpan, the guy added that he only walks around it. Leaving his memories, he leaned towards the monster with rage in his eyes and shouted loudly that only he knew why. At the same second, Delacy pinned the protagonist to the floor with his paw, ordering him to shut up. A smile appeared on Zaisung's face, and he added that he did not care at all about the lives or deaths of insects. The smile disappeared from his face, and he quietly said that he wanted to go home. He said this fearlessly, looking into the eyes of the monster. Hearing this, Delacy swung his sword in rage and ordered his opponent to shut up. At this time, sympathy appeared in the protagonist's eyes, and he said to himself that it seemed that he was the only person in this world who could understand him. A huge paw flew towards him to kill him. But unexpectedly, the apostle froze when he heard the guy's words that he knew what he felt. Zaisung sat down on the floor and added that if they unite. Frowning, he firmly finished without a trace of sarcasm in his voice, they can go home. Hearing this, the monster, without taking his eyes off his opponent, asked if he really understood his feelings. Did he really think he could understand him? At the same second, he hit the guy with all his might. The protagonist gritted his teeth, taking blow after blow. The apostle, with eyes burning with rage, beat him, shouting loudly, asking if an insect like him could really understand him, adding that he lived in a world where every dog was trying to finish him off. Every damn day it felt like he was being torn to pieces, and then screamed, asking if he understood how disgusting it was. At the very last moment, Jisung dodged the last blow. Without taking his eyes off the monster, he shouted back that he knew. After that, he lowered his head and said that it was an ordinary day. He woke up in an unfamiliar place, he had to fight, and at the same time a lot of problems fell on him. He would like to know how to get back. He remembered how every time he looked at the sky, he did not see a single familiar star. Hearing this, Delacy squeezed his paw. In his eyes was the reflection of the protagonist, and he said to himself that he would never have thought that he would have something in common with a pathetic human. Thinking about this, he saw how similar they were to each other. After a short pause, Zaisung stood up and said that the gap was not completely closed yet. He felt that there was a narrow passage there. Energy was slowly sucked into this gap. The apostle suddenly shouted for the guy to open it now. The protagonist saw pieces of the barrier falling from above and said that it was pointless for him to leave now, because he would immediately fall into Hilda's hands. Hearing this, the monster leaned towards his interlocutor and wanted to say something, but Zaisung told him not to try to tell him anything about simply defeating her, because in his current state he couldn't even keep up with her shadow. Imagining how Hilda controlled people by pulling strings, he added that Hilda was one of the greatest magicians in this world. She easily controlled the apostles and she had enough brains to outwit him, so going ahead meant acting according to her scenario. But even Hilda was not able to predict some things. Hearing this, the apostle's eyes lit up. Suddenly, the guy pointed his finger at him and said that the actor had already left the stage. Frowning angrily, the protagonist explained that Hilda was sure of his death, so he should hide here, and at the moment of the climax, if he suddenly jumped out from behind the scenes, he would end the performance with a bloody massacre. Having said this, the boy imagined how Delacy tore Hilda to pieces. Leaving the imagination, he clenched his hand tightly into a fist and added that he was not ordering or trying to manipulate. This was an equal exchange. After that, he opened the crack and shouted loudly, offering to fight side by side. The monster looked at the crack and asked if he really wanted to leave and leave him here. Zaisung looked at his opponent and said that he would be completely honest with him. He could have run away 100 times and leave him here. But, while they were talking, the crack began to tighten. Seeing this, the guy shouted loudly that there was little time left, after which he turned to Delacy. The monster grinned in displeasure. His appearance suddenly began to disappear, and he said that he could not even laugh. Seeing this, the main character raised his hand to his face and shouted, asking if he really wanted to hang around here with his giant ego, adding that he should turn on his head. Everything around him began to quickly collapse. Horror appeared in Zaisung's eyes. Suddenly, he saw Delacy growing together above him. A second later, a glowing eye appeared, and the apostle said that the boy should not misunderstand him. He was not going to dance to his tune, but his plan to trick Hilda seemed interesting, so if he tore her apart, he would end the 1,000-year persecution, so he should not fail. Hearing this, the protagonist smiled widely and exclaimed that he could not worry. The gap tightened more and more, and the monster said that the boy must prove that he would keep his promise now. Unexpectedly for him, Zaisung grabbed his shell. Finding the apostle's eggs, he shouted that if he was so worried, then let him watch. At the same second, the protagonist stuck them to his chest and asked, he could easily turn such a piece into a clone, adding that if he broke his promise, he should just kill him. Seeing this, Delacy laughed madly and shouted, so be it. He protected him from the flying fragments. Suddenly, the monster squinted and asked what he was planning. The gap was getting smaller with each passing second, and the apostle asked how he was going to squeeze through this narrow hole. When he asked this, the gap became even smaller. A few minutes later, the guy stood on his comrade and said that he should trust him, because all they needed was a good push. After these words, Delacy pulled himself back and finally asked the guy to give his name. Hearing this, surprise appeared in the protagonist's eyes. A few seconds later, he smiled. At the same moment, he flew up. Zaisung used teleport after teleport. He was getting closer and closer to the crack. In flight, with glowing eyes, he grabbed the sword. The next second, his weapon punched an exit to the real world. A deep mark remained on the ground. The protagonist was on one knee. Breathing heavily, he smiled widely, saying that he did it. Suddenly, something flew into him at high speed. There was destruction and plague everywhere. At this time, Delacy, who was on the other side of the crevice, said that he would wait. After some time, Chiron, going to her office, said that it was necessary to increase support for the hospital on the west coast, and also to check that the refugees from Myre were provided with everything they needed. Stopping, she added that tomorrow they could rest, because everyone had worked hard. After that, she went to her room and, exhaling heavily, said to herself that she had not rested even once since the events in Aphelia. When she asked where the hell he was, a bright flash of light appeared behind her. Hearing the voice of the protagonist, the dark fairy turned around in shock. Not far in front of her, she saw Zaisung, who was standing heavily on his feet and asking if there were a couple of potions for him. Having asked this, he collapsed on the floor. Night had fallen, magical energy particles were floating in the air. The protagonist was lying in bed. He suddenly slowly opened his eyes. Seeing a familiar room, the guy asked where he was. Was this really the guild leader's room? Chiron swirled her glass and asked if he had finally woken up. Putting it on the table, she asked how he was feeling, adding that she had healed all of his wounds that she had found. Hearing this, Jisung sat down on the bed and thanked the girl and said that his body felt like wood, to which she replied that it was not surprising, since he had been lying there for a week. Hearing this, the guy grabbed his head and screamed loudly, asking if it had really been a week, after which he asked about the plot, where the adventurer was, adding that he couldn't let her go, and what happened to his clothes, where did his armor go, to which Chiron asked him to calm down, since she had taken care of his equipment. She then snapped her fingers and told him not to misunderstand, but she was not going to take her back. Immediately after that, a bright purple light filled the room. A magical barrier appeared not far in front of the protagonist, and the dark fairy said that he had better answer honestly now. Pointing her hand at the fragment of Delacy enclosed in the barrier, she asked him with displeasure why the hell he brought it with him to the city. Folding her arms over her chest, she asked him again if he understood how dangerous it was, adding that she would report every word he said to the principality. Hearing this, the guy lowered his head and said to himself that he could not even come up with an excuse, after which he said that he fought Delacy. Chiron, hearing this, was slightly surprised, but did not show it. Then Zaisung remembered the players and his comrades going to the Apostle's room, and then he said that he learned something. Delacy was forced to infect that land using the uncontrollable ability to spread the plague. Someone attacked Arad, and in such a situation, Delacy could only defend himself. Hearing this, the dark fairy frowned in anger and shouted, asking if he was really defending the Apostle. Did he even know how many people died from the plague? The protagonist passed by her and, putting his hand on the ball, replied that if a crime was committed, it would not be the gun that would be arrested, but the one who shot, so they made a deal, he would help Delacy take revenge. He then remembered how a fragment of the Apostle appeared on his chest, and explained that it was something like an observer so that he would not break the deal. He held his hand as close as possible to the Delacy fragment, and the girl said that he made a deal with the Apostle. How did he even think of that? But before she could finish speaking, Zaisung clenched his hand into a fist and asked the dark fairy to help him use this power. Hearing this, Chiron slapped herself in the face and asked if he was really going to drag him to the city. Didn't he understand what this would entail? To which he shouted in response that he wasn't going to act without a plan, because as far as he knew, there was armor that could help him. Lowering his head, he asked the girl to trust him, because he also didn't want the disease to spread throughout the city. As he said this, the protagonist imagined the happy players walking around the city. The dark fairy, with her eyebrows drawn together, looked at the interlocutor and asked if he knew how much they had been through. Zaisung raised his head to Chiron, who unexpectedly for him said that she would pretend that she hadn't heard any of this. Suddenly, she stretched out her hand. At that moment, the chains on the magic barrier were destroyed, and she added that she would pretend that she had nothing to do with it. After that, she involuntarily looked at the protagonist, and said that she could not believe him, but in this way she was doing him a favor for saving her homeland. Having said this, the sorceress remembered how she gave out the regeneration potion to children. After that, she used magic on the fragment of the Apostle and said that since they were separating his power and getting rid of diseases, it would take time. Hearing this, the guy began to look around, asking where his equipment was. A few minutes later, he saw the destroyed sword. This made Zaisung horrified, and his pet burst into tears, and the dark fairy said to herself that she sealed the sword along with the armor, and the disease was transferred to it. After leaving the building, the protagonist asked himself what to do. It was useless to go to Linus, he had no material. Opening the status window in front of him, he saw that he was now at level 38 and asked himself, maybe he should throw away this tentacle. After all, he had leveled up well, he could buy something else. Suddenly, 2 bags of gold appeared in his hands, and he shouted that after all, he had earned a whole 100 million gold. A blush appeared on his face. The guy suddenly began to sniff the air, asking himself what it smelled so delicious. Suddenly, he heard a voice from the side and turned around abruptly. 2 players, one of whom was a pumped-up man, dressed in a schoolgirl uniform. With a lost face, Zaisung looked at this and said that he needed to wash his eyes, because he did not think that he would see something more disgusting than the Delicacy Plague. He put his hand to his chin and thought about avatars. This is a cosmetic system that allows users to change the appearance of the character. Unlike weapon skins, an avatar is an item that takes up a slot. Moreover, avatars can enhance skills or basic characteristics. Avatars are an important part of pumping up the character's characteristics. The main character looked at the man and saw the bonuses that this set gives him, after which he asked himself if they can be used. Fluffy clouds floated across the blue sky. A few minutes later, the guy came to the luxury store. He was immediately bowed to and welcomed to Hill's boutique. What he saw made Zaisung open his mouth in shock. There were also many players inside. Hills looked at the guest and said to himself that he was just a brainless sack of money, so it was time to empty his pockets. His subordinate Dalvi understood everything from the look of the boss and, laughing, told him to leave it to her. At this time, the protagonist smiled contentedly, because he remembered how he learned that the auction room was inaccessible to him. Trying on one of the suits, his hair suddenly became longer. Grabbing it, Zaisung screamed, asking what happened, and Dalvi, looking through the book, replied that this was the new product of the week, but if he wanted something more delicate, they have it. After these words, the protagonist tried on another suit, and gradually learned how the avatar works. All this time, the consultant advised him on one outfit after another. During one of the fittings, wings grew on his back, and the girl said that the main character simply could not do without them, which is why he shouted that he was not here for jewelry, he needed a rare clone avatar. Hearing this, Dalvi raised her eyebrows in surprise. The wings disappeared from the guy's back, and he asked if they had at least one of these. Then the girl gave him a catalog. Putting his hand to his chin, the main character began to look for what he needed, after which he asked if they had full body sets, and when Dalvi replied that they were not presented in this catalog, he asked to bring them. In the first book, he frowned in displeasure and said that he did not like the characteristics. He began to look through book after book, which the girl carried by hand. And when Jisung asked if she could show him what she had brought first, Dalvi, sweating profusely, made a doomed face. After a while, she was lying on a pile of books and asking how about it. The protagonist was standing in shining clothes. In the equipment, he realized that it was a pure rare clone avatar. It looked inconspicuous, and he received all the enhancements. After these thoughts, he happily asked how much it would cost, and the girl gave him a check for 200 million gold. After hearing this, Jisung thought for a moment. After a few seconds, he began to take everything off. Dripping with cold sweat, the guy rushed to leave, saying that he would come back another time, but Dalvi grabbed his shoulder and angrily asked where he was going. In the room of the head of the Guild of Magicians, sheets of manuscripts were flying in all directions. Chiron was releasing energy from her hands in the form of a flower. It was blue. The dark fairy was casting a spell with great tension. She was perplexed why she could not cleanse this magical creature. In addition, it turned out that it was devouring her mana. The sorceress looked at it angrily, indignantly thinking how he dared to do this to her, then decided, since he was so hungry, to feed him properly. And through her flower she sent a magical flow into the monster. Part of it spilled over the windows. Standing in pink clots, Chiron laughed sadly. The wolf of the Black Plague shattered into fragments. In a moment they flew across the entire room, but a ray shone in his heart. The dark fairy was confused. She did not believe her eyes. The doors swung open with a noise. Someone grabbed her and carried her away from the battlefield. The guy sighed with relief, saying that it was already close. Chiron recognized him as Zaisung. They stood at the top of the room and watched as smoke and something else remained from the creature. Zaisung delightedly told Chiron that she had succeeded and thanked her for it, and the monster left behind the armor of the Black Plague Wolf, a unique artifact. The guy decided to take a closer look and concluded that the set was slightly different from what he remembered, but the stats were the same. Then he cursed because of the level restriction and was slightly upset that he would have to wait. At this time the dark fairy thanked him for saving him and asked how he managed to look into the future again. She did not have time to hear the answer, as Dalvi's cry was heard under the window that a visitor had arrived, and she politely demanded to pay the bill for 100 million gold. Chiron looked at Jisung in confusion, his back to her, sweat running down his face, because he was so nervous. Then he turned around to ask the fairy to borrow 50 million, but before he could finish speaking, he received a slap in the face. In the guy's hands was a piece of paper with a statement of a huge debt. He looked at it puzzledly and shared the problem with Lotus, making plans that they would have to go to the Golden Tunnel, and was glad that they had managed to buy an avatar. He looked at the available ammunition, reasoning that the problem with the armor was solved and recalling that Artie Marpus had not seen for a long time. This is armor made from the dead bodies of giant Aphelia spiders. All this was thanks to Lotus's stupid habit of dragging all sorts of junk, and Jisung told his pet this, and he squeaked something in response. The guy thought that now he needed a weapon and a unique gun would be just right, but NPCs sell rare weapons at most. He thought, standing in the middle of the street, that he needed to get to the auction. It was clear outside. He pestered one of the guys, complaining that his auction site was not working, assuming that it was a bug and asking him to buy him something, eventually convincing him that he would pay well. He was adamant. The guy with the barrel on his head apologized, and the elf asked herself why she was doing this, because it sounded suspicious. Zaisun fell to the ground in despair. His pet tried to cheer him up, but then an idea came to mind what to do. The guy with the bandage on his head turned around, puzzled. The protagonist held a megaphone in his hands and asked, pure guessing, if he was there, then asked for an answer and finally said that if he was online, then let him go to Hendon Myre. The guy with the bandage was surprised. Was this player really calling the guild master? Zaisun cursed, wondering where the one he called was. Then he thought that the message was not sent and he needed to move to another zone. So the guy decided that there was no choice. In the snowy mountains of Storm Pass, there are wooden idols at the location. Strange sounds were heard in the cave. No one was visible among the stone columns. Then the boss of Storm Pass, the ice dragon Skasa, appeared. The dragon was sleeping. Next to him were the small dragons Hismer and Spirazzi. The voice ordered its servants to move forward, go and fight, so it demanded to sow fear in Arad, and convinced that their will is strong and believe that they will complete the mission. The dragons rose, the small dragons grew into huge ones. Blood spurted in all directions. 2 dragons were defeated. The third called them in compassion. Skasa was reproached for sleeping. There was a shadow behind the dragon. Lord Bakel said that he trusted the dragon. There was a roar. The dragon roared, calling the Lord and saying that it was him, the dragon Saxa. He promised to destroy all the humans, all for the Lord. Red veins ran from his eyes down his muzzle. He repeated that he would destroy them all. But suddenly he fell down, defeated, calling for Lord Bakel. In the mountains, a gust of wind carried snow. Zizan looked ahead. He saw the native Bantu people. The boy looked at the yurts from afar, wondering why they were still there. The facts in his head were not adding up. After all, it had been a week since the incident in Nordmeyer, so the plot should have moved forward. At these words his thoughts were interrupted by someone's voice, addressing him as an outsider. The guy in the helmet with horns said that although he did not know why an outsider was here, this was Bantu territory. Zaisung realized that he had encountered Bantu warriors, and the guy in the helmet told him to get lost. The player asked why they were here. They were taken aback by such an impudent question and asked again if he was deaf. Zaisung justified himself by saying that he wanted to say that the Bantu warriors needed to run. They laughed, asking if they were running from him. He said that he meant sacks. They asked again, and Zaisung said that this place should have been destroyed by now. He didn't expect them to attack, and his pet didn't either, squealing in fear as the player tried to dodge the rope thrown at him. The warriors grabbed the handles of their weapons, justifying themselves by saying that they wanted to do it the easy way, but after hearing the rumors, they had no choice. They rushed straight at him, assuming that he was tired of living to say such things. He was lying on the ground, unable to move, because his arms and legs were tied. It was unknown how he managed to untangle himself, but he was running through the snow, and 2 were chasing him. They demanded that he stand where he was. They threw a lasso at him. He rushed, holding an object in his teeth. This very object released a green beam. The warriors were surprised. They assumed that it was a sword and wondered how long the player had had it. Zaisung did not expect this beam. A moment later, the sword seemed to explode, greatly surprising the warriors. The guy kept running, and in his head he thought that the sword was doing more damage than he thought, and was glad that he spat it out in time. Someone slipped on a rock. It was Jisung. He was falling down the cliff. The player screamed, ropes rushing after him. The guy fell on something soft, and heard a strange sound. He rolled over and got up, seeing that he landed on a yeti, a snow mountain monster. The monster woke up and looked at the guy. Jisung exhaled, saying that he saved him and asked if the yeti woke him up and sarcastically noted that he was very lucky. The yeti grabbed him and squeezed him in its huge paws. The monster suddenly howled, and Jisung ran away, shouting apologies and justifying himself that he did not do it on purpose. At this time, a message came from Pure Guessing. He asked if the player was looking for him. Jisung pulled out a bottle from the consumables. He threw it at the yeti. The guy jumped into the portal, calling him bro, and found himself next to the dog, who continued that he heard from his guildmate that he was called. He asked what the player was up to this time, to which Zaisung replied, catching his breath, that they would talk later, but for now he needed help. Pure Guessing looked at the table with the inscription auction. Then he said that it would be easier to loot a unique rarity from monsters, and then agreed to look at what was there, and Zysing thanked him. A bead of sweat ran down his face. Mentally he hoped that he would find something, but he had a bad feeling. The player presented a map with 2 points. These were the snowy mountains with Storm Pass, where the ice dragon Saxodoses at the top of the mountain, and the location itself, where the indigenous inhabitants of the Bantu tribe live. The plot of Storm Pass begins with Sax waking up from his sleep. In order to avoid certain death, the Bantu tribe flees to the foot of the mountains. This creates a conflict, as they invade the territory of the principality. Because of their pride, the tribe does not want to explain why they fled, and the adventurer goes to the mountains to figure everything out on his own. However, the plot has not yet begun. Out loud, Zysing asked if this means that he himself will have to wake Sax. Lotus was horrified by this idea. The guy again asked if this mission fell to him. Meanwhile, Pure Guessing found something for him. He said that this thing is expensive, it costs about 10 million. To which the hero said that it suits him, you can buy it, figuring to himself that he has 50 left. But Pure Guessing was surprised, thinking where he got so much money from when the hero asked for something else. Fingers tapped the keyboard. Their owner was surprised. A girl was sitting at the computer. She was asking out loud why the hero needed this item, clarifying that there weren't many of them at the auction, and asking how many he needed, then asked again, naming the same number that the player had requested. She was wondering why he needed 100 useless items, concluding that it was nonsense. Artie Marpia's set hasn't been played for ages. Pure Guessing looked at the game sets, thinking that at first he had a giant tentacle. Then she wondered where he dug up this junk from, and even collected the entire avatar. She thought that either the player has an ace up his sleeve, or just collects expensive clothes. She wondered what if this guy is not an RP player, but just a cheater. She looked at Jisung. He was holding his pet with his hand. Lotus was squeaking, and its owner was angry, because he had just fed it. The girl looked at the monitor screen, puzzled. In the end, she decided that she got carried away, and the guy was just enjoying the game. They said goodbye, and the player wished her good luck. He exhaled and was happy with the new weapon in his hands. The guy walked along the street tiles and thought that Sax's nest should be right between the villages of the Bantu tribe, which meant there was only one way to get past them unnoticed. He thought about the teleportation potion, which teleports the player to a city he had already visited, but Manga would attract a lot of attention, which would complicate everything. The guy stood at the entrance to the building, wondering what else he had missed. It was the Moonlight Tavern. He thought they might tell him what to do there. He chuckled to himself, as if taverns were the best places to find information. Suddenly, 2 tipsy guys tumbled out. A silhouette stood in the doorway and asked the guys who had flown out who was spreading rumors about him. It was the sorrowful Caracas. One of the ejected cursed and asked if he would say that he was wrong, and added that he said that he had defeated an evil mage with a piece of pie and had flown underground on a flea, and then asked who would believe such nonsense. Caracas agreed and asked if the speaker would be next, and the drunks immediately retreated. Zysing asked him if it was true, and he answered by asking if the guy wanted to get some too. Zysing asked him to tell more about the story about the flea. There were shouts from the tavern. Caracas laughed, saying that the drink was great, and asked where the player got the dark elf swill from, then asked if he was a real adventurer, then sighed and began to remember the times when he furrowed the deserts. The player sighed that he had been drinking in the tavern for 3 hours already. He reminded him that he was interested in the story of the flea, to which Caracas was surprised, asking if his listener really wanted a story about a flea, affirmed that he did not look as if he believed him, and added that he never lied to his adventurer friends. Zysing said that he believed him, he just wanted to know if he could ride one of these underground fleas. The moon rose in the sky. The heroes left the tavern. Caracas approved of Zysing's idea and offered to do it right now, and the player thought that he was very kind to him, and this would be good for him. Caracas asked where he needed to go. The player answered that he was heading to the peaks of the snowy mountains of Storm Pass. Caracas asked why he did not ask Bantu for help, to which he replied that he needed the tribe not to know anything. They stood in a clearing surrounded by trees. Caracas said that they were there. Zysing said in surprise, never thought that there was such a wasteland in the vicinity of Hendon Myre, and asked if giant fleas lived here. The foot cut through the air. The blow landed on Zysing's face. He was furious and shocked at the same time. Caracas said that there was nothing here, it was just a secluded place where they would not look for his interlocutor, and asked how dare the player cause trouble for the Bantu tribe. Then he pounced on Zysing again, shouting that the tribe leader was his good friend. The guy, fighting back, shouted that he did not intend to harm them. Caracas answered that he should shut up and stop making excuses. Zysing grouped himself. Caracas's eyes widened. The guy said that he had been listening to his stories for about 3 hours and now it was time for him to shut up and listen. At this time Caracas's hand met with resistance. In the place of the guy was a fire dragon. There was a roar and everything was illuminated by a flash of light. From the energy flow, Zysing was still standing on his feet. The flow of power enveloped everything around. Grieving Caracas was surprised by the volume of the explosion. He pressed his hands to his ears and spoke of the guy in less than flattering words, not understanding what was going on here. The protagonist opened the cry of the Berserker Dragon, a box with the roar of Kismer. He launched a weapon at the enemy. Caracas was able to destroy the cry of the Berserker Dragon with one blow. The protagonist was not going to give up his position and was already preparing to strike again. At that moment, Caracas decided to make a counterattack, thinking that Zaisung had fallen for his hook. The enemy used his energy flow against the Dark Knight and threw him away. The wave pursued the protagonist, who tried to jump away from it. Suddenly, a puff of steam and smoke appeared behind the enemy, and a new monster, grieving Caracas, told him not to get out until he called. It was Myre, resembling a huge mole. The guy was surprised and remembered how Caracas called Myre a flea. The enemy was confident in his strength, said that it was time to continue their conversation and began to advance on the protagonist, who was a little scared, saying that they misunderstood each other. The protagonist realized that there was zero trust in him. He remembered that Caracas was the head of the guild and he had a plan. He apologized to the man and said that he was on a secret mission, introduced himself. The protagonist took out a document confirming that he was the chairman of the Guild Association for Emergency Anomalies of the Magician's Guild. The grieving Caracas was surprised, asked again, and Zaisung meanwhile felt the mana from the document. It seems that it was not a fake. He continued to act according to the plan, said that he came to save the Bantu tribe. The protagonist again covered himself with Chiron, saying that it was her order. The grieving Caracas tensed up, as did the guy. Caracas was surprised why the chairman of the Guild Association was silent, offered to give him a ride to the Storm Pass, and the player happily agreed, thanking him. Climbing more to fly, Zaisung heard Caracas warning that everything was not free and he would have to write out an invoice in the name of the guild leader. The protagonist was taken aback, did not want to hang another debt on Chiron, and Caracas decided to issue the amount to the guy. He wanted to figure it out, remembered that he paid for drinks for Caracas, but did not have time. Myre was already burrowing underground. Sorrowful Caracas, pleased with himself, watched them leave. He thought about this boy from the Magician's Guild. The ground immediately turned out to be dotted with tunnels. Myre continued to break through the ground. Zaisung felt how he was getting sick. He decided to ask the mole how much longer they had to go. He hoped that it was not long. Myre saw blue energy in the ground. He stopped and sniffed. A stream of energy rushed at him. Myre was fascinated. The guy did not understand why they stopped. The mole seemed to have gone crazy and began to break through with all his might. He flew out from under the ground, forgetting about the protagonist, who did not hold on to the mole. Lotus, like the guy, flew straight down. Myre dug a new hole for himself and climbed into it. The protagonist got angry, asked the mole to stop, because this did not look like the tops of the mountains. Zaisung went a little further, leaving tracks in the snow. He cursed at the mole and was glad that at least they were able to get to the mountain caves. The protagonist was freezing from the cold and remembered that somewhere here there should be a nest of the rock. Suddenly he saw someone's camp. There was a tent, straw and a fire. Was it really a camp of the Bantu tribe? Zaisung sat down by the signal horn and examined the finds. It seemed that the tribe was watching the nest from here. The protagonist was delighted with the find, thought they were lucky. Apparently the nest was nearby. Lotus even got scared, but where the Bantu themselves were, the hero did not know. Not far from the night, 2 ice crystals were flying. They walked in front of Lotus, frightened. He touched the protagonist, hit her in the face. Pressing his hand to the blow, the player noticed an unexpected guest who interrupted them. He thought maybe someone from the Bantu tribe. The monsters were happy with the arrival of a new punching bag. The guy was scared. He saw their blue and ice-covered skin. The monsters were ready to attack at any second. And this time came, the protagonist and his pet turned around, started running. What is power? Zizan remembered their manner of speech. There can be no mistake. Everything begins with a deep sleep, and upon awakening, the mind is lost, a curse that forces you to destroy everything that your gaze fell on. It was a dark nightmare. So the monsters that were happily catching up with the protagonist were struck by the dark nightmare. The protagonist continued to run, persuading the mobs not to fight him. But they didn't care. They shouted after him to shut up and die, laughing at the same time. There was an explosion behind him. The guy turned around. A more ferocious monster appeared. The protagonist froze for a second, realizing that the Yeti was standing in front of him. Now the dark nightmare was chasing the Yeti. Looking at them, the protagonist realized that this was his chance to get away from here. Suddenly, someone's voice told him that they were trying to attack him from above. The player jumped back and saw a powerful explosion that could fall on him. The snowman stood in this place. The voice continued to talk to Zaisung, and was surprised that he almost fell for such an attack, said that Hildur would be a breeze to fight the guy. The protagonist wondered who was talking to him, and the voice asked if he was surprised. Turning around, Zaisung saw a small screen, and in it, Delacy, who was watching him. The protagonist was surprised by his appearance here, but it was a clone of Delacy, and the snowman was about to attack at this time. The protagonist again rushed to run, talking to Delacy, who asked a lot of questions. What kind of place is this, where Hildur is? Continuing to run, the player apologized and offered to chat later. The snowman was already furious with anger and growled. The guy decided to get his weapon. Red lights sparkled everywhere. The snowman was cut, blood splashed like a fountain. The protagonist saw the enemy's limbs land on the snow. Delacy distracted him by saying that he was not touching her, to which Jisung replied that it was his inventory. Out of nowhere, a new snowman growled. He ran straight towards the protagonist. And he was not alone. Even Delacy's clone noted that there were too many of them. How could he kill them all? But the protagonist was not going to do that. Holding his sword in his hands, the protagonist stated that he did not need them all, he left them for the other adventurers. There were blocks of ice around, and Delacy still did not stop asking questions about what kind of dark nightmare this was. He assumed that it was like the corruption that Jisung had told him about earlier, but these were different things. The protagonist thought that this disease that deprived people of reason and turned them into monsters was the dark nightmare, but according to the plot, it was supposed to spread throughout the location. Suddenly mini lanky Lotus squeaked. Zysung asked if he found it. Delacy saw the protagonist's pet and laughed at him for not being able to take over the world. The player looked out from behind one of the ice blocks and asked if it was here. They saw the Ska's nest. Delacy's clone was surprised that Bakel's creation could be doing in such a place, and asked what the protagonist was looking for. Not paying attention to Delacy, the guy took out a book that glowed with a bright light. Delacy did not expect this, and his image began to dissipate. Snow began to fall in the mountains. The ground rumbled. The boss was waking up from his sleep, causing the protagonist to be thrown back a few meters. The monster wondered who dared to wake him up. He was of incredible size. The protagonist felt like a midge against his background. The boss began to threaten. Delacy appeared in a flash, dissatisfied that the player had not warned him that he was going to do something. But the knight had no time for that. Everything was not going according to plan. He looked at the big guy and realized that the dark nightmare was not affecting him. Zizan did not expect this, and the Delacy clone felt the nightmare. He felt the same energy as from the monkeys that were earlier, but it seemed that something was suppressing the nightmare from within. The protagonist was surprised that Delacy could even feel this, to which the latter simply laughed, because the smell of the disease was incomparable to him. The guy realized that the suppression was due to the damage that allowed Skasa to maintain his sanity. Therefore, it was necessary to drive Skasa crazy. The latter meanwhile began to attack. Delacy understood the guy's intentions to irritate the monster even more. Skasa flew up. Delacy and the protagonist started running, and Delacy's clone noticed that Zysung didn't have a plan, but just had to wait. Along the way, the protagonist released streams of energy at the mob. It in turn warned that the knight would not be able to escape. It was time to get his weapon out. The protagonist stuck his sword into the floor and various symbols formed around it. Looking at it, Skasa was surprised. A powerful explosion occurred. It was aimed at the monster, who did not have time to finish his sentence. The impact wave continued to fall on Skasa. Zysung jumped away from the monster. Delacy noted that it would have worked if the dragon was in a dream, but the player would argue with him. He was sure that everything worked. Images began to flash before the boss's eyes. The protagonist knew that his actions provoked memories. He continued to mock, asking how long it had been since Skasa heard that voice, and the monster did not understand what all this meant. The guy used the cry of the berserker dragon again. These were the dying words of Skasa's brothers. The monster became furious. He was sure that the knight was lying to him, that his brothers could not have died at the hands of people. Advancing on Skaz, Zizan was surprised at his stupidity, because the boss's brothers were in hell and disappointed. In general, like the dragon's master, saying these words, the guy used techniques, dark slash, dark sphere and great wave. Skaz growled and got angry from the pain. The player did not expect this, he had to run again. But the dragon did not give up. He was furious that someone dared to insult his brothers and master. Continuing to run, the guy thought that he had pissed off the monster, but Nightmare still did not appear. He guessed that words alone would not be enough. He stopped and began to gather energy around himself. The Delacy clone did not understand at all what this guy was doing. Releasing energy, Zysung guessed what the problem was. Bakel and his dragons were killed 100 years ago. It was not enough. He decided to use all the accumulated mana now. His eyes darkened when he decided that this should be enough. He will take only a particle of the cube that strengthened the character. The guy decided to create a spatial gap. The protagonist decided that this would be a gap in time itself. Addressing the monster as a unicorn, he was ready to make him believe. All the accumulated power was in the hands of the Dark Knight. He invited Skaz to look at history with his own eyes and began to tear space. The monster really did not believe until he saw. He remembered his brothers. The vision dissipated and the dark nightmare began to advance. Skaz blamed himself for the death of his brothers. While his mind was still with him, he remembered his master, Lord Bakel. The flow of energy almost blew Zysung away, but she appeared in front of him. Skaz's ice dragon card. The clone of Delacy suggested that they quickly run away from here. But the monster was not going to give it up like that. He released an explosion, which threw all the heroes back. Zaiseng's body began to be covered in ice. Skasa was determined, he was not going to let them go. He wanted to kill them for his master. He released ice blocks at the dark night. Zaiseng had to dodge. Just as he was about to do so, his leg was covered in ice. The blocks were already close. Panic overcame the guy. With his own eyes, he saw how the blocks were flying straight at him. Another second and the guy would have lost these very eyes. At that moment, everything froze, even Skasa. The blocks of ice remained hanging in the air. Zaiseng did not believe that time had stopped. Suddenly, gears appeared under him. The main character did not have time to figure out anything, and the gears began to rotate. Frightened, Jisung shouted loudly for everything to stop. Underneath him, huge mechanisms with gears began to appear, rotating with a threatening hum. The protagonist closed his eyes. Opening his eyes, he looked at what was happening in surprise, stunned by the scale. Unknown objects hovered around him, slowly rotating and emitting a faint glow. The guy was surrounded by a blue-violet space. An hourglass showed the fleetingness of time, its grains of sand falling down at an incredible speed. Jisung wondered where he was. Next to him, someone said that he managed to create a rift, and he did it completely by accident. Pointing a clawed paw at the guy, Cliff said that the trial was beginning, and his voice sounded merciless. The guy looked at him in shock. A huge lion head with flying clawed paws was the guardian, living on the edge of time and protecting timelines from destruction. From the memories, Myre, like a huge black arrow, pierced Zaiseng's head. As if someone had shackled the ranger's body, it was the one who executed the man without giving him a single chance. Zaiseng realized that it was the ruler of time, Baston. Cliffa said that they had been watching him since she dragged the guy into this dimension, breaking the ban. The protagonist thought that they were talking about Myre, and Cliffa did not want her interference, fearing the consequences. And the guy's companion realized that this cat knew a lot, perhaps even more than it seemed. Cliffa said that Zaiseng had finally crossed the line and plunged him into a pinkish barrier. God kept repeating, a rift in time outside of time can be too dangerous, and this can lead to a catastrophe. Zaiseng indignantly declared that he was the one who stopped the damage, risking himself. Cliffa asked about the corruption in confusion, while the man said that he did not understand where Cliffa was looking, because Skasa was infected with corruption. Cliffa, in turn, asked with indignation and confusion if it was Jisung who infected Skasa with a nightmare, bringing chaos. The guy showed a screen with displeasure, which showed the ice dragon Skasa, and said that it was a phenomenon that could change the future and disrupt stability. Cliffa asked if the rulers of time, Neymar and Baston, understood what Jisung was talking about. Neymar said that it had nothing to do with the future, and Baston that it had nothing to do with the past. Neymar repeated that only the ruptures that Jisung would create were felt. Baston said that he felt the ruptures that Jisung had created. The guy had a thought that was hard to believe, because even the rulers of time did not recognize corruption. Cliffa's eyes flashed and said that they needed to deal with the corruption. After all, Jisung would not stop at one rupture, he had already shown that. Beginning to imprison the frightened boy in a huge capsule, Cliff repeats that he is a person who interfered with the flow of time, thereby breaking the balance. Now he is sentenced to 1,000 years of re-education, without the right to appeal. Beginning to scream and hit the capsule, the boy said that it was not his fault, and that the damage brought from the outside was to blame for everything, after which he declared that he would follow the rules, if only they would let him go before it was too late. But Cliff repeated that the Time Lords have no choice, and such are the orders enshrined in laws. Zaiseng activated the power, but the ruler repeated that it is useless. Creating rifts is the property of the time rulers, which the boy is not able to do, at least in this dimension. After cursing, Zaiseng began to kick the capsule, unable to contain his rage, and his companion did not believe that they could be so easily imprisoned, and the Time Lords were a bunch of fools, to which the guy agreed with his opponent, continuing to kick their place of residence, hoping for a crack. The clone of Delasai asked him to look down, because there was an abyss, which greatly surprised the guy. They saw a blue accumulation of energy. The thought came to them that they could open a gap with its help, if they tried. At this time, Cliffa closed his eyes and told the guy not to worry, because 1,000 years is not so much, by time standards, and if Zaiseng behaved well, the Time Lords would shorten the term, as an exception, when the guy grabbed a weapon. The guy smashed the capsule from below with his weapon, aimed with a precise blow. Cliffa looked at the empty capsule in surprise, dumbfounded by the insolence. Jisung flew up to the energy cluster, repeating that he wanted to reach it no matter what it took. Baston blocked his path and wanted to stop the guy, repeating that he should go back and surrender. However, Jisung slipped past the lion's head and flew forward again. He hit Baston in a jump and moved on despite the resistance. Cliff tried to stop the guy and asked him to stop resisting. He hit the cat, leaving him behind. Jisung apologized, repeating that he would not stay in this place for a second longer, because he had a goal. He quickly flew up to the energy cluster and tried to grab it with his hand. A huge explosion rang out, illuminating the entire space with blue light, blinding everyone. The wave of magic almost threw the guy back. Jisung, grinning like a beast, tried to hold the sphere in his hands, straining every muscle. Cliff, who was thrown back by the shockwave, said that the Rubicon had been crossed and there was no turning back. Jisung smiled with his eyes shining. After that, he began to laugh wildly, while the Time Lords stretched out their paws to stop him. Neymar tried to activate his power. He remembered how Jisung ran to the sphere as if possessed. And at that time, Neymar kept trying to activate the power, increasing the tension. These memories flashed by at an incredible speed. The sphere began to spin faster and faster. Its arrow began to ripple due to the high voltage. Jisung held the sphere in his hands with a crazy smile on his lips. However, in the process, he realized that it was gone, it had disappeared. Cipher, taking the sphere, said that he could not believe that the guy could decide to do such a thing, because the Time Lords wanted to test him, but the man did not keep his word. The ruler showed that he had rewound time. With a scream, Cipher said that this was the end and, shackling his body, repeated that he was doomed to eternal repentance, without hope. The chains were causing Jisung great pain, causing him to let out painful groans, his body shaking. Sweat was pouring down his forehead. He tried to get out of the capsule again, but Cliffa said it was useless. Everything was predetermined. Jisung began to bang his head against the walls of his temporary confinement, in despair. His companion could not believe that they were caught, and he screamed, and the boy furiously screamed for them to open them. Jisung said with displeasure that there was no time to waste, and wondered if he could just rot here. Baston destroyed the ground under the man and began to lower the capsule into it, and the boy, cursing, screamed for the capsule to open before it was too late. Shocked, Cliffa flew up to the capsule, which disappeared from sight and fell into the ground, swallowed by the void. The place where the boy was imprisoned was illuminated by a bright light. A bright flash illuminated the space. The rift did not heal completely, instability remained. The guy started coughing, and his companion did not understand how the guy managed to do this, because everything should have been different. The companion clarified whether the guy opened an interdimensional rift, to which the guy answered negatively. He looked into the distance, and said that it was not him, and his voice was trembling. Standing in the middle of an unknown place teeming with volcanoes, the guy could not understand where they were, and why they were still alive. One of the Time Lords asked for someone to rewind time, but Cliff said that it was useless, because the guy was outside of dimension, outside of logic. The Time Lords did not understand how the young man was able to create a rift, because he should not have had powers, and Cliff nervously thought that the guy mentioned some kind of power, perhaps hidden, forbidden. Zaisung looked around the new area and thought that it was Takeo, most likely, judging by the volcanoes. Turning to the side, he said in fear that they were sent to the wrong place, the coordinates were wrong, and now everything is different. Due to the gap in time, Zaisung, Delicy and Lotus found themselves in a place shrouded in fire. Not far from them, a volcano began to erupt. Looking around the area, Delicy noticed that everything looked just like the hell that the protagonist told him about, thinking at that time about the rulers of time who did not catch them. A voice was heard from somewhere underground, not understanding who tried to do this. A powerful explosion was heard. The shock waved through the protagonist, his pet and Delicy several meters away. A new monster appeared behind the knight. The enemy immediately began to attack. He managed to hit the guy's hand with a hot stone. The monster laughed at what he did, and Zaisung at that moment thought that he was familiar with this mob. In front of the player stood the space demon, who mocked the main character. He was sure that he liked to fight. Behind him stood the rest of the demons. Without waiting for any order, the monsters rushed in pursuit of the main character. While running away from the mobs, Delicy asked what kind of space demons were, and Jisung explained that they were monsters that lived in different dimensions. Meanwhile, the space demons turned into flames and continued to move rapidly towards the dark night. One of the monsters managed to catch up with the guy, who responded with a jump strike. The next demon was defeated with a great wave. Beads of sweat began to flow down the protagonist's face when he remembered that the mobs exist in interdimensional holes. Space demons travel between holes, looking for worthy opponents, and their only goal is to kill stronger ones. The protagonist realized that the ability to travel between dimensions could have caused the rift to open, so Jisung thought that the space demons might have enough strength to get even into the dimension of the rulers of time. Delicy noticed how many trials they had already passed on the way to the goal. It seemed that Zaisung would not be able to get home soon, to which the main character did not listen to Delicy at all. He was thinking about something else. The dimensions were just a hypothesis for now, but one thing was indisputable. If there were monsters, then they were in the dungeon, and it was necessary to get out of here. And while the guy was in his thoughts, he did not notice how a new monster approached him. It was the boss monster of the Flame Planet. His name was Fire Carliler. Zaisung, looking at the new boss, realized that he just needed to kill him. Meanwhile, in the Principality of Myre, screams were heard coming from the Mages Guild. Chiron was perplexed, because Skasa had awakened, sowing chaos, and the Bantu tribe was on the verge of war. In addition, the storm pass was destroyed and the main character was the cause of all this. Chiron remembered how the sorrowful Caracas appeared before her, who gave her this information, said that the dark fairy and sorceress gave the guy a secret mission, and warned that if something happens, she will have to answer. Chiron was angry at what Zaising did, but at the same time she was worried, because she had not heard a word from him for a week. Looking at the crystal lying on the table, Chiron could not believe what was happening. The battle in the dungeon continued. The protagonist was fierce, attacked without thinking, screaming. With the last jerk, he cut the monster into several pieces. Fire Carliler was defeated. The player and his pet were insanely tired during this battle. Suddenly the guy blew up, because he remembered that they needed to return to the village. The protagonist, his pet and Delacy moved through the forest. The protagonist noticed that nothing was happening. He realized that the dungeon was not cleared, and Delacy at this time called him. He pointed to the unusual flowers that grew nearby. He thought that these were demons again. In front of the protagonist, the boss monster of the planet Storm, Conqueror Samu, who was sleeping peacefully, appeared. The guy remembered the monsters that they came across on their way and the strange cells under their feet. A guess appeared in his head and he voiced it out loud that this was an epic path. Delacy did not understand what this path meant. Then Zaising explained to him that this was a dungeon from the past, although it looked different. There were 4 boss demons of different elements. Delacy realized that they would need to defeat 4 monsters at once. At this time the company was already in the forest, and it was deep night. Conqueror Samu was fast asleep. As soon as the player decided to attack her, she felt it, and a tree grew out of nowhere in front of the protagonist's sword, right out of the ground. The awakened conqueror asked who was in front of her. Jisung mocked him for waking her up. A new battle ensued, with Conqueror Sini using tree roots, and the protagonist fighting back as best he could. But he was not very lucky, as one of the roots hit him right in the face. Then came the next blow, and blood flowed from the guy's cheek. The protagonist was not going to give up. He continued to chop the roots no matter what. In this way, he was able to reach the monster and finish the job. The leaves of the flower in which Conqueror Simu slept were scattered by the wind. Delacy enjoyed what was happening. He considered this story confusing, although, in his opinion, everything looked about the same. A new boss appeared in front of Jisung and Delacy concluded that they just need to destroy everyone who appears in their path. It was the ice planet's boss monster, Frosty Frieder. The enemy rushed into battle only after noticing the stranger. The protagonist managed to fight off the minions of the ice boss. Despite this, he got hit just as hard in the new fight as in the previous ones. The knight was in excruciating pain. He was almost completely covered in blood. Frieder realized that it was time to enter the game and launched one of his limbs into the floor. With this limb, he managed to reach the guy's body to press him to the ground. After such a powerful blow, several of Zaising's teeth flew out. Blood was flying everywhere. Frieder launched his limb into the sky along with Zaising. But suddenly he saw something new, which surprised him. The protagonist was not going to give up. He stuck his sword into the launched limb. Having flown with it, he managed to cut the monster's body in half. The protagonist did not stop, continuing to move. Finally, he stopped. This time, a new army appeared in front of him. Zaising sighed, as he looked worse than ever. His body was covered in bruises, several teeth were missing, and his face was completely covered in blood. In front of him stood the boss monster of the planet Transcendence, Thunder Jus, who, upon seeing the unexpected guest, immediately and without hesitation gave the order to attack. The protagonist was amazed by such determination. The minions of the new boss did not hesitate for a second. However, as did the player himself, who was already furious from the number of battles taking place today. In this battle, even more blood was spilled. Zaising almost lost all his strength, but he achieved his goal and approached the portal he needed. He knew that he was doing everything right, but 4 battles in a row were too difficult. Standing in front of the portal, he thought that he would need to run into the store for potions, and also grab some meat, although in general he was not particularly hungry. Light appeared. Suddenly, Zaising saw an erupting volcano before his eyes. The protagonist was back at the very beginning, surrounded only by lava and volcanoes. The exhausted guy couldn't believe his eyes. He was shocked, wondering why he was here again. At that moment, monsters were already advancing towards him. Another explosion came from underground. Everything repeated itself in a circle. The protagonist stood on the ground, on which lava was spreading. Delacy, who appeared in the system window, noticed that luck had left him. Zaising asked him to shut up. The guy raised his weapon in front of him and decided that this time should be the last. The monsters in front of him were shouting something. The young man sternly frowned and declared that he was ready for this. The system reported that the user had cleared 261 dungeons. The number decreased to 2. The player cut the golem's body in half. Purple energy appeared around him. The streamer turned around tensely. Looking at the monstrous flower, the Dark Knight noticed that Samu was reviving and assumed that they were going back in time. The Conqueror's ear twitched, The adventurer shouted that this couldn't be happening and asked if there was any way to get out of here. Suddenly, powerful tree roots appeared in front of him. The protagonist jumped back to avoid being hit. Gritting his teeth, Jisung wondered what this was and concluded that he needed to run. The guy ran towards the bushes and decided that there must be an exit here. Suddenly, the young man hit a protective barrier. He put his hands on it and realized that there was an invisible wall. A vine hit his back. The player turned around and punched it. The boss lunged forward and screamed furiously. The streamer swung his sword, his eyes lit up. The dark knight rushed forward, cutting the roots in his path. The girl's mouth opened in fear. Blood sprayed in the air. Standing in front of several golems, the adventurer realized that if this continued, everything would repeat itself, even if he won again and again. Light energy appeared in the portal. The protagonist remembered how he tried to drink a teleportation potion and ran into an invisible barrier. Zysung approached the portal and assumed that the only possible exit from the location was the gate through which he got here. The guy raised his hand and asked what he should do if he no longer had the opportunity to open the gap. Delicy assumed that there was some hidden exit here and wished that she had an original body. The young man frowned menacingly and remembered that there were not only 4 regions here. The player presented a sparkling inscription and said that there was a 5th, hidden location, which appears with a certain chance. The streamer took a step forward and decided that the hidden exit was probably in this location. The Dark Knight grinned and said that if the conditions for her appearance were still the same, then only luck could help him. The adventurer looked ahead with confidence and concluded that he needed to clear the dungeons until a secret location appeared. A bright flash flashed in front of him. With a swing of his sword, the protagonist cut the monster in half. In the list of locations, the fire was crossed out with a red cross. Sam looked up and asked what it was. Zysung smiled nervously. The flower was also crossed out. The guy rushed towards the frost golem. Blood sprinkled the system window with his level. The young man clenched his teeth tensely. Again, the space was illuminated by a bright light. The ice icon was crossed out. Debris flew into the air. The monster hit the player in the face. His level rose to 55. Lava spilled over the ground. The portal emitted a bright light. The conqueror frowned and asked the enemy what he was. The streamer looked at her in horror. His face was covered in abrasions. All the elemental icons were crossed out many times. Light energy shone in the portal. The Dark Knight left the dead monsters behind and approached him. The adventurer opened his wild eyes wide. The system reported that the user had cleared 317 dungeons. Mini Lanky Lotus stuck out his tongue and squeaked. The wounded protagonist opened his mouth and realized that he had to continue clearing dungeons until a secret location appeared. Jisung took a step forward and decided that this should not be so difficult. The sword fell from his hand. Imagining the crossed out signs, the guy thought about the dungeons repeating themselves endlessly, and the only way out is the gate, and assumed that he should definitely be lucky next time. A volcano erupted. The young man wondered if hell really looked like this. There was a deep wound on his back. The player fell to the ground. The streamer fell to his knees and punched the ground. The portal in front of him squeaked. Delicy asked if her comrade had already given up. The Dark Knight opened his mouth wide and began to breathe heavily. The adventurer clenched his fist tensely. The monster said that he had lasted longer than expected and asked him to stop beating the ground so as not to dig his own grave. The protagonist looked down. A sword blade flashed in front of the monster as it tried to ask its owner to let go. Zysung thrust the sword into the ground. The demon frowned angrily. The guy opened his mouth furiously and shouted that he had cleared this dungeon 300 times already. The ground split. The young man said that he had already done everything and looked everywhere. The shock wave lifted the debris into the air. The player said that he had checked everything he could. A cloud of dust rose above the platform. The monsters watched their master from afar. The streamer raised his fist. He looked into the pit and concluded that he had not only looked at his feet. The black stone split and glowed. The ground around the portal began to emit a bright glow. Mini Lanky Lotus hugged the monster in fear. The Dark Knight raised his sword for another blow and thought that it simply had to be here. The tip of the blade pierced the ground. A blinding flash illuminated the space. Shining blocks of energy appeared in the pit. The adventurer smiled and realized that he had found a hidden location. Under the ground there was a space full of buildings shimmering in the light. The protagonist ran forward. Multicolored blocks were floating in the air. Delicy was surprised that the hidden location actually existed and asked where the exit was. Zysung stopped and replied that the exit should be somewhere here if this place is part of the dungeon. 2 blue eyes flashed past him. The guy looked forward in fear. Something hit the ground next to him, causing him to jump to the side. The boy lost his footing and fell to the ground. His eyes widened. The monster swung its clawed paw. The player put his hand out in front of him to block the blow. The monster flew past him tangentially. The streamer raised his head. Someone's black ear twitched. The hidden Mao grabbed the cube with its claws and stuck out its tongue. Looking at the monster from the ground, Delicy realized that this was their ticket out. The Dark Knight raised his sword and decided it was time to fight. The boss jumped down. The huge cat landed on its feet and dodged the enemy's blow. The adventurer frowned furiously and began to breathe heavily. The protagonist swung his sword to prevent the enemy from getting close to him. The monster jumped high into the air. The monster lunged and grabbed Jisung's arm. The boy responded with a sword strike. The hidden Mao managed to escape. Delacy concluded that the beast was simply playing with her master. The boss released his claws. The boy thought that he was much stronger than all the other bosses in this dungeon. A sly smile appeared on his face. The player cut the air with his sword and realized that he could not waste much time on him. The huge cat dodged his attack. The monster immediately appeared behind the confused streamer. The adventurer turned around and struck again. His eyes widened in amazement. He decided that this could not be, and noticed that his opponent had become even faster. The monster jumped from block to block at great speed. The hidden Mao opened his mouth wide. The boss bounced off the ground. The protagonist realized that he could not keep up with him. The huge cat widened his crazy eyes and bared his fangs. A strong blow threw Zysung back. Blood gushed from his mouth. The monster pinned him to the wall with its paws. The monster grabbed him and pushed off the block. It threw the enemy to the other side. The shining block split. The boy fell to the ground. There were paw marks on his face. Delacy frowned tensely and told him that there was a reason why this beast perceived her master as a toy. The hidden Mao lay down on the ground and smiled widely. A status window appeared in front of the boy. The demon explained that he had become stronger after repeating dungeons, and the numerical representation of his strength had increased by 10 since they came here. The pet looked menacingly forward. The player tried to strike again, but missed. The boss jumped on the block. The streamer wiped his chin and was indignant at his behavior. The huge cat turned his head and grinned. The Dark Knight opened his mouth furiously and rushed forward. The sharp tail of the monster appeared in front of his throat. Delacy said that the difference in strength was simply colossal. After imagining the battles with the previous bosses, the adventurer decided that he had not wasted his time and wondered why he was not succeeding. His pupils narrowed in horror. Mini lanky Lotus began to cry. The demon concluded that it was all over. The monster swung its paw and let out a battle cry. The monster cut up the enemy's body. Delacy decided that their master would die. The powerful blows of the hidden Mao cut through the flying blocks. The pet opened its mouth and began to squeal pitifully. The bloody protagonist lay on the ground. The boss approached him closely. The huge cat bared its fangs and narrowed its eyes. The beast turned around when he heard the squeak of mini lanky Lotus. The monster grinned and stuck out its tongue. The monster walked towards the pet. At this moment, Zysung stabbed his sword into the ground. Hidden Mao turned around and slammed its paw on the ground. Its eyes sparkled. The blade's tip pierced the tip of his tail. The guy rushed forward. The young man gritted his teeth and swung his fist. His reflection appeared in the boss's eyes. The player dealt a powerful blow to his face. The pet's eyes widened in shock. The streamer's furious eyes lit up. Blood spurted from the huge cat's mouth. The powerful blow threw him far back. Delacy flew up to her master and asked how he managed to do that. The Dark Knight grabbed the sword and was outraged that the enemy decided to play with him. Rock fragments fell onto the artificial platform. The monster leaned against the wall. The monster's eyes widened in madness. The adventurer squeezed the hilt of the sword in his hand. The protagonist remembered the crossed-out locations and realized that he had been through hell. Scenes from past battles flashed through his head. Lenny smiled widely. Jisung decided that he had not gone through all this to die here. The boy gritted his teeth and swung his sword. The hidden Mao opened his mouth in fear. He managed to dodge the blow, and the sword punched a hole in the wall. The boss jumped back. The huge cat swung its clawed paw. The boy dodged its attack and raised his blade for another blow. The beast missed a powerful blow to the chest. Blood gushed from the wound on his body. The player spread his arms and realized that he was too tired. There were deep wounds on his chest. It was painful for him even to breathe. The streamer lowered the corners of his lips and suggested that it would be easier to die. He frowned menacingly. The Dark Knight remembered scenes from the past and realized that he would never give up and run away like that again. Dark energy concentrated around his sword. The adventurer grabbed the hilt and raised his hand. The protagonist turned around, and his eyes sparkled. A bright flash appeared in the middle of the hidden location. The sword cut the monster's body in half. A giant rift appeared ahead. Zysung thanked his opponent for making him stronger. Pieces of the hidden Mao's body flew into the air. A bright flash lit up the darkness. A portal to the outside appeared in front of the boy. Waves crashed against the shore in front of a tall tower. Delacy looked ahead and praised her master. The young man looked up and suggested returning to Hendon Myre. He jumped up and ran forward. Suddenly, a huge paw blocked his path. A huge shadow hung over him. The player's eyes widened in fear. The streamer looked up. A huge monster closed the rift with his hand. Lava was flowing in his helmet. The monster lowered its head and asked who dared to violate the order of this space. Birds flew over the academy. The children smiled happily when they noticed that Madame Chiron was in a good mood today and wished her a good morning. The dark fairy carried a bag with bottles of wine in her hands. The sorceress narrowed her eyes and looked at the newspaper. A dead dragon was depicted on the sheet of paper. The monster bared its fangs. The news wrote that an adventurer and the Bantu tribe defeated it. After giving the girl the bag of wine, Caracas remembered that, according to Bantu, the stranger warned them about the monster's attack and ran away, and apologized for the misunderstanding. Pressing the wine to her chest, the woman thought that all her problems had resolved themselves, and was glad that she had received such an expensive drink as a gift. Suddenly, Chiron hit the protagonist on the head. A smile appeared on her face. The blow threw Zysing aside. The guy fell upside down, and his eyes widened in surprise. A lamp was burning under the ceiling. The dark fairy slammed her hand on the table and called her comrade to account. The sorceress leaned towards him and asked where he had been and what had happened at the storm pass. Turning away, the young man replied that he had the right to remain silent and wondered if the plot of the snowy mountains had already ended. The doors of the office were closed. The player said that nothing special happened. The girl asked him to stop lying and noticed that he looked like he had been to hell. The woman looked down and asked what her friend was trying to hide from her. The streamer tensely pursed his lips. The Dark Knight looked at his hands. Chiron asked what scared him so much. Some time ago, colorful blocks were flying around the hidden location. The monster raised its hand above the adventurer. Delacy asked if it was a hidden boss. The protagonist looked up and denied it, thinking that it should not be here at all. Gaunis looked ahead. The king raised his hand and declared that the existence of the one who invaded this area is forbidden. The floor under Zysing's feet collapsed. The guy swung his sword when he saw the monster. He gritted his teeth and realized that the entire area had changed. The pet called the enemy's ability quite interesting. A rift appeared in the air, and lava started flowing out of it. The young man jumped back to avoid being burned alive. While dodging the monster's attacks, the player thought that he had finally found a way out, and wondered how he could defeat the space demon. With his mouth wide open, the streamer realized that he didn't have much time or strength left, and decided to get closer to the enemy. Huge sharp claws appeared in front of him. The Dark Knight looked away in fear. The owner of the ravine threw him back with a snap of his fingers. The adventurer's body flew through many floating blocks. It fell to the ground and raised a cloud of dust. A shadow hung over the wounded protagonist. A rift formed beneath him. Jisung fell into it. His body fell into a space filled with lava. The guy clenched his teeth and called his opponent a weakling. The young man narrowed his eyes tensely. Delacy flew to him and asked him to wake up. The space began to crack. A bright light burst out of it and illuminated the player. He looked away in fear. The same rift appeared in the memory. The streamer realized that someone helped him escape, just like last time. Playing cards appeared in the air. The Dark Knight assumed that it must be someone who can influence the dimension of the rulers of time, and concluded that some unknown third party was watching over him. The adventurer frowned menacingly. The protagonist grabbed his shoulder. He looked down and concluded that those scoundrels did not save him, but were simply playing with him. Jisung remembered how he fell into the rift after meeting Gaunis, and realized that he did not even know who they were, but his life and death seemed to depend on their decisions. The guy looked down and realized that he was wrong when he thought that he had become stronger. The young man bowed his head and cursed. Chiron approached him and said that her companion did not have to say anything if he did not want to. The dark fairy put her hand on his shoulder. The player looked at her in surprise. The sorceress smiled and explained that for now it was enough for her that he had returned. The streamer blushed embarrassedly, and his lips began to tremble. The girl shoved a piece of paper in his face. His debt was written on it. The woman said that she was worried about her money, and hoped that her friend remembered that the deadline was tomorrow. The Dark Knight looked away and confirmed this. Coins fell from the sky. The adventurer entered the golden tunnel and decided that he could keep everything else for himself, since he had already dealt with his debts. Bags of gold lay on the ground. The protagonist picked up an ingot and thought that now he had no way to find out who it was, but they would definitely appear if something attracted their attention. Zysing looked at his reflection and decided to become even stronger in order to make sure they wouldn't play with him. Appearing next to him, Delacy asked if her master was going to meet Hilda and suggested that they just kill her. The guy put a gold bar in her mouth and said that they didn't need to rush because she could easily kill him. There were piles of gold coins on the ground. The young man said that meeting your end does not mean paying off your debts. The demon replied that this is obvious. The coins began to shine unnaturally. People were walking along the streets of the city. The monster looked up and asked what about that whale. The Dark Knight said that he had already been there. The adventurer smiled widely and explained that they would go even further. The monster asked how he was going to fly beyond the sky. Standing in the middle of the street, the protagonist asked his companion not to worry. A magic circle was shining above the island. The sun was shining above the arch. Ziziong said that they would soon get their ticket there. A blue magic circle was shining in the sky, which was created by the Archmage to protect these lands. The second circle was emitting bright lightning. The man looked up at it. This protection was created in the Sky Castle. The monster crashed into the magic circle, which did not allow anyone to rise above a certain mark. The guy looked back and said that this is how the legend of the land that exists above the sky was born. A fortress towered over the sea. Chiron looked away. The young man said that this place really exists and is now in mortal danger. The player looked out the window and said that soon the harbor of the western coast will be destroyed by the fallen Margata. People looked at the sky and saw a burning ship. The girl ran to the ship's wheel. She had a confident look. The streamer said that this celestial needed their help. The Dark Knight turned around and explained that he saw such a future tonight. The adventurer suddenly raised his hand and exclaimed that he saw something else, and called out the name of the celestial. His eyes widened as the dark fairy said that she knew her. Marlene raised her hand to her hair. The sorceress told him that she was a lady-in-waiting who served the princess of the heavenly kingdom, and who had come down to them alone in search of reinforcements. The protagonist asked how she knew this. The girl closed her eyes and said that it had already happened 2 weeks ago. Jisung's eyes widened in shock and he asked what that meant. There were books on the shelves. The woman asked if her companion had hit his head. The boy scratched his cheek and suggested that his foresight was malfunctioning. Smiling nervously, the young man realized that a month had passed since his return and wondered what he should do now. The player asked himself if he had any more useful information. Chiron closed her eyes and complained that she had too many problems on her shoulders. The ship fell into the sea. The dark fairy called it a miracle that Marlene was able to overcome Bakel's magic circle and explained that they were thinking about how to return her safely, since they cannot expect a big miracle. The sorceress asked how they could overcome the magic circle that the Apostle created. The streamer smiled slyly and asked if it was not logical to use his own power to destroy the circle. The girl put her finger to her lips and replied that the man had long since died. The Dark Knight stated that his powers still existed. An image of mighty dragons appeared in her head. The woman looked down and suggested that this could work. She looked at her companion when the adventurer stated that he had a favor to ask of her. The car shook and hummed. The man clasped his hands. The girl smiled. The piston of the mechanism moved up and down. A bright flash illuminated the heroes, and smoke poured out of the machine. The man grabbed his head and begged for the device to work. His eyes widened. The door on the mechanism opened. The mechanic raised his hand. His eyes sparkled and his cheeks turned red. In his hands was a piece of metal. The system reported that he failed to enchant the item. The player slammed his fist on the ground and screamed loudly. Looking at him from the side, the NPCs asked him not to worry and suggested that he would definitely be lucky next time. After saluting, Kiri asked who else needed to enhance items and said that this was their chance to try their luck. The protagonist approached and called out to her. Zaisung put his hand to his chest and introduced himself as the chairman of the Guild Association for Extreme Anomalies. The guy approached the car and explained that he needed something. The girl remembered that Chiron had told her something about him. There was a large machine on the ground. The woman asked if the client wanted to use its enchantment for free. She frowned and explained that she was indebted to the dark fairy who taught her magic. In the memory, the sorceress was trying to create a magic circle. The merchant talked about how Chiron took care of her and said that she usually fulfilled any request she made. Kiri raised her hand and shouted that free services were too much. The guy looked at her in surprise. The girl promised to do it for half the price and called it the best offer she could. The woman flinched when the boy suggested that she did not quite understand the point of what was happening. The player took out a bag of gold and said that he did not need a discount. Clouds floated in the sky. The streamer explained that the dark fairy asked him to use an item booster. The merchant said that was why she offered him a discount. The Dark Knight presented the ingredients for enchantment and said that he needed harmony crystals and protective passes that ensure success. Kiri's mouth fell open in shock and asked what that meant. The girl spread her arms and asked if the customer understood how hard it was to create them and stated that she would never give them away for free. The adventurer realized that he couldn't get what he wanted so easily. Frowning, the protagonist realized that he couldn't back down given the prices on the market and decided to act while he had the chance to get them. Jisung stepped forward and said that this put her in a difficult position. The sun was shining on the luxurious building. The guy told her that he was a member of the Magicians Guild, the official guild of the principality, and therefore a member of the government. Mini lanky Lotus touched the machine. The woman asked why she needed this information. The young man smirked and asked if she could handle refusing to cooperate with a member of the government. The merchant asked what kind of unreasonable demand this was. The player turned away and said that she continued to refuse to cooperate. Kiri opened her mouth furiously and asked if he was really going to blackmail her. The streamer asked her not to swear like that and asked when the last time this machine was checked and how she was doing with taxes. The girl broke out in cold sweat and horror. Looking through the door, the Dark Knight asked where the fire extinguisher was and noticed that there was a lot of dust. The woman clenched her teeth in irritation. The adventurer said that he had no choice but to report this to the principality. The protagonist grinned slyly when the merchant offered him a 70% discount and explained that she could not give away the passes for free. Clouds floated above the store. Ziziang called Kiri very generous and thanked her. In the evening, the guy approached the palace and laughed. There were many protective passes in his inventory. The young man took out his sword and thought that all his things were strengthened and enchanted. Delacy was happy that he managed to take advantage of someone. The player asked if she wanted revenge and stated that they were finally ready. The streamer looked up when someone called out to him. A black cloak fluttered behind him. A silver brooch sparkled on it. The man in the robe approached the dark knight. Bond smirked and stated that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. The adventurer frowned tensely when he saw him. Raising his hand, the man realized that this was their first meeting since Behemoth, and said that he was very upset that his friend left without saying goodbye. The protagonist asked what brought him here. The knight entered the building. Grabbing a mini lanky Lotus, he told about a woman who flew in from the Heavenly Kingdom and said that she needed military support. The captain presented a map of the principality's attacks and explained that there would be a severe shortage of people after the incidents with Delacy and the Bantu tribe. The commander extended his hand and said that the Delos Empire had decided to offer their help. Zaisung frowned menacingly and asked if the Knights of the Iron Wolf Order would really go to the Heavenly Kingdom with them once Magath was fixed. Bond smiled and confirmed it. Raising his hand, the man said that he was worried about whether they would be able to fly through the magic circle, and added that Chiron had contacted him that night and reported that the problem had been solved. The boy looked down and realized that he had missed the most important thing, since in order to get to the Heavenly Kingdom, he would have to work with the Iron Wolf Order. The young man opened his mouth wide and called out to his comrade, but the knight stopped him. The captain approached the door. The player asked what was wrong. Opening the door, the commander explained that the queen had already inquired about the adventurer joining them, and suggested that she wanted to assign a watcher to them. Bond smirked and said that they had no more need for weaklings, adding that he would have to stay here. The streamer's eyes widened in surprise. Kismer, Skasa, and Spirazzi bared their fangs. Chiron placed her hand on the parchment, and said that the great trio of dragons had been under Bakel's control since their birth. The center of the intersection of the circles lit up. The monsters were fragments of his power. Standing in front of the table, the man asked if they could really break through their master's magic circle. The dark fairy replied that in theory it should work. The knight looked down and decided that they should ask the adventurer more about Skasa. The sorceress frowned and reminded them that after the wanderer defeated Spirazzi during the plague breakout, the monster had been sealed again. The captain frowned sternly, thinking that he had no choice but to cooperate, and declared that this was their only way out. The heroes walked along the port on the west coast. The commander put his hand to his head and explained that Kismer had died when he attacked the Empire's territory, and that they needed to go back and see what was left of him. Hearts promised to prepare a cart. Someone approached them from behind. Bond said that he wanted to discuss something, but the adventurer should be back already. The man looked back and said that they had not seen each other for a long time. The paladin gave him a stern look. In the cart lay a huge fawn of Skaz. Then the fangs of the two remaining dragons appeared. There were boxes and barrels on the ship. The repair of Magath was nearing completion. When the crew was ready to set off, the heroes met at the port. Marlene smiled and said that she wanted to thank everyone for their help. Raising his hand, the knight said that they were just doing their job and asked how she was feeling. The girl replied that she was fine. Suddenly, someone approached the commander with an important message. Fiona saluted and reported that all the knights of the Order of the Iron Wolf were ready to leave. The people gathered on the pier. The captain announced that it was time for them to move out. The vice-captain looked at his irritated comrade and asked what was wrong. Bond frowned and was surprised that the adventurer gave up so easily. The sails of the ship rose. 3 fangs appeared from the magic circle. The ship took off into the air. The man smiled and admitted that he had not flown such things for a long time. The woman took the wheel in her hands. The ship rose high into the sky. The knight looked ahead and felt a sense of nostalgia. A huge shadow fell on the tower. The captain frowned menacingly and ordered everyone to take positions. A huge magic circle of Bakel appeared above the tower. The commander called on the crew to prepare for the strike. The magic circle sparkled. The dragon's fangs were directed forward. Bond tensely closed his eyes. At that moment, the ship collided with a protective barrier. The blacksmith turned around and looked at the sky. The girls looked out the window in surprise. The members of the Iron Wolf Order could barely stand on their feet. The fangs crashed into the magic circle. Sparks rained down from them. A bright flash appeared in the sky. The city's residents looked tensely at the sky, not understanding what was happening there. Caracas tensely knit his eyebrows and wished his friend good luck. A giant rift formed in the sky. A cluster of dark energy appeared behind it. Drops of water rose into the air. Fiona stared at the rift in amazement. Her eyes sparkled. There were many huge fish in the water. The guard looked at them and said that this was the Heavenly Kingdom. Marlin smiled and replied that it was not and that they were in the middle ocean. The ship, surrounded by a protective barrier, broke through the thickness of the water. The crew was glad that their plan worked. The knight took the fragments of the fangs and said that he only took them for a while. Suddenly, bubbles appeared on the surface of the water. Manga floated to the surface. The fish fell back into the ocean. The girl raised her head and greeted her comrades in the heavenly kingdom. The ship flew up to a huge city. A triumphal arch stood ahead. A member of the order put his hand on his friend's shoulder and was glad that everything worked out. The heroes walked along the side. The captain reminded them that they did not come for a picnic and ordered them to prepare for landing. Mini lanky Lotus looked through the hole in the barrel. Sitting inside, the protagonist said that they did it. The sun illuminated the streets of the city. The girl was lying on the bed. She was breathing heavily, and her body was covered in sweat. In her dream, the city was engulfed in fire. Screams of people were heard. The villain pointed a gun at a local and wished him death. There were corpses in the street. A trail of blood led to the throne. The woman opened her eyes in fear. The celestial rose from her bed and sighed heavily. Someone had burst into her chambers with an urgent message. She got out of bed and asked what had happened. A fire had started in the street. A soldier reported that the cartel was currently bombing and burning the outer walls of the capital. At that moment, someone shot him in the head. Blood spurted right in front of the girl's eyes. The soldier collapsed on the floor. The villains burst into the room. One of them said that his friend had shot the wrong person. The shooter pointed a gun at the woman and said that they seemed to have arrived in time. The man smiled broadly and asked if this was the commander of the defense forces. Suddenly, a powerful explosion was heard in the building. The villains fell to the ground. The old man looked up in horror. Zeldin pointed the flare gun at him and introduced herself, and asked how dare they touch their walls. The cartel member's eyes widened in fear when he saw that she had a gun instead of an arm. A bright light appeared in the barrel. Another explosion was heard outside. The soldiers ran to their boss and asked if she was okay. The girl explained that the cartel had broken into her house and asked them to make sure to double the number of people at their posts. The woman scratched her head when the soldier reported that they had no men or supplies left after the last battle. The man said that the North Wall group was asking for reinforcements. The Celestial closed her eyes and asked him to stop, as she had just woken up. Another guard ran up to her. The commander of the defense forces asked what happened. Steam rose above the western port. A ship was floating in the air. A soldier reported that an unknown Magatha had arrived. The ship docked and the people descended to the ground. The gates of the heavenly kingdom sparkled in the sun. Fiona opened her mouth in surprise. Bond called this place quite interesting. The man smiled and wished his friend to see it. Suddenly, the soldiers pointed their rifles at him. The knight put his hand on the hilt of his sword. Someone stepped forward and asked who they were. Zeldin put her gun on her shoulder and asked what they were doing in her port. Marlene put her hand to her chest and was glad that she was okay. The girl's eyes widened in surprise and asked if she was alive. The sailor told her that luck had smiled on them and they landed without problems. The flags of the order fluttered in the wind. The captain of the ship added that she took the people who helped her with her. The woman realized that this was an army from the lower world. Ban raised his hand and introduced himself as a member of the Delos Empire. The Celestial turned around as another explosion was heard. People with flags entered through the gate. The commander of the defense forces asked the guests to follow her. The guards were guarding the Empire's defense command center. Zeldin laid out a map on the table and introduced herself again, explaining that they currently needed to stop an armed cartel that was attacking their outer walls. The map showed the Empire of Zeben. The man offered to clarify the situation and said that it was the capital island of the Celestial Kingdom, and Zeben was one of the nations that lived on it. Pointing his finger at the map, the knight said that it was the city of Ghent and asked if they were here now. Looking down, the girl confirmed this and explained that the city was surrounded by 2 outer walls. The map showed 3 ports, east, south, and north. Marlene said that these were the cartel's main attack points. The sailor raised her eyebrows and told her that to the west of the capital island, in a lawless area, there was a criminal organization base that had grown so much that it was considered an entire army. People with weapons had stormed the city. While the main army of the island had been redirected elsewhere, the cartel had attacked Ghent. The woman clenched her fist and said that they had kidnapped the princess. A bloody path led to the throne. Ban asked when their troops would return from the mission. The Celestial closed her eyes and said that it was impossible because they were currently fighting a much more terrible enemy. The huge monster blew smoke from its mouth. Standing in front of the map, the man concluded that the Celestial Kingdom lacked troops and reinforcements to protect this territory, and asked what they should do in that case. The black cloak fluttered in the wind. The heroes walked out of the command center. The knight waved his hand and said that he and the adventurer would see each other later, and asked her to try not to die. The commander of the defense forces thanked him. The captain closed his eyes and said that he was just doing his job. Dust swirled under his feet. Zeldin decided that he had had a hard time. Smirking, Ban explained that he thought they had faced a serious opponent when he heard that a war had started here, and said that losing to a gang of bandits was even shameful. The girl gave him a menacing look. Standing in front of her, the man reported that the main army of the island would soon arrive. The army of the order stood nearby. The knight said that he saw no point in waiting for them, and expressed confidence that his men would be able to destroy the cartel in a month. Suddenly, soldiers ran up to him. The captain asked what happened. Bond smiled nervously when he heard that the cartel sacked Magath and stole all their supplies. A skeleton appeared in the background of the fire. There was a hole in its skull. Fiona and Dan were kneeling. The cartel member smiled widely and said that the girls from the ground were very cute. The girl gritted her teeth and thought that it was simply unthinkable that they had been caught. The villain picked up a gun and asked when his subordinates would finish soon. The villain put the barrel to the woman's forehead and said that their bodies would be enough. The bandit approached the barrel and asked what it was. The criminal opened the lid and asked why it was so heavy. The protagonist immediately knocked out several of his teeth with his foot. The shooter turned around. The Knight of the Order recognized these clothes. There were cut marks on the barrel. Zaisung broke out and shouted that everything could not have gone so smoothly. The brute punched him in the face. The cartel member turned away from the soldier and asked who he was. Fiona pounced on him from behind. The girl grabbed the blade with her teeth and swung it. The villain pressed her head into the ground. The boy turned around and saw the villain pointing a gun at her. The boy rushed forward and thought about how he could move faster than a bullet by using quick step. The scene of their fight with the monster appeared in the memory. Suddenly, the player's lips turned down and wondered if he would have to kill them. The bandit pulled the trigger. Someone ordered everyone to lie down on the ground, and a powerful wave of fire destroyed all the criminals. The streamer's mouth opened in shock. Bond's eyes widened in tension. The axe fell from the cartel member's hands. The man immediately cut off his head. Blood splashed on the Dark Knight's face. The knight looked away and said that it was a grave mistake. The woman asked him for forgiveness. The soldiers ran away when the captain ordered them to go to Ghent. The adventurer thanked him for his help. The commander said that he had to be careful. He stepped on the dead villain's head and said that this was a battlefield. Blood splashed in front of him. Bond explained that here death awaits at every corner. Mini lanky Lotus touched the owner. The villains fired pistols. Paladin hit one of them with her hammer. The bandits, not understanding anything, retreated to the eastern gate. A radio was attached to the wanderer's shoulder. Selden said that they were not too late. The criminal pointed his finger forward. The commander of the defense forces explained that the enemies were going to bomb the eastern gate, and that their signalman was hiding somewhere, sending them coordinates. The girl sternly knitted her eyebrows. The captain asked her to find this person before it was too late. Explosions were heard on the streets of the city. The protagonist remembered how he sat in front of the monitor, and realized that most of the cartel were just monsters. Corpses lay on the ground. Delacy flew up to the owner and asked what he was muttering under his breath. Zaisung asked her to shut up. Smoke rose into the air. The demon was outraged that her comrade was making such a scene in the middle of the battlefield. The monster opened its eyes wide and said that her friend had been killing them all this time, but now he couldn't do it because they were people. The guy looked down and narrowed his eyes. The young man remembered the battle scenes and thought about how he had gone through countless dungeons and killed a lot of monsters since arriving in Arad. The hidden mouse stuck out its tongue. The monster released tentacles. The monsters that the player had defeated before did not even remotely resemble humans. The beast attacked the man. Among them there were humanoid monsters, but most of them could be escaped. The streamer remembered their meeting with Bond. Until that moment, he had never had to kill people. He stood behind his own character. Mini lanky Lotus closed his eyes. The Dark Knight asked if he had ever killed people in the past. Baring her fangs, Delacy suggested that the owner considered himself somehow righteous, and asked if this was human morality. The demon rolled her eyes and said that she could not even believe it. Standing on the fortress wall, the adventurer reminded that he was also a human. The city walls were destroyed. The paladin went out to meet the cartel member. The protagonist hid behind the wall and remembered something. Mini lanky Lotus flew to the side. Zaisung asked why he even needed to deal with the cartel if the plot was moving because of this wanderer, and besides, he did not really need their level. The guy opened his mouth wide to say something, but the bullet flew past him. The villain raised his gun and said that it was his turn. His accomplice suggested that the victim tried to escape. Waving his hand, the young man said that he did not want to fight them, and suggested that they drop their weapons and surrender. The villain pointed a gun at him and just laughed at his words. The bullet ended up in front of the player's face. Suddenly, the streamer approached the enemy from behind. The bandit turned around in horror. The Dark Knight's eyes widened. The adventurer hit the enemy with the hilt of the sword. The next blow hit his accomplice. The criminal fell to the ground. The cartel member raised his head and insulted the enemy. The protagonist immediately hit him in the lower jaw and shouted that this was the first time he tried to knock someone out. Suddenly, the villain crashed into the wall behind him. Looking back, Zaisung concluded that the adventurer had found the signalman and assumed that the eastern gate should already be cleared. The guy closed his eyes and felt that there was no damage either. The young man asked what he should do now. The villain put the phone to his ear and reported that the current location was the eastern gate. Sitting on the ground, the bandit sent the coordinates. The player's eyes widened in fear. Another signalman was sitting nearby. The streamer wondered when he had managed to get here. The criminal looked up and requested fire on the target. The Dark Knight's pupils narrowed. Someone came up to him from behind and asked what he would do now. The man smiled and assumed that he already knew what would happen to him if he did not deal with the corruption. The wounded face of the wanderer appeared in the memory. The adventurer turned to Ban and remembered that the corruption could be a person. The cartel member ducked and put the phone to his ear. The protagonist hit him in the back of the head with his elbow. Jisung swung his fist and realized that he just needed to knock him out like before. The villain dodged his attack. He kicked his opponent in the stomach. The villain jumped back. The signalman fired his gun and asked who his enemy was. Dodging the bullets, the guy called on him to drop his weapon and surrender, and promised not to kill him. The bandit shouted that it was a lie. The young man appeared behind him. The player swung his fist again. The criminal blocked his blow with his hand. The man smirked and said that it was quite arrogant for such a newbie. The streamer lowered his hand. The knight was surprised that this man reacted to his blow, and was even able to block it. The captain asked what was wrong with him. The Dark Knight frowned and ordered him to shut up. The cartel member shot him in the stomach. Ban narrowed his eyes and said that he should not be distracted on the battlefield. The barrel of the gun appeared in the adventurer's face. The protagonist grabbed his side and started to run. Zaisung raised his hand in front of him and used magic. A wave of dark energy fell on the ground. The guy took advantage of the moment and disappeared around the corner. He leaned against the wall and took a healing potion from his inventory. The young man frowned sternly, feeling intense pain, and decided that he needed to use invulnerability and a combination of skills to dodge. There was a red line between him and the man. The player gripped the hilt of the sword and realized that he should just take the weapon and knock out the enemy, because there was no point in killing him. The streamer remembered how he sat at the computer and concluded that he could never go back. Then a smile shone on his face. The adventurer thought about how he could not return to the times when he could laugh and enjoy life. The protagonist grinned and wiped his chin. Zaising shouted that he would definitely return home. A grenade appeared in the air. A bright light illuminated the frightened guy's face. A powerful explosion was heard at that place. The villain stepped forward. There were traces of blood on the ground. The mini lanky Lotus was crushed by debris. The villain came closer and saw the wounded young man. Smiling widely, the signalman laughed and said that he would never give up. The bloodied player was lying on the ground. The bandit asked where all his confidence had gone. The streamer looked up. The criminal pointed a gun at him and decided to teach him a lesson. The Dark Knight tried to grab the sword, but realized that he couldn't move and that he would die if things continued like this. The wanderer's crazy eyes appeared in the memory. The adventurer looked forward in horror. The barrel of the gun shook. His heart started beating faster. The protagonist realized that he had to go home. Jisung grabbed the sword and thought that he couldn't die here. The villain narrowed his eyes slyly. Suddenly, he raised his eyebrows in fear. The guy pierced his body with the sword and realized that he didn't want to die. The villain opened his eyes wide and wheezed. It splashed the hilt of the sword. A pool of blood formed on the ground. The signalman's body fell to the ground. The young man looked at him in horror. A death grimace froze on the bandit's face. The sword hilt fell to the ground with a clang. Blood splashed across the red line. The player fell to his knees. Dead monsters lay on one side of the line, and human corpses on the other. Delacy appeared in front of the owner and congratulated him on finally overcoming his hypocrisy. The streamer raised his head and replied that it was not so. The criminal put a gun to the back of his head. The cartel member began to cry and asked how the enemy dared to kill his brother. The Dark Knight turned around and tried to object, but the villain asked him to shut up. The dead signalman lay in a pool of blood. The villain declared that he would deal with his killer. The adventurer lowered his head. His hand trembled as the protagonist realized that he had killed the man. The bandit frowned furiously and wished him death. The trigger of the gun trembled. Crimson blood splashed. The cartridge case fell to the ground. The criminal fell after her. The stranger lowered her gun and said that it couldn't be because it was her dungeon. The girl opened her mouth in surprise and realized something. She approached Jisung. The woman extended her hand to him and said that they were the same. The wanderer raised her eyebrows and called the guy awakened. The young man looked at her, puzzled. Fallen leaves swirled around. The player asked what awakened meant. The streamer frowned and concluded that this was not an NPC, but a user character. The gunsmith asked if that giant warrior had really sent him. The Dark Knight rose to his feet and asked if she had really met Myre. The stranger turned away when she heard a voice from the radio. The adventurer realized that her words were true. The girl took out a radio and reported that they had stopped the bombardment. Zeldin said that they would meet at the main defense headquarters, calling her an adventurer. The protagonist shuddered when he heard this. In the memory, the paladin struck with a hammer. Zaising wondered if this person was supposed to be an adventurer. The guy turned his head. He turned around and felt something strange. The wheels of the motorcycle began to spin. The cartel members approached the heroes, wishing them death. The woman turned away and suggested that they talk in a quieter place. System windows appeared in front of her hand. The Wanderer activated the G expansion system and set a multiple target. A cannon appeared around the boy's hand. The gunsmith asked him to cover her. The stranger summoned a rocket launcher and said that she would take on those who were walking in front. A beam of energy pierced the villain's body. The villains opened return fire. The girl opened her mouth wide and set the coordinates to switch the solar module. The motorcycle sped through the air above her head. The bandit promised to make sure she died, but a beam of light immediately cut off his hand. The gun chased him, firing shots. The criminal fired a grenade launcher and ordered his accomplices to destroy the device. The enemy projectile approached the turret. The woman waved her hand and activated the crown. Lightning began to flash around the machine. Its components opened up and let the missile through. An explosion rang out on the battlefield. The drones flew forward. The cartel members looked at them in confusion. The mechanisms directed beams of energy at them, and another explosion rang out. The players' eyes widened in shock and wondered how this could be. The Wanderer shot the enemy in the stomach. The gunsmith frowned menacingly. The streamer did not understand what was happening. Reinforcements appeared behind him. The villain smirked and laughed at the fact that the enemy did not control what was happening behind him. The Dark Knight raised his sword in front of him. The villain asked who he was. The adventurer's eyes widened and he realized that he had to stop them. The bandits approached him. The protagonist decided that he had to knock them out before they fired. The criminal pulled out a gun and smirked. The recently killed signalman stood behind him. Zysing's pupils narrowed in horror. A shot rang out. The guy froze in place, unable to dodge. A bullet flashed in his eyes. At that moment, a drone flew past him, saving him. A couple more cars appeared behind the cartel members. Beams of light immediately killed them. The dead villains fell to the ground. The stranger ran forward. She grabbed the young man by the collar. With her mouth open in fury, the girl reminded him that she had asked him to cover the rear, and asked why he was just standing there and staring into space. The player clenched his fist. The woman asked if it was really that hard for him to kill even one villain. The streamer waved her off and called her crazy. Smoke was coming from the corpses of the bandits. The Dark Knight's eyes widened in madness, and he shouted that he couldn't kill people without regret. The Wanderer raised his hand and froze in place. The adventurer fell to his knees in front of her and said that he couldn't do it. The armorer lowered her head. The awakened one clenched her fist and said that she was rejected by the O University. The protagonist asked what that meant. The stranger turned away and told him about how she got on the waiting list after a year's break, and later was accepted into the first year of college. The girl looked down and explained that she wanted to live the life of an ordinary college student. There was a family photo on the table. A smile shone on the woman's face. A fire started in the elven guardhouse. The Wanderer, with tears in her eyes, furrowed her brows in pity. 3 years ago, she was surrounded by armed goblins. Her legs were covered in fresh cuts. The monsters with glowing eyes bared their teeth. The armorer backed away and asked them not to come near her. At that moment, someone attacked them and saved the awakened one. The stranger smiled happily. Her savior smiled back and apologized for being late. There were bare trees on the ground, a girl who also used to live in that area. The heroine smiled happily. Ahyun was a high school graduate, but at the same time she was stronger and smarter than her friend. Holding hands, the girls decided to definitely return home and began to work as a team, going through countless dungeons. The priestess cut the tentacle of the monster, while Yuni simply followed her through the dungeons. The woman took out a gun and thought that she could not hide forever, and that she also needed to fight. Deep cuts appeared on her legs. The Wanderer cried in horror. The monsters bared their fangs angrily. The gunsmith's eyes widened in fear. The gun fell to the ground, claws tore flesh, and goblins' clubs crushed bones. The severed tentacle flew into the air. A green aura enveloped the adventurer. The girl apologized for not helping her, and explained that her body refused to move just by looking at the monsters. Smiling widely, Ahyun replied that everything was fine, and said that she had a regeneration skill. Yuni looked at her happily and decided to rely on her, because her friend was strong enough. Blood was sprinkled on the ground. Surrounded by enemies on the storm pass, the girl was strong enough to forget one important fact. The Wanderer hid behind a block of ice. The villain ordered his accomplices not to give the enemy a chance to heal. The gunsmith lowered her eyes. The monster hit her in the back of the head, and shouted that a rat had been hiding there all this time. The priestess turned around and called out to her friend. The monster raised its hand. The healer dealt a powerful blow and killed it. The girl looked up and smiled happily. The adventurer asked if she was okay, but then a block of ice pierced her chest. Yuni's eyes widened in shock. Ahyun opened her mouth wide and spat out blood. Her legs buckled. The woman lunged forward and called out to her ally. The Wanderer caught her fallen friend. Her hands were covered in blood. The armorer asked her comrade to heal herself immediately. With tears in her eyes, the priestess said that it was too late and asked her to return home. The golden cross shattered, and at that turning point, the girl finally realized how weak and irresponsible she had been. A white haze flew around the ice pillars. A bright light illuminated the space. A bullet flew out of the gun. A huge hole appeared in the monster's body. Uni swore to never run away again. The woman opened her mouth in anger and wished to return home. Smoke rose above the fortress wall. The wanderer assumed that they had a similar past and declared that she was ready to do anything to return home. The gunsmith turned away and said that her hand would not tremble, even if it meant killing someone. She hurried away. Zeldin contacted her via radio. The girl took it in her hands. The commander of the defense forces asked if the ally was at the eastern gate, and reported that they had lost contact with the allied detachment nearby. There were corpses on the ground. The captain explained that this was a small group of mercenaries with whom they worked, and added that she was worried that something could have happened to them. Uni promised to check on them. The woman jumped off the ground. The wanderer climbed onto the fence, and decided that this was her next quest. The gunsmith looked back and asked if the awakened one wanted to work with her. Jumping down, the girl asked him not to disturb her, and explained that he should sit quietly if he planned to hide. Delacy flew up to the owner, and asked who she thought she was. The protagonist jumped after her and thanked her. The demon wondered if her comrade would just take it and accept it. The gates to Ghent were closed. Someone stepped forward. The stranger opened her mouth wide and began to breathe heavily. Skulls were depicted on the sleeves of the cartel members. The girl standing in front of them asked why the mercenaries wore cartel uniforms. The people looked at her silently. The man adjusted his hair and explained that since there was no news since the kidnapping of the princess, only weaklings and starving families remained in Ghent. Maven frowned in displeasure and asked if that was why they decided to join the cartel. The traitor grinned and said that this was her last chance. The villains pointed their guns at the woman and offered her to join them. Suddenly, a huge robot appeared on the battlefield. Uni jumped off it and asked if these were the mercenaries. The wanderer picked up the gun and was surprised that the connection with the stormtroopers was lost because they decided to betray them. The villain fired a grenade launcher as soon as he saw her. The golem protected its mistress from the shots. The gunsmith opened her mouth wide and ordered him to reload the rockets. The bomb launcher raised the rocket launcher. Several explosions immediately sounded on the battlefield, throwing the bandits in different directions. Grinning furiously, the criminal asked what they were doing and ordered his accomplices to open fire. Rockets and bullets flew in the air. The protagonist hid behind the wall and realized that the plot of the Heavenly Kingdom was still moving forward. Delacy's eyes lit up. Jisung asked her not to look at him like that. The guy lowered his head and said that he also wanted to go home. The young man remembered how he stuffed his mouth full of food and said that these were not just words. The player imagined himself at the computer and explained that he had family, friends and viewers with whom he could just laugh. At that moment, he had a smile on his face. The streamer said that he wanted to return to those times. The Dark Knight narrowed his eyes tensely and pursed his lips. The monster bared its teeth angrily. The adventurer shouted that he could not just kill people. A drop of blood fell on the keyboard. The monsters grabbed the protagonist. Delacy asked him to look at his hands and said that her master had long crossed the line. Jisung saw his reflection in her red eyes. The living dead stretched out their hands to him. The guy looked down in fear. The boy screamed and ran. Mini lanky Lotus widened his eyes in shock. A giant machine flew over the player's head. The robot crashed to the ground. Uni summoned the system windows and activated the G-expansion system. A wave of blue fire erupted from the turret. The shells destroyed several members of the cartel. The traitors continued to shoot back. One of the bullets broke the system window. The girl turned around and saw mercenaries pursuing her. A drone flying to the side exploded. Gritting her teeth, the woman realized that the crown had also been destroyed, and decided that there were too many enemies. Burning cars lay on the ground. Minnie, a lanky lotus, wrapped its tentacles around the bomb launcher. It turned out that Hurricane had pinned the streamer to the ground. The Dark Knight clenched his teeth in tension when someone said that this was the end. A stormtrooper put a gun to Maven's head and said that they had fought well, but they would still not be able to defeat the cartel. The soldier explained that it was not too late. The man frowned menacingly and said that he could not go back. There was a bandage on his shoulder. The scoundrel said that he killed a huge number of his comrades to get this uniform. The adventurer lifted the heavy robot to free himself. A crater formed on the ground. The protagonist looked down sadly. Jisung imagined his past life shattered and concluded that he would never be able to return home. The skin on his hands became normal. The monsters approached him to drag him along with them. The gunsmith opened her mouth wide and shouted that it was not too late. A bright light lit up the guy's face. The corpses of the cartel members lay on the ground. The awakened one said that he would not be able to return everything to how it was because he had already soiled his hands. A flash flashed in the pit. A blinding light illuminated the battlefield. Energy fell on the frightened monsters. Someone's hand appeared from the light. Uni frowned sternly and extended it forward. The young man reached for it so as not to fall to the monsters. The girl shouted that not all was lost. The player opened his mouth in surprise. The woman asked him not to give up the best choice in his life. Clouds floated across the blue sky. The cartel member raised his eyebrows in confusion. A tear rolled down the traitor's cheek. The man pursed his lips and lowered his weapon. His accomplice removed his red armband and declared that he also wanted to live. The wanderer turned around and tried to say something, but the villain attacked her. The stormtrooper grinned and asked what kind of fool would want to be on the losing team. The mercenary looked back and declared that he did not have to do this at all, when suddenly a bullet pierced his head. The villains opened fire on their own comrades. After kicking the gunsmith, the bandit said that he took the squad leader to himself because he begged him, and asked if it was really possible to leave the cartel of your own free will. The criminal pointed a gun at the awakened girl and promised to impale their heads on poles. Suddenly, his gun was cut in half. The protagonist found himself behind the enemy. With his head down, Jisung asked his opponent to drop his weapon and surrender, explaining that he didn't want to fight him. The traitor opened his mouth in anger and asked loudly what he was. A swing of the sword cut his head in half. The guy lunged forward and dealt with the cartel members. Shards appeared in the void. The young man realized that he couldn't go back to what was before, but that didn't mean he should give up. The player gritted his teeth and decided that this was not the path that was destined for him. Bond smiled widely and replied that it was. Standing in front of his comrade, the man explained that they were just monsters and that he shouldn't feel guilty for killing them. The streamer crossed the red line and agreed with him. The knight glared at him. The Dark Knight said that he wanted to believe that everything was okay, since they were just monsters. The captain appeared behind him. The adventurer said that he wanted to pretend that he did not see anything and did not blame himself, making up pathetic excuses. The protagonist imagined the wanderer in front of him and added that he had already crossed the line at that moment. The shooter's face was wounded. Looking down, Zysing said that he was very sorry and realized that he could not return to what was before. Flames appeared. Bond was outraged by how boring it was and asked if his friend was really going to pretend to be kind again. The man pounced on the guy and reminded him that they were the same. The guy squeezed the hilt of the sword in his hand. The blade of the blade flashed in front of the monster's face. The young man clenched his teeth in rage. With one powerful blow, the player destroyed the villain. The streamer determinedly knitted his eyebrows and realized that he would no longer hesitate. The cartel member continued to shoot from the gun. Swings of the sword cut the bullet into several pieces. The Dark Knight lunged and killed several traitors at once. Blood splattered in the air. Leaving bloody traces behind him, the adventurer decided to take this burden upon himself and do everything himself. The faces of other awakened appeared in his memories. The protagonist realized that he did not want anyone to have to go down the same path. Delicy and Mini Lanky Lotus widened their eyes in surprise. The dead criminal fell to the ground. The girls' mouths opened in amazement. They silently looked at their comrade. Blood dripped from his hand. Zysung realized that he alone would be enough. The guy turned away. He looked up and decided to become a pioneer. Empty potion bottles lay on the ground. Running away, Maven said that she would report everything to the leadership and asked the allies to hurry to the medics. Uni closed her eyes and said that after a couple of healing potions she would be fine. The young man asked her not to put so much pressure on herself because the wounds would heal and the pain would not go away. The girl noticed that they still did not know each other's names. Looking up, the player replied that she should see it above his head, and realized that he also did not see her character's name. There were names hanging above the heads of people. The woman decided that her friend met another awakened for the first time, and explained that they could not see each other's names. The streamer remembered their first meeting and realized that this was how he could recognize her as an awakened. The wanderer smiled. She put her hand to her chest and gave a made-up name. The armorer blushed and said that her friend could call her that. The Dark Knight smiled back and introduced himself. The heroes shook hands. Uni awkwardly looked away. A drop of sweat rolled down the adventurer's cheek. The boys gaped in surprise and recognized each other as famous streamers. Guards guarded the entrance to the headquarters. Gritting her teeth, Zeldin was outraged that the mercenaries had betrayed them and asked who would have thought that things would go this far. Maven frowned and replied that she had good news. The soldier introduced the members of the order and reported that thanks to the adventurer and reinforcements from the underworld, they captured and neutralized the rebels. The wanted posters were crossed out. The fighter added that they dealt with most of the cartel members. The commander of the defense forces put a flag on the map and said that after many years of constant retreat, they were finally able to move forward a little. The captain thoughtfully looked at the flag. A candle was burning in the lamp. The girl decided that now was not the time to give in to her feelings and confirmed that this was only the first step. White clouds floated across the sky. The woman asked where the adventurer was. There were street lamps outside. Uni looked at her companion and said that she had a feeling that he was some kind of celebrity. The protagonist asked where it came from. The wanderer answered that all the awakened ones on her way were either from raids or from the arena. Zysung looked away and assumed that Myre only selected those who proved themselves in one way or another. The gunsmith turned away. The guy decided that this was an obvious choice, because she used to be known by the nickname Master of Theory. Various graphs and diagrams appeared in his head. Various posts appeared on the forum about the best skill activation order, cooldowns, and the best characters for raids. Sitting at the computer, the boy studied the forum. This girl's tutorials were detailed and loaded at an insane speed, even when new patches were released. The woman smiled awkwardly when the player realized why she received such a rating. Walking across the bridge, the streamer asked what they were talking about. Uni said that he couldn't even imagine how surprised she was when she got into this game. The wanderer imagined a robot behind her, and explained that her decision to become a mechanic to use ranged skills and not be on the front lines seemed the best to her. The gunsmith frowned in disappointment, and asked who knew that the robots would have to be controlled individually. The Dark Knight clenched his fist and asked if his friend really chose to be a mechanic. The awakened one asked him not to be so surprised. The adventurer, opening his mouth in anger, said that he was not talking about that at all and asked if she really had a choice. The girl raised her eyebrows in confusion and asked what was wrong with that. In the memory, Myre pinned the protagonist with her finger. He turned into his character and widened his eyes in fear. Zizong lowered his head and wondered why he didn't have that choice. Zeldin ran up to them and called out to her ally. Suddenly, the Defense Forces commander widened her eyes and apologized for interrupting them. The guys standing close to each other looked at her in amazement. Yuni slapped her comrade and shouted that it was not like that at all. The wanderer made a cross with her hands and explained that they were just in the same group. The captain decided that it was weird to have a concert in the middle of a battle. The gunsmith said that they were just allies. She crossed her arms over her chest and turned away. The NPC noticed that she had never met the guy before and, asking his name, decided to let the Defense Forces know about him. The young man frowned in displeasure. Zeldin thanked the guys for everything they had done for the Heavenly Kingdom. The Defense Forces commander raised her eyebrows when the player asked if the girl was really the only adventurer here, and confirmed it. The streamer remembered the menacing look of the paladin and asked what about her. The Dark Knight frowned as the captain replied that she didn't know who she was talking about. The protagonist remembered how he turned around and assumed that she had simply disappeared. Jisung imagined himself being transported from one world to another. The boy thought about how he had suddenly started shaking and assumed that it had happened at that moment. It was also for this reason that another signalman with a phone was on the battlefield. Looking at his reflection, the boy realized what was happening and wondered why he had been transported to another world. Scratching his chin, the player realized that this was hardly a coincidence, and decided that it could be some form of corruption. The woman took a step forward and called out to her comrade. Uni waved her hand at him and informed him that there was an urgent call from headquarters. Delicy appeared in front of the owner and asked him to stop. Minnie, a lanky Lotus, flew up to her. The demon asked her friend not to show his shameful side again when he returned to the battlefield. Hearing the threat addressed to him, the streamer turned around and asked if she really wanted to fight. A shadow of fangs loomed over him. The monster grabbed him with its paws and said that this was not a joke. Sharp fangs appeared in front of the Dark Knight's throat. The monster said that it did not want to fight him and added that it would find better things to do than waste its time here if he continued to talk such nonsense again. Opening her glowing eyes, Delicy asked him not to forget about their contract, and promised to cut off his head without a second thought as soon as she deemed him useless. The girl approached her and asked what it was. The adventurer looked at her with confusion. The demon silently climbed back into the inventory. The protagonist spread his arms and said that he thought his girlfriend had already left. The woman explained that she came back to call him and repeated her question. The monster asked him to get out of it somehow. Jisung smiled awkwardly, not knowing what to answer him. The wanderer looked down and noticed that the creature looked like a plague apostle. The guy shouted that it was a black dog. Throwing up his hands, the young man suggested that it was a bug. That's why it looked so strange, and explained that it was actually a very cute puppy. Clouds were floating above the city. The player suggested to get back to business, as there was something urgent. The monster loomed over him and said that they would need to discuss this. The tense streamer said that they had to go. Zeldin ran to the command center. A soldier reported that they received an urgent request for help. The commander of the defense forces went inside and asked what happened. Two red eyes lit up. Someone answered that nothing happened. A boy in a white robe sat on the dragon. The Dark Knight scratched his head in confusion. Melvin asked what was going on and why these people were here. The captain asked him to stop and asked what it meant that everything was gone. The warrior leaned on his hand and replied that that was what it meant. The warehouse was empty. The fighter explained that the damaged equipment and gear, as well as the new weapons they had requested, were missing. Clouds were floating above the tent. Spreading her arms, Zeldin asked how this could happen and reminded him that the supplies were delivered by the Empire's forces. The NPC said that they didn't even know what weapons were. The adventurer pursed his lips and realized that the genius scientist Gent was in front of him. The boy's mouth opened in displeasure. There was a lantern in front of the house. Empyrean was a city that had just begun its transition to the mechanical era. The robot's eyes lit up. The problem was that the locals could not use magic. Bakel loomed over the ruined city. At that time the Apostle ordered a law banning magic to prevent the citizens from rallying, and then all the wizards disappeared from the city. Blue energy enveloped the firearms. In such a hopeless situation, the locals had to find another way to defeat the tyrant, but much time had passed since then. and now technology was not inferior to magic. Melvin raised his hand and explained that they needed to try hard to solve the ammunition problem, because even he, as a member of the 7 shards, could not just create things. Uni raised her eyebrows and asked what it was. The protagonist wondered if she really did not know. A bright flash appeared. Zysing explained that 7 great scientists created a research organization to invent a revolutionary technology and change the future. The guy raised his hands and continued his story, but the girl did not care at all. Zeldin slammed her hand on the table. Frowning menacingly, she declared that they finally had a chance to take revenge and asked why everything turned out this way. The heroes stared at her silently. Someone approached her from behind. Various ammunition poured out of the woman's inventory. Looking at her reflection, the commander of the defense forces asked what it was. The wanderer answered that she picked up a couple of items from the battlefield, as she was interested in Empyrean technology. The scientist took a piece of iron in his hand and said that this should be enough. Smiling, the gunsmith explained that she wanted to use these materials to improve weapons, and decided that the headquarters would need them more. The guy remembered the enchantment machine and offered his friend to use it. The awakened one replied that this was not a systemic enhancement. Holding a pistol in her hands, Uni said that this could be called a transformation. Raising his eyebrows, the young man wondered if this was a training pistol, and was surprised that his ally had been using it all this time. The gun had some minor scuffs, and the player noticed some differences from the regular weapon. Raising her index finger, the girl explained that she was constantly transforming her weapon using parts found on the battlefield, and stated that she could use equipment with stats higher than those in the status window. Remembering how his comrade shot the villain's body, the streamer thought he could guess this, and concluded that her firepower was much higher than the regular weapon. Frowning tensely, the Dark Knight realized that these were upgrades that did not even show up in the status window, and wondered if this was even possible. The adventurer happily looked at his sword. The protagonist handed it to his friend and asked if she could transform it. The woman replied that she was not confident in her abilities because this sword was magical. Melvin smiled and offered to help him. Jisung smiled widely and said that he could not refuse if one of the 7 shards offered to help him. Looking at his reflection in the gem, the boy realized that this was the technology that Empyrean had lost and decided to begin the transformation. Clouds floated across the sky. The scientist asked the boy to explain how this thing worked and asked if he could touch the crystal. The broken sword lay on the ground. The boy froze in horror. The wanderer shouted that she warned him that it might not work. Opening his mouth in rage, the player asked what he had done and said that this sword was worth 10 million gold. Mini lanky Lotus looked away. The armorer asked how her friend managed to collect such a sum. The pet poked his master in the shoulder. The streamer ordered the engineer to fix his weapon right away. Squid handed him strange pliers. The Dark Knight raised his eyebrows and asked what it was. The awakened one put her palms together and replied that it was a loot dropped by the cartel members, an exclusive weapon for the Phantom Knight or Dark Knight, and the flamethrower status window appeared. Looking away, the adventurer asked if it was the same small fire sword, and asked how it could replace the 10th stage dark sword. Uni snatched the weapon from his hands and asked what he was talking about. The claws of the flamethrower began to spin. The girl released a stream of fire, and said that she had strengthened it. The protagonist looked at the flames in amazement, and concluded that with such firepower, this weapon could be even stronger than the dark sword. The fire burned a hole in the ceiling of the tent. Labor burst out of the dragon's mouth as Melvin activated the emergency fire extinguishing system. A powerful wave of water doused the heroes and knocked them off their feet. Zeldin scratched her chin and wondered if these people could be trusted at all. At night, a lantern was burning at the southern gate of Ghent. The soldiers continued to shoot back at the cartel members. Several shots threw the villain back. The villains froze in place after a long barrage. The bandit raised his hand and tensed his fingers. His whole body shook. The living dead man flashed with burning eyes. The soldier opened his mouth in shock and asked what was happening. The man fell to his knees when the earthquake began. Holding a rifle in his hands, the guard asked what was happening here. The ruined fortress wall trembled. The soldier looked at the sky in fear. Smoke was coming out of the robot's chimney. The monster boss of the southern gate of Ghent appeared on the battlefield. The soldier wondered what this thing was. Lanterns were burning near the tents in the defense forces headquarters. Delacy appeared next to one of them. The dragon's eyes glowed. The demon opened her mouth and realized that it was an immortal body made of metal. The protagonist approached her and asked her to stop searching for something in his inventory without permission. The monster asked her master to release her. Presenting the Black Plague wolf armor, Jisung replied that he would soon reach the required level and be able to wear it, and promised to give the pet the ability to exit the inventory. The monster asked why he took it in the first place. At that moment, Uni ran up to them. The guy entered the tent and asked what this meant. Approaching him, Zeldin reported that their troops reported seeing an unidentified vehicle, and asked her ally to go and check the area. The girl happily closed her eyes when the boy offered to do this. The commander of the defense forces smiled widely and thanked them. The player frowned tensely when he learned that the Iron Wolf Knights were currently fighting, and the captain asked his comrades not to be shy about approaching them. Lights were on in the windows of the houses. The guys ran forward. The streamer thought about how he had recently been transported to a new world. The Dark Knight imagined the faces of the NPCs and realized that they could not recognize him unless they had not met before. The adventurer imagined Fian and wondered if the members of the Order in this world would remember him. The protagonist frowned menacingly. In the memory, Ban widened his eyes. The woman looked up and noticed that they were already there. In front of the heroes were the southern gate of Ghent. The wanderer beamed with joy and offered to go inside. Zysing asked why she was so pleased. The robot's lights lit up. The gunsmith explained that not everyone gets the chance to see the GT600 in person. The guy asked what it was. The awakened one smirked and said it was the boss and claimed she could take it apart. The young man wondered how his girlfriend remembered its exact name if she didn't know the game's plot. The gate opened, raising dust behind it. Uni pulled out a gun. The player suggested ending the conversation and getting down to business. There were destroyed barricades on the ground. The soldier continued to fire his cannon. He pulled the trigger. The living dead were approaching him despite the shots. The monsters opened their mouths wide and rushed forward. The man's eyes widened in fear and screamed. At the same time, the streamer destroyed the zombies with his new weapon. The Dark Knight turned around and asked if the guard was okay. The soldier warned him about the attack. The adventurer dodged as sharp steel claws approached him. The cartel member dodged a sword swing. The villain's leg twisted unnaturally. The villain kicked the protagonist in the face. Jisung staggered and stepped back. Delacy asked if they were really humans. The guy wiped his chin and replied that they were once humans, but they were made into weapons for war. The monster with its head cut off continued to move. The boy concluded that they were created by the cartel. The soldier opened his mouth wide and asked him to aim for the torso, because that's where the core is. The player smiled widely and asked if his girlfriend heard that. The girl opened several system windows in front of her. A bright flash appeared in front of the rocket launcher. Several projectiles soared into the air, leaving a trail of smoke behind them. The sight focused on the monster. The woman reported that the Sparrow system was ready for operation and gave it the green light. A small drone flew out of the robot. Bullets burst out of two fools. They pierced the bodies of the monsters. The streamer grinned and said that he was always surprised at how powerful these things are. Drones that looked like birds were flying in the air. Standing at the control panel, the wanderer realized that she had lost contact with the third number and asked which one was covering the left flank. An explosion was heard in the air. The gunsmith shouted that her robots were destroyed. The Dark Knight frowned menacingly and wondered what was going on. One of the cartel members climbed the wall. The awakened one decided to reset everything to factory settings and try again. The monster approached her and grinned evilly. Suddenly, a flash flashed next to his face. The adventurer pierced the enemy with a wave of fire. His body fell to the ground. The protagonist landed on his feet. Jisung turned around when Uni activated the solar module system and realized that this could be a problem. A bright light illuminated the southern gate of Ghent. The guy used Dark Slash and destroyed the monster. The girl ran up to him and asked if this was the last enemy. The woman pursed her lips when the young man said that she shouldn't rely on her sparrows anymore. The broken drones lay on the ground. The wanderer explained that this system has high damage and is especially effective against a large number of enemies. The player replied that it only works in theory. An explosion was heard in the memory. The streamer said that his friend ruined everything because she had to control each bot separately. Then the living dead climbed up her wall. The Dark Knight added that his comrade does not see when she is being attacked. Standing next to him, the gunsmith said that she was simply not used to using this system at night. The adventurer said that this had happened more than once. The awakened one frowned. The protagonist reminded that a similar situation had already happened during their last battle. Jisung raised his hand and suggested that all the skills for controlling the mechanisms were ineffective, and asked why his ally did not use the physical skills that were available to her class. Smiling widely, the boy asked if she trusted him and reminded her that he was a YouTuber who taught beginner players. Uni lowered the corners of her lips and asked what that meant. The boy closed his eyes and explained that the biggest mistake beginners make is to think that the theoretical way is the best. The streamer extended his hand to her and explained that the theory can only be implemented when it has the opportunity to do so. Mini lanky Lotus stuck out his tongue. The Dark Knight asked what was wrong. The girl pointed her finger at him. The woman approached him and asked if such a beginner could survive in this world for 2 years. The wanderer frowned sternly and said that she put her heart and soul into the game, despite not knowing about the plot and how to properly operate the mechanisms. The adventurer smiled awkwardly and explained that he didn't mean it that way. The gunsmith's eyes turned white with anger, and the protagonist said that everyone had their own fighting style. The awakened one turned away and asked him to stay away during the next battle. Yuni, furious, took out her gun and asked her friend to try to get a good look at her fighting style. Jisung's brows furrowed and he wondered what made her so angry.